Let's go.
DeOrganized media keeps the mind share growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news. Ethereum, Solana, and stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects. And giving
Good morning, my friends. It's your old pal Peace Love Music getting the DeOrganized daily live stream started. It is good to see you all on this lovely Tuesday morning, the 23rd of December, 2 days till Christmas. I hope everyone's having an amazing holiday season. And we're kind of taking it into the slow time. We're going to be a little bit less live stuff after today, probably mostly through the end of the year. We might do some stuff early next week. We're not sure yet. Not sure about what we're going to do for the New Year's Eve. Maybe we'll do an extravaganza with the Gigaverse crew. We'll see what happens if GP wants to do it. But we are wrapping up an amazing year. We're super excited to have you guys all here with us on the regular. We're really excited about everything that's going on in the space. And friendly reminder, we're still giving away 200 STX daily entries on DeOrganized. All you have to do is go to the pinned post, which I'm going to do right now. Go into the DeOrganized BTC page. Oh, I gotta refresh the page. That's what's going on. All those times playing Find2Earn and I still forget. I gotta refresh to get the newest posts. Can't teach an old dog new tricks, or so they say. Yeah, actually, pin. All right. You guys see how slow your old pal is. That's how long it took me to find the post and pin it to the profile. And so that's why sometimes when I miss things or I don't do this or that way, I just don't have the bandwidth. And it's not, you get slower the older you get. But we are, the post is pinned. We are giving away 200 STX for the month of December. All you have to do is go to the pinned post with the live stream. As long as we're streaming, the stream is active and live. You go into the comments, you answer the question. You're entered for that day. You can enter once daily. You can enter every day that we're streaming for more opportunities to win the 200 STX. Today, you just have to answer, are you giving crypto as a holiday gift this year? I'm actually going to drop that question also right in the chat right now. So you guys have no excuse. Even if it's not on screen, you know we're giving away 200 STX. You have an opportunity to enter to win every day. Today's question, are you giving crypto as a holiday gift this year? I am telling you that I am. Not to everybody, but I am giving it to some people. And I feel good about it, actually. Long term, it'll probably be worth more than the value today, I would expect. So I have commented that we may or may not have a guest at the 9 o'clock hour. We may have a live segment with one of the amazing projects about to launch in the ecosystem at 11 a.m. today. But I'm not positive about both of those. And I know how things can go around this time of year. So we're going to play it loose. We will have the news at 8:30. We will chat with the homies at 9, maybe with a guest. And then, we'll probably wrap it up for the year. There might be a couple of things dropping in through the rest of the day. And then a lot of the rerun content. We've had just a bunch of amazing guests and projects and spotlights on here the last couple of months. So we have a lot of content to really kind of get out there. So you have nothing going on, you want to check out the live stream, we will have the contest entries daily. I don't think we'll have any specific live shows over the next couple of days. So today will be the last day to catch your live fix for DeOrganized. But we will have stuff running throughout the holiday season. So you can always tune in to catch up what's going on in the space. Drop into the live stream, make comments, ask questions, distribute stuff. If you have stuff you want to show, we will be monitoring that throughout the days. So we will help amplify anything you distribute that at that time as well. And we'll see you guys at 8:30 with the news. Thank you, Dee. I'm psyched about it, actually. Shout out to Eric at X Inc. This is the V1 that GP's dad stole from him, and I understand why. I know a lot of people like the V2, the V2 is excellent, but this one actually just feels better to me. I prefer the material better. It's super comfy, keeps me very warm, fits me well. So I dig it. And again, a huge shout out to Eric from X Inc. And a huge shout out to you, Dee. Always contributing, always participating, joining in everything we do. One of the top tier Find2Earn hunters. Always joins into the spaces. Reminder: we have been to space at 8 a.m. Good Vibe Tribe. It's the way to get your head right for the day. Highly encourage you guys to join in. I will be jumping in today to that as well. And we'll be back at the news at 8:30. And we'll leave you guys with some content that we've been playing recently. Some of the stuff we've been covering. This is with the engineer and what he's building out with his MAS project. We'll be back at 8:30. GM, brother, you hear me okay?
Oh yeah, I can hear you okay. I was with Benta, and yeah, we were talking about devs.
Nice.
And how they put in so much work without sleeping. We took probably fell asleep. What's going on?
Oh well, he actually mentioned to me late yesterday that he had some stuff he had to handle this morning. He would try to get to the show as soon as he could, but he might miss the show this morning.
Oh so, yeah, it's so
you're gonna have to fill in. You're gonna have to be GP and 300 this morning.
Oh, definitely. You know me. I'm here.
Right on.
To amazing guests.
We got guests after. We're just becoming a hotbed of guest activity lately. We have so many things going on in the ecosystem, and now that we got the hang of running the live streams all day, gives us a lot more flexibility with what we're doing. And I'm actually really excited to get the engineer in here. I did tell him I was probably running about 10 minutes late, and I'm only 8 minutes late, so that's pretty cool. What is up, the engineer? How are you today, man?
Hey, how's everyone? Good morning.
Oh, good, bro.
It's actually a pleasure to be here. Honestly, it's a pleasure to be on the Saks blockchain. Honestly,
right on. Well, it's a pleasure having you. And
yeah,
I've only become recently familiar with what you're doing because people are shouting you out and saying I needed to cover you. And
yeah,
so
I saw that.
I'm glad they did, because I mean it does. We've been cranking here lately, so I haven't had as much time to go in and check as I'd like. But you have a couple of different projects you're working on. You're working on Takeo Labs, which I've heard of fairly recently, and then
so it's
I'll let you. Why don't you give us an introduction or background? Tell us a little bit about your journey here.
To a background of like what made me come here, and then it will make more sense of like what's going on. So
perfect.
I heard of Stacks a long time ago when I think Miami Coin was a thing. I remember that, like when the governor of Florida or something, like I think it was the mayor of Florida had announced Miami Coin, something like that. I bought a little bit, but I think I was kind of put off by the
I came in a little bit after that. I'm not really as with the history of that. I know.
Yeah, he's really an OG.
Yeah, so I would say but I wasn't active in the space. Like I was like, oh, let me just buy like $100. I don't know, right? It's some sort of like Bitcoin project. The only thing that kind of put me off was the idea that you have to give up Bitcoin for STX, and at the time, like that didn't make sense to me. But then I was a project manager of like a software development team, and then as I started growing my own Bitcoin stack, I was like, I really want to make a project on Bitcoin. Like I want to do something to advance Bitcoin. But at the time, the only thing I knew of was Lightning. And then when I really dove into Lightning, I realized I it's a great thing to send money anonymously, but trying to actually build something decentralized, I'm like, okay, I get why there's Ethereum. I never understood why there was Ethereum, but after I tried to build Lightning, I'm like, okay, Ethereum Solana makes sense from a development standpoint. Maybe not necessarily a monetary standpoint, but a development standpoint, this is a great tool. So then I was like, all right.
You can't do things on Bitcoin that you can do with smart contracts. And Ethereum was the first. And then Solana had their own model. And Ethereum was originally proof of work, so you're probably aware of that.
Yeah, it was originally. Then they moved to proof of stake and, but I'm still a huge believer of proof of work. I think more of the ethos of you have to give up something to keep the economic model intact, right? Like if you just, and I don't want to dive too much into it, but like I'm just saying I'm a big believer of the ethos of proof of work. I know many people get hooked on the electricity, but they're not realizing the ethos of having to give something up is the whole point. Something that's valuable to you.
Right. There's no risk in staking.
Exactly. They want to talk about it for specific reasons, obviously, but there's no real risk in staking. You're making the rich richer. And I wouldn't argue, right? If I had $1 billion and I was staking Solana, I'd be the first one to be like, no, this is the future of the world. Trust me. Right? Because there's no risk to me. But anyway, so as I started diving deeper, I was like, I really want to make something, but it needs to still align with that ethos, right? Because it needs to live outside of me. Like it can't hinge on my life. It has to go further than that. Then in around November of last year, I started really diving into not using Pump.Fund, but researching it from a perspective of I thought the concept of bonding curves was ingenious. I did. From an engineering perspective, because my background is mechanical,
it was cool. I'm assuming you're familiar with STX City and what Kawawin built.
Yes, that's how I launched Techo. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay, so and that is it's a very interesting development, the bonding curve application and token launches and what Pump Fund did. I love trying things and figuring out how they work.
Yes.
There's a downside though to those as well, where it became way too easy to just launch a token that had no value, but very easy to get hyped, and actually there was an incentive to hype it because of the bonding. So there was positives and negatives.
Yeah, exactly. So I thought in my head, I was like, the technology stack is amazing. The ability that I can now just make it is very amazing. What that is missing to me is one thing. And that was what started my journey into development. Because I said, all right, they produced the next layer of the internet. They don't know it, but they did. What I thought was missing was, and I first want to cover what they did from an engineering perspective. They allowed users to add liquidity transparently to both sides, initially starting with no liquidity compared to a liquidity pool, which you need that bigger investment. And then prices formed on a, that bonding curve, that price model, which makes it easier for people in Africa, right? Like who may only have $1. That's all they have. That makes it much easier for them. So I said, to me, this is the future of asset trading, right? The problem is it's too easy to make the coin. Everyone dumps. There is no liquidity backing it, right? The person that really benefited is the initial buyers and the platform dev, right? The platform dev wins regardless. If it goes up, he has no incentive to monitor the platform. I'm not saying anything bad about it. I'm just saying from an economic perspective. Now,
right. Their incentive is to provide the platform, and what happens on there afterwards is
exactly.
It's only important so long as it doesn't make people flee the platform.
Exactly. It just needs to functionally work.
The house always wins.
Yeah, the house always wins. So I thought, the reality is this isn't good for my family and friends in terms of the feasibility, but the engineering stack is good. So what does it need? Because what I see in the ecosystem from a whole is you have a bunch of people who are really good developers, but they're not product managers. They're not thinking about the feasibility or economic model of it. They're just like, it works. Now, what I thought in terms of product management was this just needs how all the trading fees go to like the platform. if you take half of those trading fees and you save it on that smart contract, that token has revenue. If you save those trading fees on that smart contract, that token now has revenue. Okay, great. Who gets to claim that revenue? In liquidity pools, you share the revenue. When you share it, it's not that great. It's okay. It's great that we're sharing it. It gives some value. But however, I thought, okay, what if the revenue can be claimed by the person who locks up the most of the token on the smart contract? We have a separate function that says lock tokens. After you've bought it, you can lock tokens. Then now I'm providing liquidity that I cannot sell because I've locked it in the smart contract, and I can claim this revenue from trading. So now my incentive is like similar to selling a call on the stock market. I don't know if you've ever done options, where I'm providing liquidity.
Thanks to Robinhood for introducing those to me. Before
Okay, yeah, there was a period of time I
learned some expensive lessons from Robinhood with options, but I understand how they work. Yeah.
So the seller is the opposite side. Most people know the buyer, right? I like being the seller, where I offer the liquidity, I lock up my shares for a period of time, and I gain the money everyone's gambling from buying calls. So in that sense, I was like, it's if you add a model like that, it's similar in the sense of, let's walk through an example. I buy $1,000 worth of Leo. I really like Leo because I think it's the most popular community coin, other than like Welsh or Dog or something. And I buy $1,000 worth of Leo. Let's say the fee is 2%. 2% gets saved on that smart contract, right? Now, in order for me to claim that $20, I need to lock up. I'm just using a rough example. My real one is a little bit more in depth, but a rough example is I lock up that $1,000 worth of Leo in the smart contract. Now everyone knows there's a price floor, right? Because I've locked up Leo. I claim that $20 because I've locked up the most Leo. But here's the catch. Now that I've claimed that trading fee, you cannot unlock that money until the highest last trading fee, which was $20 in this example, has been brought back through natural trading activity. So now it puts you who claimed that trading fee in the hot seat. You need to incentivize more trading. You need to bring volatility, right? As long as you keep bringing right, then you can keep eating more trading fees. I think we need to bring an incentive to all tokens on the blockchain that there's a price floor and there's an incentive for someone to create a market, right? Then both sides get what they want. We have an ecosystem where whales are competing for the trading fee and they have to lock up tokens, and traders are competing for asset appreciation. This is the one fix I saw that would really help. The last part that's really important is I added a cap to how much trading fees you need to bring back to the ecosystem, because without it, you get this infinite loop where you have to keep locking up more and more. Yeah. So for the smart contract I worked on was 1 million Satoshis because my base pair was SBTC. You need max cap is when it starts getting to 1 million Satoshis, then that's the cap. You may acquire more trading fees, but as long as there's always 1 million Satoshis in this smart contract, you can unlock your tokens. So I've developed it on testnet and mainnet, and then I was just like, I don't really care. I mean, I'm an engineer, mentally, whether you buy this token, my token, not buy my token, I don't really care. But I think this standard should be across all DEXs on the blockchain. So that way I can buy Leo, right?
I'm sorry, go ahead. You go ahead. I'll save my question.
I just said that if this standard is across all blockchains in a sense, or at least on the Stacks blockchain, I can comfortably buy Leo knowing it's a meme coin and my focus of volume, right? As they're doing their giveaways, I don't care, right? I'm making money as they're doing those giveaways because users are still selling and I'm making money from trading fees. I have an incentive to hold the floor of Leo.
So Leo, this is on a specific, this is platform based or is this token based?
The way Stacks works is you make a token and then you also have a DEX smart contract. So I've implemented this on the DEX smart contract level because you have to make a smart contract for the token, and then you have a separate automated marker or bonding curve DEX smart contract. So it would be implemented on the DEX smart contract.
So, and is that at launch in the bonding curve, or is that that's
So
for
if we
the
were to
next
implement this would have to be after the bonding curve.
Okay.
It would have to be after, because right now we already have DEX market makers. Like Bitflow has their smart contract for trading. Like Alex Labs has theirs. Veller has theirs. I'm just suggesting another, like an upgrade to the DEX smart contract. Is just a majority locking feature, so that, all right, if I'm buying a meme coin, I can also see how much trading fees it's generating. And instead of splitting it to everyone on the liquidity pool, save it in a pot that I can go compete for, that one person claims, right? So you incentivize.
Replace the current liquidity fee model.
Yes,
I mean,
I would want it to replace the liquidity pool, because like, are you really benefiting from splitting those fees? Like, are you really feeling anything? Wouldn't you rather that people would? It's just my opinion, but I don't think users are really incentivized by claiming that that 1 penny or 20 cents. But if you put it as a pot and you start advertising, the fees are here, and the token has about $50 of trading fees saved here. And the person who has the most tokens right now locked up is this X user. And if I just lock up a little bit more, I can be claiming the trading fees. Because I would start looking at it from perspective of, zero authority.
Yep. A little familiar.
Think about how much giveaways Welsh, the last one I saw was Welsh. Think about how much giveaways they do, right? Then think about if I were to charge if the DEX is charging a 2% fee for every sell on those, right, that Welsh is doing, how much money in revenue is that smart contract making just from the selling side? I know the price has gone down, but how much revenue is being saved just from the sells? I would then wait for the giveaways to end. I'd buy back the token and claim the trading fee, right? I would just focus on the reoccurring revenue from the community. And then as people see me buy, obviously they'll be like, well, damn, I just sold. The thing just went up. They'll buy back, right? There's utility now. It's a stock. I mean, I shouldn't say that, but it's essentially a decentralized stock.
Okay. I understand the concept. So it's an evolution of the traditional liquidity pool.
Yes. And I think this is one of those things, and it's just my opinion, that we're just very early, where we only have software developers working on things. And I'm saying this from someone who's managed software development teams. They're developing it without the thought of the product evolution. They're just building. We're going to build.
100%. But that's exactly what so we do a lot of talking to builders, and a lot of builder teams don't have, they're more technical builders.
Yes.
And so they're looking at, they don't see the marketing side, they're not building to the user, they're building to the function. And so
and they're making it more and more complicated, not on purpose, just because they're builders. That's what builders do. It's the same thing. You ever watch that movie with Steve Jobs, where he was talking to Steve Wozniak? It's on Netflix. I forgot. Where Wozniak was upset with Jobs. He was like, "You're taking all of the features out, right?" But Steve Jobs is like, the user just wants the computer to be clear. That's all they want. You're making the company by adding the USB port. You're adding this, like, the user doesn't care.
Create stress. Too many choices create stress.
You're adding way too many choices.
It's as simple as one choice. So, and my background is a realtor. In real life, I'm a realtor, and I've been doing it for a long time. And I learned early on, certain types of houses are traditionally for value per square foot is higher on a ranch house versus the lowest on a raised ranch. And the reason is because with a raised ranch, when you walk in, you have to make a choice immediately. I'm either going up or I'm going down. And so that is the factor. Too many choices makes it stressful.
Way too many choices. Yep. So I'm going to have 5 minutes, so I'll just leave you more kind of geared towards, in terms of choices, you have two users when you're coming into crypto. You have the trader, especially people coming from Africa or whatever their background is, who have $20. In 5 seconds, they're going to make a choice whether to buy this or not. And it's going to be purely based on the chart. Purely. That's it. That's it. That's all you have. There's a million blockchains, in my opinion. There's a million tokens. If they're up, they will buy it. Period. Right? And then on the other side, you have the whale. The whale is not stupid. He's not going to buy a picture of a cat or dog. He's not. So if you're saying about institutional adoption, they're not coming to buy a cat or dog. They're coming to see how much volume is coming in because there's no revenue right now. If you implement this model, they're coming to see, oh, okay, well, it doesn't have this much volume yet, but this much trading fees is being saved in a pot that I only need to have this much money locked in order to commit. Okay, cool. I don't mind taking that risk, right? I see this much volume on chain daily from this many wallets. I'll take this risk because there's this much real liquidity sitting there. What's the trading pair? SBTC, it's USCC. I'll take that risk, right? Right now, there's no rationality for a whale to come into this ecosystem and take that risk. There isn't any. But with a feature like that, the whale doesn't need to roll up this or that. They say, this much money is there, this much risk is there. I'm in.
No, and that's great.
Yeah, so,
and one of the biggest challenges we have right now in our ecosystem is value locked. We need to have more value locked. It's actually one of the biggest issues. So anything we can do that will help us get there is important. So this is a very interesting concept. By the way, I know we're kind of limited and you're limited with your time availability today, but this is we can definitely have you on again. Happy to have you on again. This is not a one shot opportunity. We do these shows every day, Monday through Friday, and it doesn't always have to be a morning time either. But I just wanted to make sure we got your stuff out there. It's theengineer.btc or the-engineer.btc at theengineer_21 on X. And the project, or there's a couple of projects here, right?
It's just two. So it's the network, which is focusing on building those smart contracts, or at least the MVPs that I'd like to see implemented in the ecosystem, which is you can go to the website. And then Techo Labs is like my first, I would call it, successful meme coin project where I'm making sure the price is always up by leveraging my income or whatever you would call it and going from there. Like we just launched on the bonding curve. So I know one of the pain.
That token is relatively new, and I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure where it came from.
Yeah, it was. I mean, I haven't really done any marketing, right? My belief is more, I don't really want to spend too much money just giving it away because I'm protecting. I think of it like if I'm the hedge fund manager, I'm protecting the value of my token, right? I'm looking at every other token on the Stacks blockchain is like down. This is going to be the one that like is up. Right. I don't mind keeping it up. It should be up because I have my family in it. Right. I can't, like my mom is in it. My mom looks at it because this is her introduction to looking at the blockchain. Like she's going to call me if the price is down in a sense.
Right. Well, and so just on the model you're proposing, and if you have to jump, just,
Yeah, no worries.
That's cool. But, you basically created a competitive model for providing liquidity.
Yes.
So
the one that's easier for each user.
So here's one concern or one question I have is, does it does it create a disincentive for everyone else in the pool to pull out their liquidity if they're not the highest liquidity provider, and so they're not going to get any fees?
Way I look at it is, why were bonding curbs successful? People weren't providing liquidity, they were trading value. Right? I'm saying the liquidity pool model in general is broken. Right? The average user, I've tried to teach my family in Cameroon how to add money to a liquidity pool, and they're saying, go do it. I just want to buy it. You know what I mean? Like the reality is the average user does not want to enter a liquidity pool. Reality, like whales want to enter a liquidity pool. So let them focus. No,
you're
on
right.
That.
You're right.
They just want to. The average user just wants to buy and sell. That's it.
Right.
So
Slippage and permanent loss. If you don't have a lot of money to begin with, you're going to, just the fees to provide and pull out liquidity can be cost you your profit anyway.
Exactly. So if you're going to provide liquidity, you better be serious. That's what I want. I don't want the person providing liquidity to be like, I'm adding it today, I'm going to move it tomorrow. No, if you're providing liquidity, you're a whale. You're here because you want to make money, period.
So I wonder,
I'm game in terms of seriousness.
I wonder though, are you familiar with the HODLMM that BitFlow has been building out? The concentrated
No, so I looked at it, but I didn't dive too far into it. If you're saying it's something I should, I'll spend the weekend diving further. I couldn't see it immediately.
Right? There's bins at certain price levels, so you can add liquidity at certain price ranges. So you could actually have competition amongst bins. So it's not all or nothing. It's the highest provider in that bin. So I could provide liquidity. I might be the highest provider at a lower bin, and I'm targeting a lower price, and that way it creates it creates less disincentive. You don't want to necessarily concentrate it where the whale has it, but you can maybe take a bin and get the trading fees for a bin that's higher or lower if there's volatility.
What's a bin, out of curiosity?
So the bin is the HODLMM for BitFlow, which is still just in beta testing, and they're one of our sponsors. I'm friends with the guys. I played around with it. I've been a beta tester on it. I did a boot camp on it for them. So the way I'm not an expert though, so I might be explaining it wrong. But when you're providing liquidity, you have a range. You can set a range across price scales. And in that range, there'll be a number of bins. That is the liquidity pool for, let's say for easy math, it's USDC and stacks, right? Yeah. So there's a bin at the price of, let's say, 20 to 25 cents for stacks. And then there's a bin at 26 to 30 cents. And then there's a bin at 31 to 35 cents. And there's also one, bins below. And so when I provide liquidity, I'm providing liquidity across a range of bins. And then there's a curve I can choose where it's actually providing more of my liquidity concentrated towards the center. It can be flat across all of the bins, or it can actually be like an inverted curve where I'm providing it at the edges. So I have control of where I'm putting my liquidity, most of my liquidity. And so I'll get fees when it trades at those scales, in those bins. And it actually prevents slippage, because it's also going to it should theoretically concentrate liquidity more where the market's going to be, as people are trying to get fees for providing their liquidity. So as I have to look into it. Yeah. It's a little. It is a little complicated, and we're getting into but it might actually be a good piece to add specific to your model to make it less all or nothing for all fees. And it gives your liquidity providers more control if you have something like that, a model where you have those ranges.
Okay. I would say I will look into it this weekend more seriously. And just for anyone listening, I do have a spaces for this Saturday. Some people ask more information. I'll give you more information on like Techo and my ideas for it, but I do have to run. I appreciate you guys. Thank you.
What time Saturday?
12, like my time. I'm in Houston, so my time is 1 p.m. your time.
Houston Central?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
So it'll be like 1 p.m. East Coast time, or
something like that. But it's immediately on my Twitter, so if you see it on my Twitter, you'll see it there.
All right, so follow. Bring them right up. Follow the engineer.btc space tomorrow. Tomorrow's Saturday, actually. I know how.
Oh yeah, tomorrow's Saturday.
Space tomorrow morning. Awesome, brother. I'm sorry, man. What's your name?
Sean.
Or should I just call you the engineer?
You can just call me the engineer.
All right.
The engineer. Let's go.
Let's go.
That's kind of like how my family refers to me now. Anyways, I'm used to it. That's kind of where the name came
engineer. Nice. That's a good moniker.
Because I started off as an.
What's that?
I started off as an engineer. That's my background.
All right. Cool, man. Cool. Thank you so much for joining us today, man. Really very interesting concept that you've come up with. Really cool design on you're definitely producing here. So it's very interesting. Guys, make sure you follow. Don't be a stranger, man. We do this all day. We're streaming all day, every day. So we have lots of space. If you have more stuff to come chat with us about, happy to have you on anytime.
Okay, I appreciate it. Yeah, I'd love to just share my thoughts about the ecosystem and just things I think that we need as a blockchain to be prepared for as interest rates start getting lower. To start receiving some of that liquidity because it's coming, right? And I think we're doing a good job with SBTC in general. These are just a few little tweaks here and there that probably need to be done. I think I've talked to a few people in Discord about it. Things like many users who are on Lightning, right? That smooth transition into SBTC because it is to me, it's a stronger Bitcoin pair just because the speeds are somewhat the same. You don't have to manage channels and you can own it in your own wallet with your seed phrase. So it makes me feel more comfortable at night. But yeah, definitely love to come and share some more of my thoughts later.
I hear you on that. And I appreciate it, man. I really interesting. Seems like you have a high level view coming in on some of this stuff.
Yeah. I've been in it a while, so I really took this year to really dive into stacks, making my own smart contracts, so I was more educated on it. But I've been in Bitcoin and like running my own node, my own Lightning node for years, while I've also been a trader, so surviving on that for years as well. So I can always get my own, not my financial advice, but my own technical analysis. Like Bitcoin for me recently broke out of a rising wedge, and we're sitting on that. I think the 21-day moving average on the monthly. So I'm curious to see how we're going to end at the end. But yeah, I have a lot of thoughts. I don't know if you've seen the chart of Bitcoin.
I tend to agree. I'm cautiously optimistic. I don't know when it's going to happen, right? We could still have some choppiness ahead where we are.
I think we'll bounce. It's just me. I personally, that's not my financial advice. I think we'll bounce. I just, in my gut feelings, even if we don't bounce, I'm still buying. Like I say all of this, but I buy like $1 a day. I don't care. I don't even look at it. But if I'm saying technically, like I see we broke out, everything's telling me we're going down. But my gut, it's like, nah, like we're gonna bounce. I just the way I look at like Fed policy and I know everyone's saying, oh, he's gone to quantitative easing and all this. I'm like, that stuff takes a year to feel it. Economy. I know people, they push it on Twitter, but I've been here long enough that I'm like, even if you were to cut rates tomorrow, the market could still drop. It takes a year for that liquidity to.
Right, exactly. And they've been tightening they just stopped tightening. They're not easy.
Yeah, so that's a good thing, but it's gonna take a while. Where I feel we will bounce, this is my own, not financial advice, where I feel we will bounce is even if people aren't using my liquidity pool model, liquidity pools are starting to become the standard. And you already see it in terms of how USDC is now on stacks, right? This is a huge thing. I know people don't really see it, but this is huge, right? Bitcoin's never had a programmable price. It's had a centralized price. It's never had a programmable, this is the price because of this liquidity. As liquidity pools become the standard within organizations saying, I want to be able to trade this on the blockchain and I want to know the price of Bitcoin because of this liquidity, because there's this much USD versus this much Bitcoin, you finally get transparent Bitcoin pricing. That's why we'll bounce. But that's just me. I'm sorry, I keep taking your time, but I'll
no, man, it's great. It's great. We actually do have the man, the myth, the legend, Rubes in the house as well. What's up? Good morning, my brother. How you doing today?
GM Rubes.
Yeah, guys. How's it going?
How you doing, man? I apologize if I missed you sitting in there. I was engrossed in a really interesting conversation with the engineer here.
He just came through.
I don't know if you caught it, but he's got some really cool stuff he's working on as well, bro.
Yeah, I caught the end of it. So that was quite interesting about the kind of liquidity jackpot almost, kind of take like the competitive side. Yeah, I listened to it last sort of 5-10 minutes. So it was cool to see.
Yeah, very interesting. I'm sure. Speaking of interesting concepts, you're expanding STX tools and covering a broader swath of the Bitcoin ecosystem with Tenero. And, it caught me by surprise. I knew you were working on something, but I didn't quite know what. So congratulations on your launch. Congratulations on winning a Stackies Award. And, welcome back to DeOrganized. Happy to have you here.
Yeah, thanks for having me, guys. It's been a whole year, basically. We kind of were teasing it earlier this year. Didn't quite realize some of the legals and logistics of kind of setting up company-wise. So we're now set up as a company in the US. I'm not from the US, neither is my business partner Milano, so there was like some complications there. Some of the logistics of actually keeping it under wraps were interesting because I wanted to launch it as like a stealth launch. So obviously trying to build hype at the correct time and make sure that it doesn't get like released ahead of time and so on. So working with all that various, very incredible partners. We've got initial launch partners. We have Stacking DAO. Obviously they were with Stacks Tools as well, but they carried on over to Tenero. We have Beansy, we have Xverse, we have SimpleSwap, we have Caesar, we have Football.fun. Of course, we have Stacks and Spark as well. So we're working with some really, really impressive people in the space. And yeah, Stacks Tools is now Tenero. I can walk you through the site. I can see you've got it up anyway. Nice.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, I can kind of talk you through the site if you like. I can share my screen and kind of go over a few things. A lot of it will be familiar.
It'd probably be better for you to share your screen. Yeah. So I'm not trying to guess what you're trying to show. I just like to show off the branding when it pops into my head to do so. But I'm super excited about this, man. We use STX tools daily on the live stream. Like I use it as a prop to show price and stuff. So I'm excited to have more opportunities and more tools at my disposal for that use case too. So awesome stuff, man. Take it away.
Yeah,
amazing.
Thank you.
Amazing. So before you take it away, I've got a question.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, go.
So we know it's the cat. So what inspired the dinosaur from a cat to a dinosaur? So yeah, I'm kind of
Good question. So the dinosaur, I've kind of affectionately called him T-Fi. So like instead of like T-Rex and BTC-Fi, he's now T-Fi. So he's kind of like the mascot. He's the character. He was created. I kind of like the design, like kind of Pokemon-y. But he was created by Weasley, who is the artist of Megapunk. You can kind of see the pixel style there. I've had a lot of people asking if it's going to be an NFT or a token. It's not going to be an NFT or a token. It's just he's just a mascot. He's just a cool character to make content around. But I have had a few people asking if it is going to be some kind of like thing they can trade. No, it can't be. It's just a cool dino mascot for the platform. So yeah, that's the kind of thing behind there. Thought it looked cool. But it's been amazing to see the reception from everyone. So we have the main page. This is the home page, and this is the multi-chain page. So you can see at the moment we have Sport Fund, Stacks, and Spark. The ones that are coming up next will be Rooms. We have OpNet, which is testnet at the moment, but that will be coming on mainnet when they go live. And also Citria as well. So we're working on their private mainnet at the moment, but again, once their mainnet goes live, we'll feature them for day one. So this will only get better now as we have more chains. This first landing page will become a lot more interesting as well. You can see market share, you can see volume, traders, how much percentage is dominated by each one. So Stacks is currently 31% of the market. You can also see the platforms, so that's the DEXs within that. So you've got Bitflow, So with the sport fund one, Splashnet is from SparkNet. I've just clicked off that. Let me go back on. We have Alex, Velar, the usuals there. Obviously plugging Leo with the updated socials. One of our partners is Caesar, which is the AI. So we have all of the various Caesar articles there. We have Xverse, who is our API partner, and also we're going to end up having in-app swaps as well, which is very exciting.
Ooh, cool.
Which, you know, you won't have to leave Tonaro, you'll be able to swap within that, and that will kick off with, we're kicking off with Runes and Spark, because that's what they have the API for at the moment. But they're also working on Stacks as well, so that, you know, we'll be able to swap the Stacks tokens within there as well. You can see the chain overview, how much like inflow is coming in. So currently slight outflow on Stacks, but really being a big chain, that's not really that much. Quite a big inflow to Sports Fund. And then this below here is all of the tokens that are currently tradable. And this is trending on an hourly basis at the moment with the most volume. Sorry, the 1 day actually, not 1 hour, 1 day. So the most volume is Stacks, the actual Stacks token. Then when we head into, let's go into Stacks, we can now see what you're probably more familiar with and looks a little bit more like Stacks Tools was. So this is the same for other chains like Spark. You can kind of see the tree map and the trades. It's also the same for Sports Fun. Slightly different because they have more tokens and NFL and football, but we'll go to Stacks as we're a bit more familiar with what's going on here. You can see the net flow, the tree map. So you can see 30-day, 7-day, 1 day, see what's going on pretty instantly, whether it's red or green. The recent trades, now this is live, you don't need to refresh this like you would have done with Stacks tools. So if we happen to see a trade come in, you know, in the next 10 seconds or whatever, it will show here. So you don't need to refresh that. You can also see the market flow, Stacks chart. Again, we're going to cover a weekly ecosystem report with Caesar there, which will be all the goings on of Stacks at the moment. Again, the platforms. I've logged in with my wallet here, I think. Hopefully it shows. And if not, it means that I don't think it will share because of the screen share, but I have to go on a different page for that one.
Yeah, it won't show it usually won't show the pop-up, which is best.
Yes, yeah, true. We have the tokens, as you're more familiar with. We have the different modes, whichever one kind of colors and preferences you like there. Now we have the pool, so this is like, obviously, if you've got, say, let's go on to, let's pick, we'll go with Leo, just as, you know, we're more familiar. This is Leo combined across all of the pools that it trades on. You can see one of our partners, Simple Swap, there. Pools, now Leo obviously has multiple pools. We have Velar, Alex, Bitflow. So if we head into, like, say, the Bitflow pool and click onto the specific pair, it will bring up the Leo pool for just Bitflow, as well as the combined view. We have the tracker, which this is a customizable thing. I haven't currently set mine up, but I could actually like rename, say, for example, I wanted to track like Peace Love Music's wallet, maybe, or maybe I wanted to keep, you know, an eye on a certain whale. Maybe they're unnamed. Maybe I don't know who they are, but I find their movings quite interesting. I can actually rename their wallet, like say Whale 1, and then on personalized to me on my platform, not everyone else's, but if I then see that wallet move, it would show as, like, you know how it would say like a .btc name, it would actually just say Whale 1, you know, so you can kind of like start to track things that you think
that is not a feature on STX tools right now, correct? No. I didn't miss that. Okay.
Yes, this custom is quite cool.
Yeah, I can see that. I love using STX tools and the data and everything, but that is going to be a time waster for me. Not a time waster, but I'm going to have to carve out some time.
It's fun as well because, you know, there's been so many times I can count, and I'm sure other people as well, but where you think like, oh, that's an interesting wallet. I'm not quite sure what their motive is perhaps, or, you know, they've been buying a lot or selling a lot, and you kind of want to just track it. And, you know, you're not going to remember the whole SP, you know, the full wallet, but you can just kind of think like, oh, okay, that's interesting. I can kind of rename that. You can do it for friends, you know, other reasons as well. We can see the market thing, but this is kind of like how the Whale Watcher was, except it's expanded on now. So we have the inflows and outflows per wallet across different time frames, not just, you know, 1 day. We also have the market flow. and then individual whale trays, which you can customize again. And also on the token page, we can now customize this as well to however we like, and this will stick with like your cookies essentially. So you can kind of click on which ones you want to see all on these. So you might decide that you only want to see, you know, certain tokens with liquidity, or a certain type of transaction, or a certain type of volume, and this is all customizable again for the you know, user, and this will stick with it as you go. And that's kind of the profile. We built it with mind of what is actually useful. Obviously, you know, I've been in the space for like 5 years now, full time. What would I like to see? What I think other people would like to see, what I find useful. And now we've had the year to build it out. V2 will be shipped very quickly. It will be weeks, not months. We already have a whole list of new features to add, including runes and in-app swaps. And then, yeah, V3 following that will be also very quickly after. We're going to add more chains very, very quickly now.
You have V2 ready almost, and you're already working on a V3.
Yeah, so we've obviously, if you remember back to when we initially launched Stacks Tools, we shipped very quickly.
Yes.
This year has been a lot slower just because we've been kind of keeping it under wraps, and we wanted to get all the various partners underway. But once the screen has now been lifted, the curtain's been lifted, here it is. And now you'll see us start to move very, very quickly across multiple ecosystems. Lots more features. This is just the V1. And like I say, V2 will be weeks, not months. I'm very excited to get it going. I think the positive reaction by everyone has been amazing. I have a lot of support from obviously you guys. 300's been making loads of content. All the usual Stacks, crew have been supporting, which is amazing. And I think it opens also from a Stacks point, it opens Stacks up to a whole new group of users that perhaps wouldn't see it. I mean, someone like Beezy is a completely different user base. Doing a lot with those guys. Sports Fun. They've just raised $10 million on their ICO.
I'm largely unfamiliar with Sports Fun. Tell me a little bit about that.
So they're like a fantasy sports platform. Does it come under prediction markets? I don't really know, but it's fantasy football basically. You buy your players, you buy your shares in your players. If they perform actually in real life, actually during like the game weeks, so like NFL or just football, the higher they score, if they come in the top 5, you get points. That opens packs, which contain players, which you can sell for like dollars, basically, is the idea. But they've just finished their round. They've just raised $10 million on their ICO, even in this bad market. As you can see by the transactions and the volume that goes there, it's obviously, you can see in the top left, it's pretty substantial. I think they've done 90 million in revenue in the 3 months. And again, I remember a whole new user base to, that wouldn't see, Stacks and that kind of thing. So that's kind of how I think it's going to be this like central database. It is going to be just Bitcoin mainly, but they're the only one that won't be Bitcoin.
And I remember you introducing me to this because I was used to the usual that we know about and play. You introduced me to this, this was more crypto based fantasy football. First days I was like, let me try it out, and then I put in like $20. I woke up the other day, it was way up. So yeah, this thing is amazing piece. Yeah, but I forgot the password.
I was in the beta phase testing it back in January or February. So right early in the year, I invested in a pre-seed round as well. So I know the team very well. That's the reason they're on this, and they're partnering with us on it as well. But yeah, very excited to actually just release Tenero, kind of get it out to the world. It's been under wraps for a long time, and I'm glad to see that people are liking it.
Yeah, man. You come with an exceptional reputation in the ecosystem, well earned. There's a reason why people support your projects, because the way you handle yourself, the way you deal with things, you're obviously upfront. People know, there's a trust there, which I know is not necessarily the paradigm for Bitcoin. We want to verify, but at some point there's enough verification where you do trust a person, and you put out great products. This is another one, and I think we're all excited to see you just produce and ship, because everything you do is usually high end, very quality, and this definitely seems like a well done project now. And one of the things that we're excited about, within the Stacks specific community, is that this gives Stacks some exposure to a broader base beyond the ecosystem. People on Spark and or people on the Sports Fund website aren't going to be as familiar with Stacks.
Yeah, and this is the thing. I think I've always been about kind of like cross collabs and trying to break out of certain echo chambers, if you will, and trying to actually like get because a lot of people don't know. A lot of people just aren't aware of what's going on in other ecosystems. There's so much going on in Stacks that it's not even a fault, actually. It's just that people are busy, people are kind of heads down, and sometimes this kind of thing can open up to a whole new range of people, which I'm very excited about. It's interesting to learn different kind of ecosystems and what's going on. And it's much appreciated, all the support that we obviously get. It was nice for because obviously I always get things like the votes and the recognition for the building side. Now obviously the actual design and features and stuff, that is partly me as well, but the actual tech side, Milano never gets the kind, because he's not very active on X at all. He doesn't go on X. So it was nice for him to get the Stacky Award and get it changed to Milano, which was very cool. He was very, very happy about that. He got the most technical builder, which was cool.
That's right. And, you had actually talked about him the other day, and then when he won, I was like, wait, who's this? Like, I'm following him. But he's...
I got the vote for it, and I commented under the post and said, I think I see why people have picked me, but this isn't me, actually. Technically, it is Milano who's the whiz behind the keyboard. But we work very well together. We're kind of like a yin and yang, different sides of the business, but both work very well together.
No, and it's good to have that dev partnership there too. And a lot of you need a technical founder, and then you need a market oriented or community based founder. And so it sounds 100%. Like you guys have found a great balance.
Yeah, 100%. I think it makes a big difference, actually. I think
clips that be glowing, consistent on the daily. They bring Bitcoin news, Ethereum, Solana, and Stacks, another L2, showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat, spotlighting guests and filling up your bag. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. From the underworld, the game has arrived, bringing the game to satisfy the hype. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive, scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Pumping the name. Stacks is where projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bag. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stand. From the underworld, the game has arrived. Bringing the game to satisfy the hype. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovate in the chain. Letting the community know is the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Stacks is where it's at. Fast transactions are flat. The leading L2 is making maxis look bad. Stacks is where it's at. Fast transactions are flat. The leading L2 is making maxis look bad. Keeps flowing and hunters tools they be showing. The AI guild keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news. Ethereum, Solana, and Stacks, another L2. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bag. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stand. From the underworld, the game has arrived. Bringing the game to satisfy the hype. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovate in the chain. Letting the community know is the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Stacks is where it's at. Fast transactions are flat. The leading L2 is making maxis look bad. Stacks is where it's at. Fast transactions are flat. The leading L2 is making maxis look bad. Keeps flowing and hunters tools they be showing. The AI guild keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news. Ethereum, Solana, and Stacks, another L2. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bag. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stand. From the underworld, the game has arrived. Bringing the game to satisfy the hype. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovate in the chain.
Every post is a signal. Give it fuel. BoostEx, the social value layer.
Let's go.
DeOrganized media keeps the mind share. Growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news. Ethereum, Solana, and stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. Or from the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement.
Good morning, my friends. It's your old pal Peace Love Music with another episode of the Let's Go Good Morning Show, brought to you live by DeOrganized Media in partnership with our amazing friends at Bitcoin Live Decentralized Broadcasting. It's Tuesday, 22nd of December. It's almost Christmas. I do love this time of year, actually. I love a lot of things about it. The giving, the thoughtfulness, the general vibe that people have, even though there's a lot of hustle and bustle, everyone's overwhelmed, kind of feel like you can never give enough. Maybe that's something we need to work on, but I love the time of year. I love getting to know people, getting to see people, getting together with people, being reminded of some of the people that have been in our lives that we don't necessarily see on the everyday nowadays. It's great to be here, and great having you all here with us. Shout out DeFi Dictator. Thank you I know you guys like my X Inc hoodie. You should check them out. Eric from X Inc is an absolute Chad. And GM Darth, dude, good to hear from you, man. And I'm glad you like the tunes. These are original creations by DeOrganized Media, yours truly, with the lyrics on this one. And actually, the lyrics on this one and the other one we play at the beginning, same lyrics, just different style. This one is the same lyrics as the other one, just a completely different style. We have a few. I haven't had enough time to really play around with the music as much as I'd like to. Some really cool things you can do with Suno, especially if you are of the persuasion of writing music. You can actually just play into your microphone, sit there with your instrument, do a quick acoustic version of something, and then make it a crazy, like a fully produced in all sorts of different styles. Crazy stuff. And we have the AI Guild to thank for that. Friendly reminder, this is a news show, providing news and information, some education, some entertainment, but never financial advice. Always do your own research and never invest money you cannot afford to lose. That being said, we're going to look at today's numbers. It's the time of year. People are a little more fearful. Maybe not quite as fearful as we were a week ago. We're still unsure where things are headed. Bitcoin coming in under 88K at 87,561. We really would like to see that over 88K to end the week. Ethereum under 3K. We want to get that up a little bit. So we are experiencing some red. And why not? Everyone's spending all their money on gifts and presents that they really can't afford, that are actually inflated over the last couple of years price-wise to the tune of like 20-30% realistically. So the dollar doesn't go as far, and the items that are out there are more expensive to accumulate, harder to get. So it's a tough situation to be in. Take a look at Stacks. Stacks, I think, was at just about 24.25 cents this morning. 24.43, down 3.5%. You know, these swings between 24 and 26 cents are actually significant swings, by the way. Not financial advice, but there's opportunity there if you know what to look for. The top free gainers over the last 24 hours are Pippin, Tether, Gold, and Pax Gold. So Gold is up. Pippin, which I'm not familiar with. I've seen it in there a couple of times. It's up over the last day. It's down over the last 7 days, like most things. I don't know what Just is. Meme Core's been doing all right, but still, Tron's the only thing. Tron's flat. I wonder what. Let's take a look at the 7-day. What's up over 7 days? Audiera, which is down a lot today, but was up significantly. Some interesting things going on there. Let's take a look at the news. Honestly, I was just being lazy this morning, not doing a news thread. But I might not need to, because part of the reason for the news thread was just for having the screen share props and originally. And I don't necessarily need to do the thread to do that. So if you guys prefer to have a full thread to check out daily and follow, let me know. But as of right now, I think I'm going to do it just like this. So Bitcoin heads for its worst quarter four since 2018 as traders predict further declines. Crypto investment products. Oh, no, I'm sorry. I get these out of order. Bitcoin is on track to post its weakest annual performance since 2018, according to trader sentiment and market data analyzed by CoinDesk. While Bitcoin has avoided a sharp breakdown, momentum has slowed considerably, with traders pointing to exhaustion after prolonged volatility and repeated failed breakout attempts. Comparisons to 2018 are psychological as much as numerical, evoking memories of long consolidation periods where conviction was tested. However, analysts note a key difference. Today's market includes institutional participation, ETF infrastructure, and deeper liquidity, suggesting that while returns may be muted in the near term, the structural foundation of the market is significantly stronger than in prior downturns. Investors yank $952 million from crypto funds as U.S. policy jitters spike. Crypto investment products saw roughly $952 million in net outflows over the past week. It's almost $1 billion as investors responded to rising policy uncertainty in the United States, according to fund flow data cited by 99 Bitcoins. The pullback was broad-based, affecting Bitcoin, Ethereum, and multi-asset products rather than being driven by a single event. Analysts attribute the move to growing unease around regulatory posture, election year politics, and macro headwinds rather than any structural breakdown in crypto markets themselves. Importantly, this type of withdrawal typically reflects portfolio risk management, not wholesale abandonment. Historically, similar outflow periods have often coincided with late cycle fatigue or transitional phases where capital temporarily sidelines before redeploying once clarity improves. Sentiment has been down. We've been feeling it. We've been recognizing it in price. I can't see there being a further major capitulation, but you never know. Low can get lower. So brace yourselves accordingly. And this is why we say never invest money you can't afford to lose. If you can't afford to sell it at a loss next week, you shouldn't invest it. And that's the truth. If you need the money to pay your bills next week or next month, and you don't have other reserves available or other sources to draw from, do not invest that money, because nothing is guaranteed to go up in any time frame necessarily. And that's why I have full conviction, by the way. My belief is that 2026 will be a better year for Bitcoin than 2025. But, if I had a crystal ball, I wouldn't be doing a show about it. I'd be off on an island somewhere relaxing because I've already made all my money. And so anyone that's shilling to you doesn't have all that. Really, just being real. Tether-linked entities reportedly brought Northern Data's Bitcoin mining unit. This is interesting. I like this story. I like competition. Entities linked to Tether reportedly acquired Northern Data's Bitcoin mining operations, signaling continued long-term investment in Bitcoin infrastructure despite weak market sentiment. As reported by Bitcoin.com, the move reflects a strategic bet on mining, energy access, and compute rather than short-term price appreciation. This development highlights a recurring pattern in Bitcoin cycles. While traders and funds retreat during periods of uncertainty, infrastructure players often expand quietly. Mining assets tend to be accumulated when valuations are compressed and sentiment is low, reinforcing the idea that some of the most significant positioning happens far away from daily price charts. Just because it's red doesn't mean it's a bad investment or a bad opportunity. Always just consider what your options are. Crypto alt season unlikely in 2026 as blue chip survivors to win out, according to an analyst, Jeff Coe. A veteran market analyst argues that Bitcoin's next true cycle peak may not arrive until September 2029, pushing back against expectations of an imminent explosive rally. According to reporting from Cointelegraph, the projection is based on long-term cycle analysis, adoption curves, and diminishing marginal returns as Bitcoin matures. Rather than viewing this as bearish, the analyst frames it as a sign of normalization, longer cycles, deeper liquidity, and slower but more durable growth. If accurate, this outlook reframes current market frustration as a mid-journey consolidation phase, not a failed cycle. And I do think that there might be some truth to this, although I don't think that I don't think we're not going to necessarily see another Bitcoin all-time high until September 2029. I don't agree with that, actually. But I do think that things will be a little bit more smoothed out, less volatile than in the past, which is normal to expect. It does feel like maybe the cycle really started before the halving a little bit. We had a new all-time high before the halving in 2024. But we definitely didn't get as high as I thought we could have, even in like just a mid-level scenario. So this is like a low-level basis. We are transitioning from quantitative tightening to likely easing. So that should also provide some tailwinds for crypto, and we'll see we'll see where things go from there. I do think that we're at a low right now for altcoins, and I do think that there will be some relief from here, personally. I didn't put the right one on there. Did I have that up there twice? Oh. All right, well, note to self, make sure you're switching screens. This one's interesting, and I don't know if I even have a write-up on it. I was just going to read out this Hal Finney in 2011 explaining Bitcoin, and it aged perfectly. This is on Reddit, this Bitcoin Reddit this morning. He said, I would focus on two ideas. How are Bitcoins created? And we got a paragraph here, so just listen to this for a minute. Everyone on the network competes to be the first to solve a computationally hard puzzle. The winner is rewarded with 50 new Bitcoins. 50 was what you were getting back then. Puzzle difficulty is automatically adjusted, so it takes about 10 minutes to get a solution, creating a slow, manageable increase in the supply of Bitcoins. The 50 Bitcoin reward gets halved every 4 years, so the total number of Bitcoins that will ever be created stays under 21 million. How are Bitcoins transferred? Bitcoins are associated with cryptographic public keys controlled by the person who owns them. To transfer them to someone else, he broadcasts on the Bitcoin network a digital signature identifying the Bitcoins he is transferring, along with the public key of the new owner. This information is stored in a distributed database maintained by the Bitcoin network that records the public keys that own every Bitcoin. Bitcoin software validates the digital signature and updates the database to record the new owner of the Bitcoins. He will then be able to transfer them to someone else in the future. Note that I am not trying to explain how these two ideas are connected via the blockchain. That's just too hard to get across quickly. And I think but these are two fundamental things to focus on. How Bitcoins come into existence, where they come from, and how they are used. And then from there, you can kind of explain the rest as it becomes relevant to the questions somebody is asking. So how Bitcoin is created, why issuance is slow and predictable, why supply is capped under 21 million, how ownership and transfers work without intermediaries. No hype, no price talk, just pure fundamentals. This is actually the best way to explain it to people. How the network works, and then I usually explain the benefit of it's peer-to-peer, it's trustless. Because the way the network is designed, there's always going to be miners, there are always going to be mining blocks, there's always going to be validators, they're always going to be validating the network and validating the transactions and validating the blockchain and the chain history. And that means that anyone can exchange value peer-to-peer and or just communication, transacting and communicatively or financially without a third-party intermediary. You can own your stuff and have it safe and secure without a third party that can derail you, block you, steal from you, etc. So it eliminates third-party risk in a number of ways. So huge shout out to Hal Finney. We really appreciate what he did for us with Bitcoin. And with that, I'm going to bring on the homies. Let me do this here. GP.
Good morning, guys. Good morning. Happy Tuesday.
Happy Tuesday, my brother. How you doing today, man?
Got a taco for you. Let's talk about it.
Oh man,
Getting hungry?
I'm not gonna have the same awesome tacos today that we had last week, but thank you for trying to manifest them again for me, brother.
Got to, man. We speak things into existence around here. Maybe you might just got to hit the taco truck, man.
500k Bitcoin by Christmas. 500k Bitcoin by Christmas.
Let's go. Manifest what's your destiny. Manifest destiny. Let's go. So yeah, very, very crazy numbers for SBTC supplied on Zest. Over 670 plus BTC supplied on Zest in the last week. You know, it just continues to grow. And then the native stacking pool on Stacking DAO hit a new all-time high as far as STX locked into it. So it's
another new all-time high for Stacking DAO.
Yeah, the native stacking pool for STX to
native stacking on Stacking DAO.
Native stacking, yeah, dude. So people are locking up that STX and earning that sweet Bitcoin yield. More people are waking up to Bitcoin DeFi. It's lovely, man. It's lovely. It's good to see these types of metrics and people putting their bags to work. Smart.
Right on. Actually, I meant to show something. I'm going to do this real quick too, because I can't resist. And I'm not trying to, like, again, do your own research. This is not financial advice. But I am actually going to, I've been doing this on the regular. Almost forgot. Hold on. I got distracted by GP's tacos.
Oh, so delicious. You can call it chicken and mayo. Every time I step in the building, chicken and mayo. Hey, DeOrg, so delicious. You can call it chicken and mayo.
Every time we have a pool party at my daughter's house, I usually, like, I'm the mix master, I'm the DJ. I control the speaker, and I put on my playlist. And I always make it a point of playing that song because I have it available in my YouTube, and I'm like, we're gonna listen to some Chicken and Mayo. And sometimes my kids listen to me look at me like I'm crazy, but I love it, man. I love that song.
It's Chicken and Mayo season. Hope you you guys. So yeah, today we're gonna have a delicious episode. You know how it is with you guys. Yeah, I miss you guys. Yeah, good to be here.
Yeah. How was the wedding, Brody?
Oh yeah, we had some chicken and mayo. Yeah, it was good, bro. Yeah, we supported it, bro. It ended up starting off late. We showed up, I think, 4 hours earlier, and then there is this ceremony that happens with that you have to pay a bridal price to the parents. So I think they got delayed, so they came to the wedding around 6 p.m. and then we had to wait until 7, then get home a little late. So, but yeah, we enjoyed. It was good supporting a brother.
I'm glad it went well, man. Glad it went well. Marriage is something beautiful. So very nice. Peace, what you got?
Yeah, bro.
What you got put up here, man?
Well, while you guys are talking, and that's how easy it is to do right now, because I do have a little bit of USDH in my wallet, and I was already connected to Bitflow, and I'm like, you know what? Stacks at 25 cents means $25 gets me a little around 100 STX. So, this just daily, while the prices are below 30 cents, I can't resist. I am packing my bags daily. I'm buying 100 STX a day until the price goes up. You know, I can't see the price being down here for very much longer. Darth Dude actually in the comments agrees. He's saying 400% gain back to $1 is pretty nice Christmas gift. I think we're gonna get there. Maybe not by Christmas. But I know the prices won't stay down this long, and I know that if I don't put some of my available capital into it while I can, I'm going to regret it, because I felt the same way back when it was down around 40 cents, and then all of a sudden it was 60 cents, and all of a sudden it was $1, and then all of a sudden it was $2 to $3, and I'm spending it like it's still only $1 because I had trained myself that it was so cheap. And you know, I spent a lot of stacks that I wish I had back. So yeah. I'm trying to get some of my bag back, and $25 gets me 100 STX. You know, fortunately I have the $25 to spend right now. So just wanted to show everybody how easy it is to buy 100 stacks for $25 on Bitflow. Took me like, you guys were talking for 60 seconds and I did it. Boom.
Oh, you already DCA'd? It already happened?
It happened. You asked Hunter
crazy, dude.
How the wedding was. He answered you. Done.
Get out of here. Yeah.
You have to go back and watch the replay. It's live. It was done live.
Yeah, and you can also, you know, you could even set up auto reoccurring buys with Bitflow too.
You know, I could do that. Actually,
you got that DCA tab sitting right there. Maybe you go ahead and just click that, and then you're able to, you know.
So if I were gonna do it that way, this is how I would do it. Let's say I wanted to do it the next 5 days. I got 100. I'm gonna put $100 in over the next 5 days. So I'm gonna do every day over 4 orders. I'll do $25 a day. I'm not going to put a minimum price. My max price will be, if it goes up by 5%. So that's like, if it goes up by more than a penny, although I really don't care about.
Right. Yeah.
Let's do a max. Let's do a max. I can keep hitting this plus 5%. So let's say if it goes up by 20%, we won't make our buy because we'll expect some kind of a correction.
Pullback after a 20% pump. Correct. Yeah.
Right? And then it's got all my stuff here. You know, 25 USD per order. Order interval 1 day. Start date immediate. I already spent 25 today, but I'll do another one just to show. Actually, can I do a start date delayed?
That might be a really nice feature to add, actually.
I bet it's coming because it has a start date indicator.
So
I wonder if that's coming.
Instead of immediately, maybe we might just see like, hey, you're kind of trying to front run some big news. Maybe it's a catalyst event, like a news, like a FOMC meeting, and you get some volatility, right? And you set up
Right.
for the FOMC meeting that day to brace for volatility. And if it goes in the right direction, then boom, you get your DCA in. I like that. Like that idea.
Yeah. So this is what just to run through that real quick. I got some USDH. I want to spend 100 of it, but I want to do 25 per day, and I want to buy stacks with it. So I changed the time interval to 1 day. So every 1 day is when the transactions will happen, and it'll be a total of 4 transactions. So it'll be over 4 days. So it'll split my entire amount over 4 days. It's $100, 25 per order, buying stacks. And I say dollars because I consider USDH to be dollars, which it is, only better dollars. And every order interval is 1 day, immediate, and estimated end date will be this Saturday. That's 4 days from now. Platform gets a 0.1% fee. I'm totally cool with that. And that's it. I start DCA. You guys can't see my wallet pop up, but my transaction's popping up right here. I click approve. That's it. We're in.
Boom. Now you have your DCAs, and then while the price does its thing, you're able to sit back, relax, and you never miss your orders while you're packing your bags with BitFlow. Let's go, dude. Those guys are base.
That's it.
What is DCA?
What's that?
What is DCA?
Dollar cost average. So whenever you buy, instead of buying your stacks in one big order, you actually build your position over time. So you say you have $100, you break that into $10, like 10 equal pieces, right? And then you buy. That way you get a good average buy in on your position. So say you bought some at 25 cents and then you bought another bag at 23 cents, your average buy would be 24 cents, right? So if you have you bought in equal portions. So it's just basically building a position over time. It has been by the dip trade, basically.
So honestly, that's like it's not even just buy the dip, it's buying. Like I took an approach early on where I got into crypto in 2017 more earnestly, and I didn't have a ton of money to put up there. This is programmatic DCAing, by the way. You can DCA without it being functional through a platform like this. So that's what's novel about what BitFlow is offering, is that they're offering you an opportunity to do this, and you set it up once and it'll do it for you. It's like kind of like setting up auto buys on Coinbase, right? You can set up an auto buy on Coinbase and you're buying the same amount of Bitcoin every month at the same day of the month every month, and it just hits your bank account because you're connected to Coinbase. That's dollar cost averaging in. And then dollar cost averaging out would be the same thing where it's like, all right, I have half a Bitcoin. I'm going to sell half of Bitcoin. I don't want to sell it all today because I don't know whether the price is going to go up or down tomorrow. I'm going to dollar cost average out. And so I'm going to sell a certain amount every so many days, every so many hours, whatever, until I sell out the whole amount. And whether it goes up or down, I'm going to keep those intervals. And that's just a way to make sure that it protects you from market volatility, buying in and buying out. You're not necessarily, you could get lucky buying or selling all at once, but it de-risks the possibility of getting unlucky.
And it's almost impossible to time the top or bottom. So that's why people DCA, right? You get a good average position in, and then you get out and get a good average position in the dollar or whatever stable you choose when the buying power of that is, like at its bottom, right? And then it starts to go up. So you can reaccumulate.
Right.
Yeah, dude. Sick little crash course on DCAing there. It's a very, very powerful strategy. You see Saylor, right? Michael Saylor, he DCAs, he does his big Bitcoin buys. He has bigger bags than all of us, so he's able to do his DCAs are kind of powerful, big, and
Coming soon.
a signal in the space.
Right on, right on. So I did just get word confirmation. We will have Dan and Resh stopping in at 11 a.m. to do like a walkthrough on Boom.
Let's go, dude.
So if you guys are both welcome,
Finally.
Yeah.
Finally, the message is got to them. So Peace Love sent a threat to Resh and Dan that they need to drop the boom.
Here comes the boom.
Yes, they have granted us an audience at our request.
I am excited.
We are hopeful that nothing else has to come of this.
Let's go.
There you go.
I will remind you that he is watching. So make sure.
There you go.
Sure, Tanner.
Drop the boom.
Boom. So Boom was more like the GTA of wallets on stacks, because they have been pushing that back. We have been waiting for it for a whole long time. So now, finally, I think we're gonna have the GTA of the wallets on stacks, the Boom wallet, and we're gonna have a good walkthrough. And I've seen some of the features there. It's gonna be a good wallet for you if you're a creator or musician like myself.
And if you're in the know, you already got the Boom wallet app right there on your phone.
There you
Let's
go.
go.
Hannah, I wanted to ask you actually, my cousin who's always been into hip hop, used to do some of his own music and stuff like that back in the day. He's a little bit younger than me, but old like me. And he actually reached out to me about, he's been playing around with an app called Tunes AI and making songs and stuff. And it seems similar to what we've been doing with Suno. I don't know if you've heard of it.
Tunes AI.
Tunes AI. I haven't heard it. So I think GPK, you can pull it up, right? And we can check it out.
I mean, we can look at it. I don't know. I just remember he like messaged me a song he did last night. I listened to it real quick. Very, decent stuff that he did. And then, he out of the blue. I didn't know, like, this wasn't from me saying, hey, I'm doing AI music or anything like that. This was just him saying, hey, I released a song on iTunes.
Maybe. Maybe you have been connecting telepathically. You working with AI, him working with AI. So, this is how it goes. And since we all don't know the platform, I think it'll be good to react to it and see what it does. And I think we can have a look at it, because now AI is doing such an amazing job when it comes to helping us musicians with creating. So I think let's look at it too, if you got it.
Oh yeah, also before we jump into that real quick, I just wanted to cover this from Rubes. Rubes had an interesting take. Self-custodial Bitcoin staking directly on L1 is in the Stacks 2026 roadmap. HODL Bitcoin, earn BTC. Treasury companies are looking to put their capital to work, and where better to put it than Stacks? Battle tested, network is only getting better, and results are here to see. And this is from Alex Miller here. So what it means for Stacks in 2026 and beyond? As Stacks continues progressing as a protocol, we are circling the following progression to break this grander vision into tangible market-aligned steps for 2026, leading with self-custodial Bitcoin staking. Stacks will offer BTC holders a safe, self-custodial BTC-denominated yield that can increase depending on the level of risk. Either custodial or the self-custodial Bitcoin product will extend the SBC's dual stacking program. simultaneously attracting and anchoring long-term, high-value capital and allowing users to earn Bitcoin yield through a combination of locked Bitcoin on L1 and stacks on the L2. Economics planning is already underway with experts and key DeFi leaders. So huge. Another place to check out is the forum, guys. You want to go to the forum to check this out, and really get a read on what Alex is talking about and what is to come for. Whoops. Let me try that again. Here we go. And here is the link. I'll drop this underneath the broadcast. You guys should most definitely go check it out. It is the pinned post on DeOrganized BTC. But yeah, I don't want to keep you guys too much longer. So I'll stop sharing and we can check out this Tunes. What is it? Tunes.ai.
Let me actually double check. What did you say?
GP, you were 300 for a minute. I didn't know you
It might be
you did.
Tune AI. TUNE. Tune AI.
TU.
Oh, it's. I think it's Tune E. TUNEEAI.
EEAI.com org or .ai.
It's TuneE.ai.
.ai. Gotcha.
Check the chat. I've got it. Tuni .ai.
So we are taking a look at Tuni here. It is the next gen AI music agent. Holiday bonuses here. Subscribe and get up to 40% extra credits. What's up with Tuni? Create a tune. Let's go. And they also have a Discord. You can sign up with your Gmail, right? So I'll sign in with my Gmail. Boom, boom, boom. Giga Pepe. Let's go. All right, signing in here. Take a moment. La-ti-da. Tuni's holiday bonus has arrived. Okay, I don't want the bonuses, but I do want to kick out some fresh beats. So what are we wanting to cook today, guys? What needs an anthem? What needs some cool stuff made for it? You think we should
Spaceship.
do the Giga Pepe Spaceship Club?
Yes.
Yeah. Yes,
Let's
bro.
see about it. So create. I wonder if I use my @ if they'll be able to reference that in this AI. I wonder, or if they have a search engine connected to.
You know
this.
what? Honestly, GP, what I would do there is I would go to Chat GPT.
Yeah.
Train Chat GPT on the Gigaverse, the Giga Pepe Spaceship Club, and all of that stuff. Have it help me with the lyrics, and then bring the lyrics, and then just kind of use the app for the AI music app for the style and everything like that. That's where I would put that all in.
So I've got the Lore Bible pulled up right here. That's a very good suggestion here. So I'll pull up the Lore Development Bible. Create a prompt for a music AI AI for an AI music generator that for a song for the Gigaverse. Okay. So, all right, so it's pushing all of this out right here. There we go. It's got our tempo key and all of that stuff. Overall feeling, awe-inspiring, optional variations here. So I'll copy from this on up. And then I'm going to go back to Tuni here. Let's see. Going back to Tuni. Boom, boom. And then we're going to plug this right on in and start cooking. Talking through your ideas so every note feels right. So, that concept feels huge and full of wonders. Such an epic vibe for the Gigaverse. Love that. What a magnificent concept. A cosmic anthem for the birth of the Gigaverse. From your description, the musical vision blends cinematic orchestral grandeur, strings, bass, and choir swells with futuristic synth textures, and a sense of digital awe. So cinematic, cyber, orchestral, ambient, futurism. I want all of them.
Yeah, bro. It's a hybrid.
It's a hybrid, so I want all of them.
I find that those end up being the most interesting songs. They're kind of because they end up sounding like modern mainstream music, but they have a mash of all these elements.
Yeah, it's like an amalgamation of like different, themes and feelings. So the AI is excited to take me on a heroic voyage. I'm now crafting a cyber orchestral fusion prompt that blends orchestral grandeur with digital intensity, capturing the pulse of the gigaverse. Crazy. I'm excited to create music that brings the gigaverse to life.
GP, have you actually played with Suno at all?
I have not.
So this is
GP isn't.
This is we just mentored GP into music, AI music creation.
Yeah. Wonderful.
And we got Binta in the house. Good morning, Binta. How are you this morning?
Binta, GM.
GM, we just rounded up the space. We have 2 more people that actually came up to share.
So which one do I owe 10 stacks?
What's his name? Oben.
Oh, Ben, what's up, man? Welcome. All right, so we've got a few different. Okay, this kicked out 6 different versions immediately.
What are you guys learning?
This is Toonie, Benta. This is Toonie.
Oh.
So this is a different music AI generation platform. Other than Suno, we have some options now, and we're creating a song for the Gigaverse. So we're diving into today. Let's see. So I am sharing my tab audio. Let me just double check that I'm sharing my tab audio. I am. All right, let's play this first one and see what it listens to. It listens like. Lots of synths in this one. I like the.
You didn't have lyrics?
Doesn't have any lyrics.
Oh, this sounded like a Transformers movie, bro. I like the
Does it
same.
feel like this could be like the opening screen for Cryptonauts or something?
This is nice. I like synth.
Reminds me of Halo.
Right there, it needed more of a beat drop right there. Would have been cool.
Yeah. This is sick. I mean, it doesn't have any lyrics,
Yeah.
but this is sick because we need some music for Cryptonaut. And for this, the one shot some music that we need.
Right, 10 minutes. Most of that was listening.
We haven't even listened to the second one yet. This is a banger.
This can be good on the starting screen of Cryptonauts, like you were saying.
Exactly, the starting screen for Cryptonauts is what it gave me, right? It's 3 minutes long. So 3 minutes long, like right there, like that. Boom, there you go. You ask for it, it provided. That's a pretty cool thing. Moving on to the next one immediately. It's Little Stranger Things.
Has the same
thing. Let's go to the
outro suite.
It could be, yeah, like that could be the.
There's also, you could use sections of that for transitions between scenes.
Like, you know, you're signing out. Now this. Yo,
I think these two.
Pretty good for knocking this out.
Yeah, I think Tune is good with synth, and the only downside that I saw is the prices. It's much expensive than Suno. That you wanted, bro. The mixture of everything in it.
That's fun. That's a fun feeling, like, yeah, got some like EDM qualities to it. I think GP is hooked. Yeah,
I can tell.
Think I'm gonna be experimenting.
No, I'm just kidding.
I love this. Yeah.
Yeah. This is
we definitely we just onboarded GP into the world of
Yeah.
AI.
There's a first time for everything. I feel emotional right now, even with the beat. Yeah. Welcome,
I want to hear the
GP.
lyrics that came up with from all the lore. I want to hear the lyrics from the game.
Yeah.
Yeah. I guess we're gonna have to go over to Suno. I don't know. That's
Are you able to get these tracks? Or do you have to actually?
Yeah, you can download it.
You might have a limited number of downloads.
I think there's 15 tracks.
One already has them download. This hasn't. This sounds like
It sounds like an outro for a victory, maybe after you finish the game.
Yeah. Alright, so I've asked to add lyrics. So we are building out the lyrics right now. cooking in real time right now. It's executing over there in the bottom left corner
Super,
right now.
bro. These AIs want us to go broke. Come on. There is a dope AI each and every day, bro, and they need
New one
money.
every day.
They want
Every
to
day.
take the money from us, bro. What can we do? I'm addicted.
We need free credit.
So peace. What do you think? What do you think about this too? So far.
I'm familiar with Suno, so I'm comfortable with Suno, but I'm going to try my best with it later when I have it. Speaking of never getting around to it, real quick, let me share. Roth has been building his boxing game, Taylor versus Bear.
What'd you say about Rafa?
Hold on, I'm gonna turn your volume down a little bit. I'll turn it back up in a minute. So can you guys hear me okay? So
Yeah.
Rafa's been doing that battle game.
Oh.
And not that battle game, that like Sailor versus Bear boxing game. As an idea, just having like a simple, easy game to play. And I know like he was talking about like teams and everything, like doing a team game. And it's like, well, how are you gonna do that with like just the standalone boxers, right? That doesn't necessarily make sense. And I was like, that really should be more like a battlefield type of thing with, matches and stuff like that. So I went to Lovable with my free credits that I had and made this little website here, which has, these are lobbies. Like this is all just super MVP. Nothing really works, but you'll be able to connect your wallet. You'll have a passkey option or a browser wallet. See, it says leather experts on here and stuff like that. Passkey, it just needs to be connected. Down here, you're getting an error message. I can create a lobby. I can go to matches, and then when I can actually set the number of rounds. I can set the weapons that are the weapon loadout. So if they're fighting with rifles or knives and stuff like that, just super basic, right? But just a simple thing that you can throw out there. This literally took me 10 minutes in Lovable. Just saying, I want a game that does this. It doesn't have the gameplay yet, and I ran out of free credits, and I didn't have time to like sit around and play with it with paid for credit, so I haven't gone past this. But I did this in about 10 minutes yesterday.
That's insane how good Lovable is getting. Right, the more that people use it, of course, the better their language model will get, and I think that Lovable is only getting better and better and easier to use.
So, Peace, are we going to have like one day of you showing us how to work with Lovable or GP? Because you guys, I think you have mastered this. I've tried Lovable for a bit, so now right now the issue that I have is the themes, having a nice theme for the website that I create.
Well, honestly, I didn't do this. Was all just I literally just said I want a game, a multiplayer, team shooter game with different different options. There's wagering going to be involved, like pro league you can pay to play, or high stakes arena where you can wager and there's fees for that, or there's free play options where people can just go and play. And the whole goal is to have a game where people connect via passkey so that we can onboard people that are non-crypto native into just playing games for fun, but also has options that will introduce them to crypto use within the games. But I don't know how hard it is to take this to an actual functional game website, and I have to get some more credits to play around with it. So I won't be able to do that until probably next week. Sit down with you guys and show you what I did. But it gives me a target to actually build around, right?
So that is why I was saying that we need like close to $500 per month to pay all these AIs, because all these tools now they want us
Right.
to pay us. You want to pay for your ChatGPT, you want to pay for you want to pay for your Gemini, you want to pay for your CapCut. So imagine paying for all of that in a month.
Oh, I
What
know.
if you are earning? If you are earning with all your creations, it becomes easy for you to actually subscribe to all this without no worries.
It does.
Yeah.
The problem with that model is, so when you're working for yourself, there's trade-offs there. What you're trading is, you retain the equity in what you're building. You retain the business. The business belongs to you, and you retain the majority of the value you create with your efforts. But then you have other like, you have to go find business. And so it's hard to find somebody who's going to give you like a regular month. Your tools require a monthly expenditure, but your income is not consistent month to month. You have to have jobs and fill jobs. So you really need almost like a marketing business development team that's going out and getting you gigs for you to keep having that steady stream of income. It's very hard to create the content like what we're doing here, and then also go out and develop partnerships and relationships and get paying clients and making sure that we're providing value for them and all of that while producing the platform itself too. And the same thing with the content. You're trying to create content and grow your brand and put your stuff out there, and you have people that you're creating stuff for, and you create stuff for them, but it's not always they don't necessarily need stuff every month either, so it's hard to, it's not simple to do. I'll say that. Like, it's hard to get the consistent income when you're in business for yourself.
Yeah, absolutely. So
Yeah.
that was why I was talking to, I think last week, if I can't remember, that what if like you have a group of people, one is very good with clipping, one is good with prompting, then one is good with like going about like looking for all these jobs. We pick a big account that streams, and kind of, I'm talking about on a personal, like individual level, pick a big account, clip for them, post with clips, the whole groups post together, and once this person recognizes this, retweet, it gives like an eyeball to you as a brand or as an account. Then people start reaching out to you, and I made an example of the people, Flew Token, the platform that groups last Friday to come talk to them on their live stream. So what they do is that they have a clipper, and they have us that actually use these clips to actually create content, thereby spreading awareness about their product, which is Flew Token, a staking platform, and it gets a lot of visibility and an eyeball. They pay these people, which is us. So imagine having a team like that, doing that, one going to look for all these jobs and the other doing all the work. So at the end of the day, one month salary can take care of like 2, 3, 4 months subscription, and you still have something to share as team.
It's my biggest concern, honestly, is not even so much as the income either, as it is the price for accessing these tools going to stay constant? And are the tools that they're offering going to stay constant? Because they do change around what's available. The models change monthly almost, so what you're paying for now might be very different 3 months from now. And so it's a challenge to actually really get that operation running, to be honest with you. But I do think that finding people's that have specific strengths and giving them something to focus on does seem like a good idea. Rather than you don't need everyone to design a new wheel, but we all need the wheel to get a cart to bring our goods to market, right? But if he's already designed a wheel, I don't need to spend my effort to design a wheel. I can put my cart together, or I can create merchandise for bringing to market. Speaking of merchandise, actually, that's another thing I wanted to ask you guys about. One of the things we've got, so we're going to have Dan and Resh from Boom coming on at 11, just over an hour from now. Where one of the main things that Boom offers that differentiates for users is that they're very creator oriented in what they're building out with Boom. And smart shops is a key component of what they're building out with Boom. So I would want a smart shop for DeOrganized, but as of right now, we don't have any DeOrganized merch. I don't know that there's a huge market for merch from us. But it is something we could actually probably fairly easily create without a lot of expense to create some merch that can be available in merch stores if somebody wanted to. And then it's something for us to just kind of put out there. You know, it's another thing to kind of put out that's got the brand on it. And it would actually be something we could do in partnership with one of our ecosystem partners at Boom. So what do you guys think about merch? What is your guys' opinion on merch for DeOrganized?
100% need some, right? Especially for these big events where there is a lot of people looking for, the alpha, the Bitcoin conference, these Dev Connects, these Ethereum Denvers, all of these different events that take place. We need like business cards and stuff to get the word out there, right? You got to think every time that person decides to put on that merch, it is advertising out there into the world. It may make somebody ask a question. It may make them curious, right? So that is hey, where'd you get your shirt? Oh, it's follow at DeOrganized BTC on X, and you can find their merch shop here. And then we're doing onboarding through DeOrganized into our ecosystem. So I think that it's good for IRL community building.
Ultimately, what I'd love to see, GP, is that in that merch store, there's an on-ramp where they're paying with their credit card. They're paying us in USDC X on stacks, and that's how we're receiving payment. So we're automatic, or if we decide we want to receive it in Bitcoin, we can do that. Or if we want to receive it in stacks, or we can do that. We can set it up however we want on the shop level. But the users are creating an account that is putting their it can be a Web 2 account even necessarily, or a passkey Web 3 account with an on-ramp experience that's abstracted. So they just it just feels like to them that they're making a purchase with their credit card, but they're actually making a purchase of crypto. The crypto is going into their account. Their account is paying for the merchandise with crypto, and we're receiving crypto. That's how you're onboarding people into that experience. They don't realize they're getting into crypto, but they are.
Right. And then also on your end, you're able to select the payment method, right? And maybe even a way to, say they want to pay in USDC on their side, and then maybe it automatically converts it into, whatever asset you choose on your side, so say that it gives you STX instead of BTC, so you can select the payment type that you're receiving. I think that type of customization will really, really be good. So yeah, I think that giving the users an easier way to onboard and just transact in general is a huge unlock. We have a tier 1 stable here in our ecosystem now, and as well as these different wallets that are a lot easier for people completely green to crypto to use, right? And in that statement, I always want to say that, of course, that's the first, that's your first step in, right? And I would always practice having a wallet with the seed phrase if, I do have a hot wallet. I want it to have a seed phrase. It's just a little bit more secure, a little bit more decentralized, but it is, we have that, it's that first baby step in,
Well, and
having
that's
trading.
the thing. As soon as people are funding a wallet beyond funds that they're using right now
Mhm.
or that they're expecting to use in the short term, then seed phrase, backup, hardware wallet, and all of that is important to also make sure that they're aware of.
Yes. It's a process, right? You don't learn everything in one go. Whenever you're getting into crypto, there's a lot of things to learn. There's a lot of lingo as well, right? So that's why, like, I'm a big fan of like projects like BTCU, Bitcoin University, WAGMI's Block9, these types of educations to kind of get up to speed with the terminology surrounding what we're doing in this space. Very important because there's a lot to learn. It takes years. It takes a couple of years to get everything to get situated and acclimated. So, like, I think the easier we make it for them to get in, and then the more mentors that we have, the better for our space.
Yes, I agree. And there's lots of people out there that are doing that work as well. Like, even the AI Guild, right? They're doing a ton of education. Our brother right here, we just all got educated on Toonie app today, actually.
Immediately, expeditiously.
Right. And also Darth makes a good point. Number one, he says we 100% need DeOrganized merch. And he also suggests that merch could fund some of the AI credits. So,
yep.
Maybe we do need to kind of figure out how we can generate a little bit of extra revenue streams to help us support what we're doing here in a holistic way. And also partnership with our good friends at Boom Wallet, which we love Dan and Resh and what they're building.
Yeah, excited to talk to those guys.
So I'm not sure exactly what I'm going to do next week. It depends on whether we have a demand for guests or not. I might even just kind of take it slow into the new year. I know tomorrow, Thursday, and Friday definitely are just going to be a quick. We're going to open the stream. I'm going to come on at 7:30, say good morning, and then just play some of our rerun content, of which we have a ton because we've literally had 15 guests in the last 2 weeks. So there's lots of content to just kind of put out there. That's actually more than a day's worth of streaming, just 15 1-hour segments, and we have at least that. Most of them were an hour plus, so we really can't get through all of our content in one day anyway. But we are definitely going to be taking some time off, still running the stream. GP, you were saying you wanted to do a New Year's Eve broadcast.
Yeah, so on the 31st, I would love to get
Honey's
together.
Going to co-host with you.
Anybody that wants to come through and have some fun on New Year's for a little bit, we'll probably be running, a playlist of our videos from this year, our live streams and stuff. But I'm gonna sit down at a time and tune in from time to time on New Year's and give an IRL look at what I got going on, and maybe play some games and just have some fun, blow off some steam with the community. And anybody is invited to come through. So I'm gonna make a post, and if you're interested in just coming through, it doesn't matter what time zone you're in, we'll probably be running just like we usually do. Start the stream early and then run through midnight or so. And just have some. I'm working on some content to play in between, and it's gonna be lit. Honey, you down?
Definitely, bro. And Elon got me a little money that I got a new battery, so sometimes I'll be popping in at night this side. So yeah.
Let's go.
Andiamo. Hajime.
Adzime.
Let's go.
Yes, sir.
So
Just wanna.
you know, I don't know exactly what the plans are for New Year's for me right now, but I do know my family likes to do like a little, like some fireworks, set off some fireworks, and I know Lolo probably wants to do something as well, so we'll probably do a little IRL just around. You know, I'm gonna bust the gimbal out and see about it, you know, and try to capture some of the footage, you know, of the fireworks, and you know, just tune in and have some fun with anybody that wants to stop by.
Sounds lit, man. Sounds like I will definitely drop in, but I'm not obligating myself.
yeah, dude. Like, yeah, no, it's the holidays, man. It's New Year's, so it'll be loosely like a loose plan. You know what I mean? It's not going to be like super grounded and like, hey, this is the segment time and like, you know, this is what is going on. But if I have something interesting going on that I want to cover, maybe I take Bruce on a walk and we just talk, you know, for a minute and stuff like that. But I'll figure out an exact time that will be live. It'll probably be in the mid-afternoon, early evening time, you know. Just do it that way, and then play our you know, best clips from 2025 during the daytime. Maybe do some, like, maybe I'll make some assets to brand the borders of the screen with, you know, 2025 recap, Happy New Year's, you know, those type of things. To, you know, maybe we do a, like, you know, the ball drops at 12. Maybe we have our own little GIF of the ball dropping that plays. Who knows? But I'm cooking. I'm preparing some stuff for it. The DeOrganized New Year's.
I was gonna call it the DeOrganized New Year's in the Gigaverse.
Ooh. Journey into
Peace
the
with
Gigaverse.
names.
Organized.
Peace with names. There you go.
So I did get a couple of these things shared out here. Let me share my screen real quick. These did generate some lyrics, I think. So did you guys want to listen to?
Let's go. Yeah, hell yeah.
these?
Hold on, let me kill the background music here.
So this one's the cinematic anthem. Let's see about it. Uh-oh.
On foot past the remote night where old constellations fade to white. No map but breath, no guide but sound. In static hum, a new world found. The signal rises in my bones. 1,000 voices not alone. We are the fans that stitch the sky. We are the flame that won't deny. From silent void, our names ignite, not written in stone, but coded light.
Sick.
This is crazy.
Fingertips trace shifting grids where myth and machine exchange their lids. No throne above, no gate below, just hands that build what dreams outgrow. The current sings through every wire.
You know, imagining this with the visual quick cuts, an intro showing whatever.
We are the flares that cast in the sky. We are the flame that won't deny. From silent void, our names ignite. Not written in stone, but coded light. Into the hum.
Yeah, it does have
Wonderful.
One shot.
Woo! Not to conquer,
Ooh.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are listening to the vibes cooked by yours truly. The GPSC is now a musician and has added music to his resume. Listen to this.
The music producer.
Yeah. Now you add that to the resume, bro.
This is insane. Mix master Gigapepe.
Yeah, like it's your first time, but look at what you have created, bro. This is super duper fly, bro.
That is insane, and that's only one of one, two. There's 12 songs here, full songs, 3 minutes each.
Wait, how do you make 12 on that? Because me, it's showing off 3 when I create.
So what I did was I at first generated the music up here, the theme and the music up here, and then all I did was after that I said, hey, what's the next prompt? Let's see. I said, what did I prompt it? I said, can you add lyrics to these tracks? Right. So if these are the 6 tracks that it had originally, and then I said, can you add lyrics? And then boom, 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 it pumped out some lyrics for each of them, and then reiterated these other 6. So it's these 6 here all have lyrics.
That's crazy.
Wow.
And then it's crazy how it iterates, like, you know, the vocals and the cadence, as well as like the music on all aspects, like, you know, and then it's very customizable. I imagine if I would go in here and prompt it to say, hey, I want the, you know, beats per minute a little bit more high and like higher frequencies and a different vibe, it'll go in and iterate that. If I wanted to go ahead and prompt it to include some more of the Gigaverse lore into it instead of just abstract concepts that are inspired by the Gigaverse lore, it'd do that, right? So this is insane. This is a huge unlock.
And also, yeah, peace. Thank you for bringing this up, because this one I see that when you type in even artist name, it doesn't censor them like so does. So it's kind of another tool that we use also. And what I saw is this one was more beat oriented, but I think they have upgraded it to lyrics now. I've asked ChatGPT which one is better, but yeah, I see that this one now that's their competition now.
Oh man, so you know what competition drives innovation. So I'm very curious to see what comes from Suno in response. You know, what new innovation comes from this. This is cool.
Right on. Yeah, this is neat. This is actually really cool.
Here, I got another one. I kind of wanted to listen to the Cyber Orchestral Fusion. I really liked the upbeat sound, right? So let's try Cosmic Pulse and see. Did this put lyrics? This one doesn't have lyrics. This is one of those ones that doesn't. So let's see. Okay, this is the one with lyrics. Okay. See how it had one, it has the one without the lyrics and then the one with the lyrics over it.
When
Three, can you send me the link?
On it. You can check the chat and also I'm sending it on X.
like this. See that iterate? Yeah, it's much different than the other one.
Fingertips trace shifting grids where myth and machine exchange their lids. No throne above, no gate below, just hands that build what dreams outgrow. Current sinks through every we are the thirst that stitch the sky. We are the flame that won't tame you. From silent void, our names ignite. Not written in stone, but code in building. Step into the home. Step where none have come. Not to conquer, only to be part of what's yet to breathe. We are the thirst that touch the sky. We are the flame that won't deny. From silent void, our names ignite. Not written in stone, but coded
All right, so I've prompted it to give me a song based on all of these with more EDM qualities that references lore from the Gigaverse. So now it's thinking, and let's explore what ways we could unfold. So epic brass, harder synth bass lines, glitch patterns, and luminous textures, ambient trance genesis. I want all of these directions so we can see. And generating with this thing actually doesn't cost too many credits. It's not too bad for the free credits. I still have 121 credits here, and I've pumped out all of these different songs, some with lyrics, some without. Very cool. And now I'm iterating again to make it more upbeat and maybe change the lyrics around a little bit, and I still have credits. So it's pretty awesome.
Pretty sweet.
Yeah.
Cool,
This is
Brody.
This is fun. I'm gonna be cooking. This is unlock. You know, we need some soundtracks for. You know, I can see the visuals in my brain when I'm listening to this.
Yeah.
You know, that's kind of how I am. Like that's how I draw inspiration. Whenever I see something, like that I like, I'm like, well, I like that pattern or that color scheme. Like I can kind of visualize what I want to do with my characters and, you know, maybe the scenery, what they're doing, what they're doing, right? So this is awesome. This is fun. This is a new way to like draw inspiration,
Yeah.
and AI is a very powerful tool, dude.
So this one, yeah, true. And so it seems like this is an uncensored version of Suno, because Suno has so many restrictions when it comes to, example, let's say I want to make a Travis Scott type beat. Suno, if you mention that name, they will definitely not allow you to create it. So I was experimenting with some of the prompts in here. It's not even limiting anything here. It's creating straight up.
It just makes it.
Yeah, you can try it out.
That is.
Look at that.
So I could do like, that's really cool. So I could be like, I want a Dr. Dre inspired West Coast hip hop beat.
Yeah,
Instead of
and
having
if you
instead of having to dance around it.
Yeah, with Suno we were dancing around it. You have to remove, and when you do that with AI, you lose that flavor. So right now with this one, I have made some Travis Scott type beat, Drake type beat, and it's coming out nice. And I've taken also some prompts that I've kept in ChatGPT that I pasted in Suno. The song is totally sounding different.
Look at that. It's already pumped out 6 more songs right there immediately. Uh Almost like it took 3 minutes, not even 3 minutes to knock out how many songs, and each of these is 3 minutes long. Ridiculously out OP. Do you have something that you've cooked with Toonie so far? 3? Did you want
I
to
did
share,
create
or
some.
you want to share the link to it? Maybe we might be able to play. I'll play it for you. Here, I'm gonna play this first.
Right now, I don't know how to share the track.
There might be a share button here that I might be able to. Here, I'm gonna share this to the private chat and let me know if this takes you to what I've worked on. Because then you might be able to do the same. And while we're checking that out, let's see about
I think
this.
it does.
Yes, it does.
Voyage. Does it have lyrics? Where are the lyrics? No lyrics. Maybe this one has lyrics. I think it X'd out the lyrics and just iterated the music.
So the
part.
link you had, like I have nothing under Cinematic EDM Ascension, nothing under Cyber Pulse Voyage, and nothing under Ambient Trance Genesis.
But you do have some of the stuff there.
I have the first 3, so Cinematic Anthem, Cyber Orchestral Fusion, and Ambient Futurism.
Okay, so it'll share a portion of what I've iterated, like maybe the first ones that I did.
Yeah, unless the link was older, like maybe the link changes when you add more stuff.
It could very well be.
Categories there though, so maybe it's just could be a memory issue on my end.
Let's see.
Now that I'm thinking about it, let me repost it. No, it only
This is Nocturnal Drive by Bri360 here. Let me share.
Yes, sir.
Oh, I lost the audio. Oh, there we go.
Go drive. Yeah.
So you can share specific ones too. Nocturnal Drive.
Yeah, the beat sounded nice. I liked it. This is the chorus now. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Yeah. Did you check?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm running that prompt.
Awesome.
sick, dude. That's sick. You know, and you've provided the prompt that you use to kind of get to that direction, and now I'm gonna grab that prompt from this song and then plug it into everything that I have created here so far, and see how it iterates, and see what, you know, two different AI. You know, we're prompting Toonie on in separate conversations, but we're sharing prompts with each other, right? Maybe we get a really cool mix between the two vibes that were provided just now. And then, of course, lyrics, if you want them more specific, you probably need to provide some lyrics, which you can iterate and use ChatGPT to create, right? I mean, this is insane. Let me go back here and read what it's doing. Oh, it is popping up.
I
right?
wanna chow my money. Hey, I wanna chow my money. Hey, I wanna chow my money. I think that can be a good hook, bro. I'm gonna throw it in soon. Let me try it. Let me try it
Do
out.
it, dude.
Okay. Yeah.
Do it, dude. This
Hey,
is what
I
it's
wanna
about.
chow my money. You take my money. Well, I'm in need. There's the trifling.
Friend in need. But every Charles is 300.
Remember that hook?
Oh, dude, Jamie Foxx and
Kanye.
who
Yeah.
else?
It's Ray Charles. It's Ray Charles.
Kanye.
Yeah, it was Kanye, right.
Yeah, Kanye and Jamie Foxx, right? Crazy.
Hey, I wanna
That was a dang. That was a damn good song.
Hey, I wanna chow my
Played on the. That was on the radio.
Hey, I wanna chow my money.
All right, so current credits are insufficient to run this task. Please subscribe to continue. So I hit the credit balance trying to push this new, trying to incorporate both. But I mean, I think this is interesting to say the least. And I already got some results, especially the ones without the lyrics. I'm a real big fan of. That way we can have some ambient music, you know, to use for other videos, right? Like, especially if it's, I've been doing like video style content with music in the background, right? And it doesn't have lyrics because that way I don't have to fight with, you know, my voice and speaking over lyrics. That type of music is very useful, you know, in the type of content that I've been creating. So, found a new way to iterate and stylize my content. This is insane.
The problem is the bandwidth. How much time do you have to spend doing this?
Good grief.
And right. That's every time somebody shows me a new tool, I get stressed out because I'm like, I want to play with this so bad, but I can't. I just don't have the time. And that's, I think, the real conundrum here is just there's so many things at our disposal to use, but you can only swing one hammer at a time, right? Maybe two.
Yeah, if you're real good. If you're real good, you swing two. Yeah.
But I don't think I've never seen any professionals working with two hammers, because I think they can work one
Very well.
more
Yeah.
efficiently on its own than trying to wield two. Yeah, so it's hard. It's hard to figure out when you're gonna do this and when you're gonna work on these things. And honestly, there is so much we could do. It's about 10:15 now. We have the guys coming on in about 45 minutes. We could rap for a few minutes, play some evergreen content, and then we'll be back in a little bit with Dan and Resh and see what's going on new with Boom, what's coming out when, and what can we play with live today. That's what I actually want to see. So I'm excited to have them on. I'm not sure how long they're going to be on. It might be 20, 30 minutes. It might be a little longer if they want to. But are you guys going to be able to jump back in?
Yeah, I have a small meeting I got to run to for a little bit around that time, but I will be definitely jumping back in to talk with Rush and Dan from Boom and coming to kick it with you guys for sure. I am present. I just got a couple things I got to take care of, and once I'm done with that, I'll be over here back kicking it with the Chads, man.
All right.
We do not have the Stacks DeFi show today. It will be starting back up, on the new year. But we do have the Stacking DAO weekly screen share at 1 p.m. ET still. So I'm going to be getting in there and, creating some content and kicking it with the community. So jump into the Discord. Also with the Zest Town Hall tomorrow. No Zest Town Hall, but we'll be doing a small screen share because it is going to be Christmas Eve. But I do want to get together with the community, so we'll be doing that. And then, man, having some fun. It's the holiday season, so that's what it's about. It's spending time with family, and the community is my extended family. So spending some time tomorrow and today. So jump into the corresponding Discords.
Right on. So awesome stuff. Hannah, you going to be joining us at 11? Or you got some stuff to handle? I'll talk to him offline. He's always welcome, obviously, as always. But we will be back at 11 o'clock with Dan and Resh to spotlight Boom Wallet. Otherwise, y'all have a blessed rest of your day. Enjoy the holiday season. We will be taking a break for the next couple of days. We will have some content for you, though, daily. The contest will be going. Friendly reminder, if you see the live stream active, there is a contest entry period to go in and enter to win 200 STX for the month of December. Today, all you have to do is tell us in the chat below the live stream that's pinned to the DeOrganized account, are you giving crypto as a holiday gift this year? And I am. I'm giving some people, not a bunch of people, because like Benta, who was it, Benta, or I can't remember whether it was Benta. I think it was Benta was saying we want to make sure that people appreciate what you're giving them and the value of it. And yes, you don't want to just give everybody randomly crypto. Know your relationship with them. If it's not someone you're going to necessarily talk to again this year, that's probably not the person you want to spread crypto to. Just because you can't follow up with them ever after, and say, hey, did you do anything with that? How have you checked out Bitcoin lately? Were you using your Stacks wallet? Whatever. But, if you got kids or parents or aunts and uncles that you're close with that could use some exposure, it's a great way to actually help grow the native crypto user base. Benta, do you have anything else going on today? I don't get to usually give you a final sign off on the morning show. I love that you joined us.
Nothing special, just the IRL stuff. And we'll be having another wedding today is actually my 80th anniversary.
Wow.
18? Is that what you said?
8.
I was going to say there's no way you've been married for 18 years.
Congrats.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Binta is a very lucky man.
Yes.
So,
are you guys you're gonna do something to celebrate, or you don't know? You're hoping maybe Mr. Binta, if you're listening, you need to take our lovely friend out to dinner tonight, I believe.
I think I know what she wants for Christmas. She wants an Alienware. She has clearly said it on space. She wants an Alienware. So, Mr. Pinter, if you are watching this, please get the ugliest laptop that you can find, which is an Alienware for her. Because last time she chose a beautiful looking HP, and HP, some of these cute little laptops, they don't work like what she wants. So please get it, the ugliest laptop that works, and more like a gaming one.
Right.
You know what I mean?
When in doubt, get the one with the most RAM.
Yeah, it's very, very important.
And the highest, if you can, most RAM, and if it's a i9 or an i processor, make sure it's an i9. i7 or above. Don't go with those i5 and under. Not gonna make it. Not gonna make it. So Core i9.
Make it. Yeah, not gonna make it. And if you use my tip, you're gonna win. Take the ugliest one that you can
The ugliest one
find in the shop.
is the winner. That probably does make sense.
Yeah.
You know, they try to make them look fancy, right? But they always look like those colors don't match. What's going on? Why is this going on? We've had a few gaming laptops usually come through the house, and they are never pretty looking, but they work well.
TF ones, SS, TF, Alienware, those laptops, they are ugly, but they are nice.
Right, they work, and that's all that matters really. At the end of the day, you're not showing off your laptop. You're not showing off your even if you are showing off your rig, as long as it works, that's the important part. Guys, I can talk all day, and we do have an awesome group of guests coming on in about 40 minutes. If everyone here is welcome to join, if you can make it, great. If you can't, don't feel obligated. But we will be having Dan and Resh on in about 40 minutes. Gonna wrap up. Y'all have a blessed rest of your day. We'll be in and out sporadically over the next week as we round out and get ready for the new year. And we, again, are so thankful to all of our supporters, all of our contributors, including these three people here on stage with me right now, whom I could not have had anywhere near the success with DeOrganized that we've had this year without them, and a number of others that aren't on the screen. So thank you guys. Thank you to all of our audience, and for everyone tuning in regularly. And y'all have a Merry Christmas. And we'll see you with Boom in a few minutes. I am Peace, Love, Music. We are DeOrganized Media, coming at you live on Bitcoin Live, decentralized broadcasting every Monday through Friday. Peace out.
DeOrganized media keeps the mind share growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters Tuesday be showing. The AI gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news. Ethereum, Solana, and stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. From the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive.
Hey everyone, looking fresh in that hoodie, my man.
I am.
I should have thought to put on my. I only have the t-shirt version. It's a little too cold out these days to just t-shirt only, but I do love mine. I love the color scheme on that.
Thank you. It's there's a lot going on nowadays. I see the stacks. What's it called? Like the capital markets, and you guys are also inviting lots of people. It's an exciting time to be around in the Bitcoin and stacks ecosystem.
Right? Yeah, there's so much going on. It's impossible to cover it all, man. Like really, it really and truly. What's up, GP?
What's up, Rafa? How we doing? Happy Wednesday, brother.
Hey, happy Wednesday to you, GP. I saw you at a sort of art/NFT conference.
Yeah, dude.
It was really cool. Like I have lots of sort of colors and pictures and screens and people playing video games, and
It was insane. It was at Beeple Studios put it on something for Charleston Art Night, and celebrated artists from the Low Country here in the East U.S. So it was really, really cool, man. Getting to be invited and RSVPing to it, and tons to look at, man. Tons to look. A lot of fun.
How are you guys surviving through all this non-stop shows and live with people and so much information flow coming your way?
The skin of my teeth.
Yeah, it's about this. Yeah, about the same. You know, it's cool. It's awesome, right? And I think between the two of us, and I don't want to just say the two of us because there's a bunch of people that are cranking on the team and pulling their weight and making this go. But I can't say anyone's putting in as much work as GP or myself. in anything that I've seen, to be honest. We are hustling. You know, it takes a lot to make this go.
Yep.
And that's why we can get past our warts, actually, because we work so hard. You know, because we do have some warts to get past, like everybody else.
What's this?
Wart. A wart is like a blemish.
Okay.
You know, it's we put a lot of work in it, and I wouldn't, if to be honest, it's a lot. It is a lot. But you know what though, man? It's rewarding in a number of ways. You know, if you look at who we talked to today, right? We had Adam Bitcoin joined us, who's an interesting character for sure. Number one, I get to talk to GP and Hunna every day, right? That's awesome, just in and of itself. We had the Truth Chain guys on, and what Kenny's building, and that whole crew, and we were able to give them a spotlight. And then we had we covered the capital markets space, so we got that a little bit broader exposure, which they didn't need our help, but it doesn't hurt getting a few more eyeballs. And then we had Mark on, and what Mark's building is really awesome and interesting, and that needs to get more spotlight. And we got to hang out and chat with Mark for a little while. And then we had Jeff on to talk about Base Dollar. And that's an awesome project. And we got to learn more about what he's building. And we got to know him. He's a new person. Neither one of us really knows him, but he's been in the ecosystem for a long time. And now we're hanging out with Rafa, the man. So, I mean, it's a lot, but there's a lot of value in it, doing it, you know. So, but thank you for bringing, you know, for kind of, it makes it easier to deal with how much effort it is when it's recognized effort.
Yep. You guys are good. Like, you're showcasing so many projects, very talented people across the board, and it almost feels like a lot of things are converging now. And Stacks is maturing as well. The entire Bitcoin, Bitcoin allocators, like different types, like retail. More institutional investors are now also looking at making the Bitcoin productive. And so, it's exciting to see serious builders such as Jeff and others, build the building blocks and making the infrastructure ready for that explosion that is almost inevitable. It's going to happen.
Yes, it's inevitable.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So without further ado, I don't know, what do you guys want to see? Lately I've been
honestly, what we're oriented towards our guests. So really it's whatever you want to show. We've never really spotlighted Fact Fun even, but there's a handful of things that you're working on that are very interesting, novel, and cool. And I think people need to know about it. So I'd like to talk more about the capsule project and what you're doing with that. The just the general function of the BTC to SBTC protocol and what the value is there, because I do think that is also a very interesting development. We could even play that game you're working on if you want to. I don't know.
Yes.
I don't know. It's really up to you, man. So here we're gonna share your screen and you kind of lead. You talk about what you wanted to show us, and we'll go from there.
So briefly, FactFun is a launchpad for meme coins on Stacks, and it etches runes also for some of these meme coins that graduate the bonding curve. There's a mechanism which attempts to remove sort of like the malicious business model of snipers. The way it works is you have a pre-launch before the meme is launched in the bonding curve. You've got a signal that is required from the community. There's like 20 seats to be bought. It's sort of like a pre-sale, and you vest your tokens over 4 weeks, which prevents you from dumping right away. And it actually has been quite a good instrument for removing that pump and dump schemes that can be done even by a 4-year-old. and some of those tokens that have passed the bar are very scarce. There's B blocks and FactFun itself, the meme coin. So you can actually create a coin very easily, a little bit like pump fun. But again, you've got this pre-launch mechanism where users can buy into your token. They need to vest for 4 weeks. There's like a vesting schedule. This provides a community signal to that token itself. Like, it's not just that shiny object that a sniper can come and at the lowest price grab everything and then pump it and then dump on people. It's not completely anti-dump, right? This is still a free market, but that initial sort of first price is a privilege of pre-launch holders. We've got two mechanisms here. If you see my screen, I can zoom a little bit. So, ticker, name, description, logo, or GIF if you want to. Then you can decide where your token is going to graduate. Villar is a VC-backed launchpad, has a perp as well, perp DEX. In fact, we have our own Uniswap V2 curve. And then, you've got this pre-launch mechanism where 20 seats need to be bought in by the community, or there's the helicopter pilots, which is an option that actually no token so far has been able to pass that bar. And the cool thing about the pre-launch is, like, again, it's like trying to remove that sniping, almost sniping, malicious and extractive behavior. And the cool thing is, you as a user, if the pre-launch does not graduate to the curve, you can get a full refund, no fees attached. So the way this translates, it's, for example, I think I know a few of them. So this one was launched a long time ago. Nobody ever bought into this. So you can buy a seat. And then if nobody buys, or if it doesn't graduate, then you get a refund. Although once it graduates to the bounty curve, you're now locked and you need to vest. You also get fees from the bounty curves. Like, there's 0.8% that goes back to those people who are vesting. So this was the main idea, and I think I'm quite happy with it because, again, if you look at B blocks, it's the only one that graduated through that mechanism, except FactFun, and it relatively kept its TVL. But I'm sure you guys already know all these things, so it's just a recap.
Yeah, well, I participated in the FactFun launch. I didn't participate in the blocks pre-seat round, but I am familiar with it. But I do think it's very novel. It's definitely worth talking about. I think that there probably should be more awareness of this, because there's a couple of key things here. Number one, it sets intent for a token project ahead of time, because the investors actually have to believe the first investors have to actually believe in the project. It is low risk if you're planning it out and you don't have all your investors ready, where you guys can put in your money. It's there. You can withdraw it if you decide it hasn't launched yet, but you can, you have options, but once you're there, it's locked in. And then it does give it time to get out of the bonding curve, which is important.
Yeah.
I also
high risk, I would say, meme coins are high risk. They're not backed by any sort of promise or revenue. These are like community meme coins. But I agree with you, like the pre-launch mechanism allows you to buy into something. If it doesn't pan out, you can get your refund. And if it pans out, then you're locked into this vesting schedule, and whatever fees the bonikers is generating is going to be like 0.8% is going to be redistributed amongst the pre-launch buyers who have given that community signal to that token. Okay, this token is backed by these pre-launch initial buyers who get that privilege of the first price, which is most tokens for the least price.
Right. And I misspoke when I said investors, because it's really, I mean, people do look at it like that, but it is because it's a meme token and it's community oriented. That's really what you're believing in, is the community that you're building the token around. And or the community you're building around the token, depending on which way you're going. But usually in our cases, it's coming out of our community in some capacity. And that gives it some legitimacy as far as the people getting involved early
Yes.
feel comfortable about it based on the mechanism. But you're not only launching a token on stacks, this also, when you engage in this, does it automatically every time make runes too? Like, do I actually have fact fund runes associated with my fact?
Yes, fact fund has edged runes tokens, and this is based on sort of the community itself. But our plan is to integrate even further when we have the capsule bridge itself, like the capsule mechanism, really solid. Then you'll be able to just etch the runes token, or if you have already like 100% supply of that runes token, you'll be able to bridge it to L2, and then just essentially the SIP10 tokens are minted to reflect the runes tokens, and then trading can start in the same fashion. You've got first the pre-launch mechanism where you need to pre-sell these sort of 20 seats, which lock your community, gives that signal. Okay, these people can literally not dump right away. It's not completely anti-dump, but with a volatile asset such as meme coins, having a vesting schedule over 4 weeks is something that reduces that risk of the Solana pump and dump schemes, and filters out for community-backed tokens. But it's still a meme coin, and the volatility is going to be it's a game, right? It's a game with the community, and volatility is part of the game. But the initial, as you can see here, the initial 4 weeks over here, there's no like one big supply just dumping right away. So it gives that initial birth of a community. It makes it possible.
Yes, exactly. And so I want to, where does capsule come into play?
Right.
How does that come into play as far as the runes go?
Yeah. Before I transition to that, I just want to mention that, this is a pool of your meme token that is pooled with SBTC, which is the official stacks wrapped asset of Bitcoin, backed by institutional signers for the SBTC bridge itself, which are chosen, etc. And that this is backed with like real SBTC. So there's one thing that you might want to know is like, how do I get SBTC then to buy the token? So there's the SBTC bridge, which over, I think, 0.003 or $100, around $100 and above, you can get SBTC in 2 blocks. It's very simple, and it's almost free. Like, it's sponsored by stackers at this point. So there's no real fee to it. And if you wanted to bridge less, because we know that Degen users, sometimes they play with less money than, which makes sense because this is very volatile, then you could also leverage BTC to SBTC, which is the simplest way to deposit your Bitcoin into SBTC. And it only lasts one Bitcoin block. And it's around $1, $2 if you include the network fees themselves to bridge into stacks.
And there's no price or minimum or as far as how much you can bridge in.
The minimum is around $9. The reason is, on the other side, the bridge is receiving the Bitcoins and they need to consolidate them. So if you send too little of UTXOs, like too little, it makes it very economically difficult to provide the service. So if you go to deposit over here, here's a very simple way for you, you know, under $100, you could bridge your Bitcoin in one Bitcoin block. So I can actually demo this, but I'm sure everyone here is familiar. It's just like recap, right?
Right.
But
it's good for the content. The viewer, the audience may not be familiar.
So if I go to, if I log in, I can log in with my Lether or Xverse wallet. I can also log in with my Twitter account, but that's something else. And if I go to deposit Bitcoin, then essentially what I'm doing is I'm swapping some Bitcoin and receiving SBTC into my wallet seamlessly, and that is leveraging Clarity's ability to read the Bitcoin state, and everything is sort of mapped between your Bitcoin address and your Stacks address. You're not relying on an operator to do so. It's all governed by code. So here in the UI, you choose the amount of SBTC you receive, and it adds up that little fee, which you can get the details over here. It's around $1.29. And that's pretty much it. Then you can choose your priority fee on the Bitcoin L1 network. And wallet provider was not found. Let me see. Connect wallet. Let's see if I can. Let's try again. Okay, I don't have enough Bitcoin in this one. I only have $5, and the minimum is unfortunately it's like $10. Let me disconnect and try and connect with another one.
So I'd be lying if I said otherwise, that I'm kind of distracted by the fact that you can log in with your X account on FactFund. I'm not aware of that. That's new information to me. Very interesting, because I'm now looking at my FactFund account and I can connect my X. And
yeah.
So is that if I connect my X, will that actually make me be able to log in with my X and it'll know my wallet? Or is that different? It's just connecting my X account with my wallet.
Currently, it's not linking the wallet and the X account, but I did that X login for a nomination. Like, there's a campaign currently for communities who are interested to leverage FactFund and Capsule from Runes or from Stacks. We have a campaign where you participate into a sort of voting or nomination, and you can do so only with your X account. So, for example, so for that you need to be connected with X. So if I disconnect here.
Oh, okay, all right. I haven't gone back and voted. That's new since I voted last week.
Right, so you don't need a wallet. That's the cool thing. Like, inside your Chrome, you can connect.
So communities that don't have a Stacks wallet yet can participate.
So the goal here is to slowly but surely enable mobile seamless interaction with the platform without needing a seed phrase or a wallet. So this is a way of doing it with your X account, and you can vote for a community. Let's say I want to vote for pizza. You do need a tweet to be able to do so. So if I can grab a tweet somewhere from the Pizza Ninjas account, let's see. All right, I got one. So you copy paste a tweet over here, and I'll come back to the demo for bridging because that should work as well. What's this? So you just essentially copy paste a tweet, and then it's going to add a my vote inside of here, as you can see, Rafa Stacks over here. And the winner of this competition is the 4 finalists of this competition get to go to a second round, where they compete for this grand prize of 1,500 SBTC yield and becoming Capsule's launch partner. So we'll assist them in, being the first one to launch with Capsule from Runes, if it's a Runes community. But currently we have SIP10 communities who are championing this competition. And for this competition to succeed, we need at least 169 tweets. So the bar is not low because because it's it's 1,500 Bitcoin. So we will consider this to be successful if we have 169 tweets for one community. And currently it's not exactly the case. Bear with me, there seems to be some timeouts here for some of these tweets. Yeah. Going back to just the demo of the depositing Bitcoin. Let's make it work. Deposit Bitcoin. So, okay, here I have enough Bitcoin in this account, so I think it should work normally. Okay, there's a little bug I need to run, it seems. I don't know why, but yeah, it should work normally. You just send your Bitcoin and you receive SBTC on the other side. Yeah. So that's one thing, right? The other thing is I could demo Runes Capsule as well.
Yeah, please.
The game that I'm developing currently.
The game is definitely so. GP was not in that. I don't know if he's in the group now, but we have a DM group going. It started with me and Mark and Rafa, and then it just kind of. I'm not sure how many people are in it now. It's at least
Sailor for the win, man. Against the Bears. Let's go.
Yeah, Sailor versus it's Mike versus Mike versus Bear or whatever it is. I played it a little bit. Definitely fun, but it's just one of those things that's like an interest. There's definitely some other. So we'll look at the game first. Let's take a look at Capsule first.
Yes.
Right. I'm puzzled that this is not working. I've heard some issues currently in the sort of ecosystem, so I'm gonna have to make sure this works. Capsule uses also Lather and Xverse. Maybe we can choose Xverse instead here.
Yeah, I've had to use Xverse for the last couple of days, Rafa. I did talk with some of the Leather crew. They did push an update, and they were working on a fix or so to something. It was a little bug that was found, so but Xverse should be pretty solid there. I've been using that for the last couple of days.
Yeah, it's maybe me as well, because as developers, sometimes you build and you break things, and then you have to come back and.
This is the way, man. This is the way.
So that's why you actually need always like a team that's fully there, making sure features are working well. Yeah. So do you guys want to see the game, or you want to see the game? Maybe we can play. So this is the Capsule thing. So what happens under the hood is this is reading your Runes tokens. So you can actually deposit your Runes token into the Capsule, and then Clarity is going to seamlessly read that deposit and mint your Runes token on the L2 chain. So that process is well understood, and it leverages the same technology as the deposit system that is currently buggy, but should work normally. And yeah, just let's see if this works. I don't know. Okay, Xverse seems so as you can see here, I'm depositing 1,000 moms. Confirm. Okay, so this is leveraging the same technology as the deposit, so it's as fast as the depositing Bitcoin. Again, I'm not sure what is happening with Lather, but I'm sure I will be able to fix it. This means that I'm sending 1,000 mums tokens, which are these runes tokens that I've etched, from from my own Taproot wallet into the Capsule wallet. So if I go to my portfolio over here, essentially what I'm saying is I'm taking 1,000 of these tokens here, and I'm sending them to this multisig where my signature is required. Whenever withdrawal is initiated, I'm going to have to sign. And so that is the idea of making so the bridge is, or the capsule is theft resistant. Nobody can steal my runes tokens without my consent, without my signature. And yeah, this is just now a question of waiting for this Bitcoin transaction to anchor. And depending on, the priority fees, here I'm paying, I think this much. As soon as this deposit from my wallet into my capsule anchors on Bitcoin, so you will see this balance will increase by 1,000 mums, so it will show 7,138, and then Clarity, which is Stack's programming language, is able to read that Bitcoin transaction state, verify and parse that, hey, this is the mum asset token, runes token, and this transaction corresponds to 1,000 mums, and then it's going to mint over here the 1,000 mums token on L2, on Stacks. And that whole process is going to be, that minting process is going to be a privilege of Clarity, governed by code, not by anyone, not by Rafa or anyone. Again, this is Stacks' superpower. So while we're doing this, I suggest that we go to the game, because this might take like 10 minutes, or depending on how much transaction we have in this block, which we already have quite a bunch. Any questions?
Yeah, I love the the ticker is mom, right? And you're onboarding moms, right? So you're referring to it as you're depositing 1,000 moms into the blockchain. So we're onboarding 1,000 moms is the message, and I like it.
Yeah, from Bitcoin to L2. The reason is because on L2 you can do pools, you can like, the reason is very simple. Like on L2, I mean, it's very simple to just, okay, I'm going to unzoom a little bit here. But if I want to buy, $20 worth of a token, I'm just one click away, and it's going to take me, 5 seconds. Boom, that's it. I'm buying 5 million, $20 worth of Pepe, which was the was created before ETH Pepe, by the way.
Yeah.
The only Pepe token you need to know about is what I say about Bitcoin Pepe. The
And you see,
orange frog.
my transaction is now like instantaneous. Like we're no longer on Bitcoin, so we can do, so this is Uniswap V2. It's really fast. You've got things like concentrated liquidity coming to the excellent Bitflow company, also a VC-backed startup, which will allow for less slippage, for assets that are worth more money, like have more TVL, like something like Dog will want something like that, because you can have an exact price. If I go to my portfolio,
so it's way cheaper to use. It's
Exactly.
super fast, and it's also still got Bitcoin finality.
right, I just bought 5 million. No, now it's reflected in my portfolio. I click here, I can see the price. It's pretty cool. This is my my transaction right here. You've got the Explorer. I'm using Staxo Explorer. It's a pretty cool one. Shout out to the team. They have tools for developers which are excellent. Allows you to simulate everything on using mainnet and step by step. Also, shout out to Hugo from Clarinet. These tools are really cool because I can build contracts and make sure that it's fully tested. That I'm confident when I'm deploying the contract that there's no like obvious blunder or exploit in the contract. also excited about Clarity 4. But I'm a little bit on a tangent. So while we wait for this runes to transaction to anchor, and then seeing the mint in action, what we can do is go to games.
Let's go.
All right, let's do it.
So bear with me, I'm just building this, and shout out to the Lovable team, because most of it was built with Lovable, and it's a very basic game. I want to add new features, and obviously this is meant to be on a mobile, right? It's not meant to be on a desktop. Here I'm playing against the computer, right? Which is sort of boring. But the cool thing is I can play against someone. And so I don't know if anyone who's seeing this wants to take the opposite
What's the address again? Mike versus Mike Beer Love. I got it. I already got it.
No, it's like games.fac.fun. So it's like it's
that's right. You changed it.
Yeah.
That's right.
And I want to add like uppercuts to this game, because when you block, there's no way of like, you just have to wait for the opponent to stop blocking, which is not cool. But yeah, if you want to take the, if you want to battle me, there you go. So fight. Oops. Okay. So you can block, and you punch me when you block. But hold a second, I just want to show the mobile view. It's better. So if you punch me when you block, my energy is going to go up. So go ahead and punch.
I punch you while you're blocking? Ah, I got
you. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And you see your energy is going up, right?
Yep.
So actually, if there are any vibe coders who use Lovable and are building games in the audience, shout out to you guys, and you can DM me and I'll help you add passkeys to this. And I'm working on a way to add smart contracts only using passkeys. So no seed phrase. You can use this inside your Chrome wallet. You see, I'm not connected with any wallet at this point. This is even anonymous. Like, there's no...
Awesome.
DeOrganized media keeps the mind share growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news, Ethereum, Solana, and stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. From the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain, letting the community know it's the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Fast transactions are fat. Where is that? The leading L2 is making maxes look back. DeOrganized media keeps the mind share growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news, Ethereum, Solana, and stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. From the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain, letting the community know it's the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Where is that? Fast transactions are fat. Where is that? The leading L2 is making maxes look back. DeOrganized media keeps the mind share growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news, Ethereum, Solana, and stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. From the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain, letting the community know it's the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Where it's at. Fast transactions are fat. Where it's at. The leading L2 is making maxes look back. DeOrganized media keeps the mind share growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news, Ethereum, Solana, and stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. From the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain, letting the community know it's the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Where it's at. Fast transactions are fat. Where it's at. The leading L2 is making maxes look back. DeOrganized media keeps the mind share growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news, Ethereum, Solana, and stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. From the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain, letting the community know it's the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Where it's at. Fast transactions are fat. Where it's at. The leading L2 is making maxes look back. DeOrganized media keeps the mind share growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news, Ethereum, Solana, and stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. From the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain, letting the community know it's the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Where it's at. Fast transactions are fat.
What is up, my friends? I am excited about this one. We got Dan and Resh joining us from Boom, friends of the show and builders in the Bitcoin ecosystem. And today we're spotlighting Boom Wallet as they gear up for launch. Boom is a non-custodial Bitcoin payment wallet built on Stacks with SBTC support. And the core idea is simple but powerful. Make Bitcoin payments feel as easy as sending a message. Instead of wallets being complicated tools only power users love, Boom is focused on real-world usage, everyday payments, merchants, peer-to-peer transfers without giving up self-custody and security. The timing could not be better. So let's dig into why they're building this, who it's for, and what people should expect as Boom gets ready to go live, fully live. And we have Dan Trevino and Suresh Singh in the house. How are you, my friends? Are you guys doing well? I hope you're catching a break for the holiday season we're dropping into. It's great to see you guys.
Hey, great to be here. Thanks for inviting us.
Likewise. It's 4 p.m. here in England. It's getting dark, miserable weather.
Oh, well, that's not too bad then.
Yeah. Miserable is the word sunny for UK.
Well, isn't that kind of just common for the UK?
Yeah, it is. Well, I'm being, yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, no, but you know what though? Actually, I think you guys know Jamie Fletcher from the dog pool coin and all the cool stuff he's probably.
Yeah.
He comes on periodically, and there was one day where he was talking about it being a sunny day, and I was surprised because I didn't think you guys actually had any of those ever. So it does happen though, I guess, from time to time.
We have good summers to be honest. We have decent summers. I think Jamie's I think based in Bristol, down south. Yeah,
I think you're correct. I'm not positive about that, but so it varies like the US to some degree. The further north you get, it's a little cooler.
Yeah. I think the only comparison I have, to be honest, I have told it's actually the same, is Seattle's weather is very similar to UK weather. So that's a comparison I can give people. Anyway, so let's kick off
Yeah.
the
So
discussion.
let's. So, Dan, you've been working on Boom for quite a while. In its current iteration, I want to say for probably about a year, with what you're, or maybe a little bit longer than that. But it's been about a year since we've been kind of quietly waiting, seeing this develop, to see what's coming on it. And it's a use case we really need more of in the ecosystem. So tell us a little bit about. For those that aren't aware, because I'm quite familiar, which is uncommon for me. I like to actually do these when I know less about the project, so I have more curiosity behind my questions. So why don't you give us a little bit of a background? What is Boom for? What are you building Boom for?
How much background do you want? I can tell you where we started back at the Stacks launch date.
Whatever you think is important for people to know about the project.
Okay. Well, we launched with the Stacks mainnet launch back in 2021 with Boom as a web wallet at the time and an NFT platform. We were the first NFT platform. We have the first NFTs minted on the Stacks network, and we ran that for
first NFT mint.
As far as I know, yeah, I think Frieger, who I'm sure you know of, has kind of verified that for us. We didn't see any other NFT mint contract or clarity calls before that. So we did that for a while. I got recruited into a Bitcoin startup, and so Boom kind of languished for a while. I left the Bitcoin startup in February, was it last year? 2024, February 2024, and went back to Boom, really. At the time, they were starting to talk about SBTC and the Nakamoto upgrade, and I really saw that. I saw SBTC with the faster speeds on Stacks that were going to be coming down the road, which I guess didn't show up until like September or so of 24.
Nakamoto was November.
There you go. So we were, I think, initially promised that in July, and so we started building. I saw
April.
It
was supposed to launch in April, right around the halving.
Maybe July was one of the intermediate.
That might have been one of the first target extension was July. I think you're right.
But anyway, so earlier in the year, I saw SBTC and the promise of a faster Stacks network, and I was looking around, and I thought we really have an opportunity to be a better Lightning than Lightning here. With SBTC, one-to-one peg, with Clarity, with the full decentralization of a Stacks network versus kind of centralized nodes in Lightning. I thought this is a better opportunity. So we started targeting like building out a payments system, kind of more like Cash App, more like Venmo for those of you who are familiar with those, strictly kind of focused on simplifying payments. And we started building that out until, Resh, was it like September, October when we started pivoting of the end of last year, maybe November?
Yeah.
And at the time, I was also more on Nostr, and so Nostr was actually making some good headway in the same direction. But my concern was really about trying to put Stacks activity onto Nostr. Nostr has decentralized relays. It's very cool. I love the tech and I love where they're going. But I think there's still like the opportunity there to censor different note types. Like you have to specify types of notes that when you're sending them onto these relays, and some of that can be reused. But the way I was looking at potentially using Nostr, I was like, we were going to have some of our own custom note types, and whether those got picked up by the relay nodes to actually move forward, whether they were actually supported, because different relays can support different types of notes at their will, was an open question. And so I thought it's better if we just kind of take this into our own hands rather than relying on a network that may or may not be open to, a different use case. So we pivoted more into building Boom as the social wallet that we wanted, based on a Stacks L2, based on Clarity and SBTC, because I thought that's where like our largest feature set really could come from. The largest capability set could come from those things. And so from that time, we've been building out what is essentially 3 apps, which I know people are going to beat me over the head for. But we're building a wallet, we're building a marketplace, we're building a chat app, and then of course all the infrastructure to support those different things. So your comment about us taking a while, we could have probably kind of shortened our. I know that wasn't a criticism. I know it's just like it's the reality. We could have probably shrank our feature set a little bit and done this quicker, but we've kind of built it incrementally, and I really wanted to make something that's going to be different from what every other wallet out there is. And actually, we kind of pivoted away from just calling it Boom Wallet, which just Boom. The app, the wallet, is more focused on being in the background and supporting what you want to do, rather than being a kind of first-class citizen in the or first-class app in itself. Similar to, you go to Amazon, you don't have your wallet up front, right? Your wallet just comes in when you want to make a payment.
The marketplace is what's up front that people are interacting with.
Exactly. Right. And so we're trying to bring that kind of experience into Stacks Web3, Bitcoin Layer 2s, again, with the idea that SBTC is the right play for this, and that Stacks' faster network is really going to be a key enabler. And we've seen that so far. And so that's where we are. We're still kind of finishing up some pieces today, but we're pretty close on completing that whole 3-app bundle journey.
Just want to add to what Dan shared there. I think what you stated is quite fair criticism or feedback, in terms of it taken a while, because we were supposed to be done middle of last year or towards September, October. But what we have found in every iterations we have done, or Dan has done, is that once you build to a certain level, you say, oh, there's limitation at this part. We need to address this part. So anybody who says that, this can be easily, I can launch in 3 months, welcome to try it. I promise you, I assure you.
Yeah, listen, I certainly didn't mean it as criticism.
No. We didn't take it that way at all.
Totally understand. Our website is still, we understand. We're definitely trying to build stuff out, and we're not as we're less far along in the last year than you guys are, and we've so it's. I totally understand, and honestly, you're better off taking your time and putting out a good functioning product that is what you want, you know, that
we actually
and
there,
rushing to meet an arbitrary deadline, you know.
Well, I mean, yeah, there's this whole lean startup thing. Like you can argue this both ways, but it is what it is. I have certain like feelings about what I want to release, just me personally, and that gets in the way of some of it sometimes because I'm like, I don't really like this chat. I want to redo the chat now, or which
Yeah,
Rich gets frustrated with. But
so I mean, if I were, and you guys are, I know you've been cranking and you're towards the finish line of getting to market. I've already played around with the app in the background. Very cool. I know that there's obviously you're still in like a beta function trying to work out some kinks, but it's very functional, very, very much. The roadmap is clearly there. And it's only a matter of time, but you also want to make sure, like, so you mentioned the three components. There's the wallet, which is fundamental infrastructure for any application on chain, on any chain.
Quite honestly, the easiest part of this whole thing.
Right. But the social part of it is more important than because a wallet is a wallet. But what you can do with it is important, and the chat functionality and the marketplace functionality both make it a more engaging application than just a wallet. And those are the features that I want to play with. I have a wallet. I have a number of wallets. It's not just another wallet. That's not what Boom is. And I actually am glad you guys aren't really, I try to refer to it as Boom or Boom.money, because I realize that while there is a wallet layer, that's not what this is really for. It's about the economy that it's, and the necessary components of having it actual exchange happening.
At a deeper level, even kind of below that, it's about the community, right?
Right.
Like my vision, when I think about like the best part of, or the best version of this, is a bazaar where people are interacting with each other, people are buying and selling, but there's a community formed around Bitcoin, and getting that economy moving, right? So you'll be able to buy locally with Bitcoin. You'll be able to buy remotely with Bitcoin very easily without having to go through two different places to do those different things with a community that you may not know, right? You're stepping out to existing Lightning or Bitcoin shops right now, and that might be fine. There's some great ones, but we're trying to kind of pull that together and kind of create a community that is interested in building a Bitcoin economy, and that's kind of at the lowest level. That's what it's about.
And it's important. There's a lot of creators. Our model is more creator content focused, but content creators are looking for commerce for their content. That's the goal of creating the content, is either to get attention for other stuff you're selling or to specifically be selling the content, or both, monetizing the stuff you're creating. And there's not really a really good central place to do that right now. And Resh had actually asked me the other day about whether we were interested in setting up a smart shop on Boom, and 1000% we are. We don't have a merch store yet for DeOrganized, and it's something people have been telling me we should do. And I don't disagree. It's just it's a bandwidth issue. That's the same. A year ago I should have been putting out a merch shop. I'd have some T-shirts out there in the marketplace where free branding and people pay, and some revenue streams. But this is actually going to be a catalyst for me to get off my butt, get some merch together, figure out how we're going to create a merch store, put it in Boom, and then get that on our website and be able to distribute that. That's something we can then market on our platforms and get some exposure. And Boom's going to help facilitate that, where we can, there are plenty of Web 2 opportunities out there right now, but I really want to see, and I think that not that this is necessarily going to be built into V1 right now, or the current version of Boom, but soon with like my vision what I hope to see relatively soon is people that don't even have a crypto wallet yet are getting exposed to what we're doing. They go into one of our channels, one of our apps, something we're doing that onboards them to create a wallet through Boom. They now have a wallet. They now have their account. They are going into our smart shop. They don't even really know they have a wallet. They just set up an account.
Exactly.
They might have a passkey or something. They might not even have a passkey. It might even just be connected to their social media account, their whatever. And then they actually facilitate a transaction where they're just using their regular debit card, credit card. It on ramps into crypto, abstractively, where they don't even know it. We're getting paid in crypto, either USDC on Stacks or SBTC or STX, whatever we choose, because we can program that on the back end. The user doesn't ever even have to experience it. And we're selling some merchandise. We're getting the crypto. They're engaging in the crypto economy and they don't even know it.
Yeah, that's one of the things I think that's kind of lost sometimes when there's been a lot of hype recently about passkeys, and I've been one of the people who's been kind of poo-pooing passkeys, not because I think it's a bad idea, but I think that onboarding to a wallet is effectively useless if you've got nothing to do with it, right? Like I can create a wallet and I can get you into a wallet with a passkey in a few seconds, but what are you going to do next? Right, you've got to have something to do with that wallet, and you don't even have crypto yet. You can't go get a username without Stacks. You can't go and do any DeFi. You can't do anything. Right? You've got a wallet with nothing in it. So my point is not necessarily against passkey, but that we need to focus on the larger picture, which is one of our key metrics is time to first transaction, right? And I want to have you doing your first transaction within 30 seconds.
Right.
So you're right. You shouldn't have to know about your Bitcoin address and
you shouldn't have to know
any of that stuff.
Literally just be. It really should be. I'm giving you my credit card information. You're taking my cash, putting it into a crypto account for me. Basically my wallet is my account, right?
Right.
And my user account. And so that user account though can be composable into other apps once it exists on chain.
Right. Yeah.
And my ability to log into it can be
part of it is when you're interacting, let's say with DeOrganized Media's smart shop, there's some value in the pseudonymity, yeah, whatever that is. Transactions, right? Like maybe you want to go buy a mug and you don't want anybody to know you bought a DeOrganized mug. But the reality is you're going to have to ship a mug to somebody. And so there's going to have to be shipping information potentially and some identifier that makes sense to a delivery organization, whether it's like UPS or like the USPS, and they have different rules about what names you can use and what names you cannot use, right? We've kind of found this out over time. I think Resh brought this to our attention. And so we are, one of the things we're doing during our onboarding is everybody gets a name. A name is basically key to the platform and it's free. So we're not onboarding you to a wallet and then saying, here's some Stacks, go buy a name. We're giving you a name at the beginning. It's free, it's fast. And that way when somebody goes to buy a mug, you know that you're dealing with dan.boom.btc or resh.boom.btc, right? And that also kind of feeds into trust building over time, right? You can see like dan.boom.btc has never, returned merchandise or whatever like that, or never had issues with sellers. Or you can see that DeOrganized Media has fulfilled 100% of their shipping issues, and nobody has ever complained about them, right? And everybody rates them as 5-star. So those names also help you build trust over time, and that's kind of a key, right? Like I was telling Resh this a while back. One of the triggers for this whole thing about the social piece of it was the realization that money is social, right? Like that's not a realization to a lot of people, but it's a realization that I had while I was at my in-laws' place in India, right? And there, in the community, within the community, my in-laws can go down the street without cash, without money, go to a shop and say, "Hey, I need X, Y, and Z." They can get a short-term kind of pass, right? Okay, we know you're going to pay later, but that trust exists because there's a community that knows each other, right?
Right. It's social credit, not in the Orwellian way, but in the actual like how it exists in real life way.
I know you, and so I can do this for you, right? I know that you live down the street, and I know that you've always paid me back within a day or two, and so this whole need for names and identifiers, I think, feeds into that social credit, and I think it's key to kind of helping us build out the economy this way.
100%. Do you see? So you bring up a point that I hadn't considered coming into this conversation, but privacy is a thing, you know, and it is becoming more present, an issue to solve. Like I saw something, I can't remember the details of I think I saw it on X. Someone was posting about how they had paid someone $30 in USDC, and then that person was asking them about like how much money they have, because it was they could see how much money they had in that wallet, if it's not that hard to actually trace back to other wallets that person may control and see all of their financial, or a significant amount of financial information that they might not want to share, just to send somebody $30, in a payment. So do you guys see a lot of people talking about ZK rollups, and my understanding as a layman without any technical real knowledge on how it works is that it's complex. It's there. It could be the solution, but it's not probably a short-term solution. It's probably going to be something that takes a little bit of time and effort to develop out. Do you guys have you guys considered privacy?
Yeah, for sure. It's kind of hard because right now, and I'm not a ZK expert, but my understanding is that we're still lacking some of the primitives on stacks that would allow us to do zero knowledge proofs. That might be something that's coming in the future, and I think it's something that's going to be key to kind of future everyday living, right? There's so much invasion of privacy today in your normal Android and iPhone apps already, right? Like law enforcement is putting apps out there like add our law enforcement app, and low key, in the background, they're basically getting access to everything you do, and they're scanning your pictures without you knowing, and they're watching your chats without you knowing, and all this other stuff. Privacy is going to be a key part of the future. Unfortunately, right now, we're just not ready for it. But it's definitely something we think about. It's something that we, to the extent that we can control on the Boom platform, we try to do. One of the things about with the naming is you are putting a name out there and associating it with things, and that doesn't really do anything worse than an address, because you can look at an address, right, without a name or with a name. But what we're going to be doing also is allowing the creation of different names for your different wallets, so that you can kind of subdivide, keep your hot wallet. You might want to call it checking.peacelove, right? And you might have a savings.peacelove where you don't interact, using that wallet. People would still be able to go and trace if you're sending stuff between the two wallets, right? But you don't necessarily have to have a name for those other sub wallets as well. Boom is really focused on being a hot wallet. We're really focused on those immediate transactions. Privacy is a thing that we think about, but it's something that we're kind of stuck with kind of the pseudonymous architectures right now, and so on the back end, obviously we don't hold keys. Everything's encrypted on your own device. All the normal kind of wallet things that you would expect. We don't have access to your private keys. We don't have access to your funds or anything like that. That actually could be something as we go more into the privacy side, where we start doing a separate service where we're kind of sharding keys so that people can recover them more easily, things like that. But that's a completely different discussion.
Sure. Well, I mean, these tools aren't necessary to get off the ground either. Like, I don't want this to be like you guys are packing it up. Oh, we didn't solve privacy. We gotta.
Well, I think the issue is the chain privacy, right? Like right now, you can't go to Amazon and privately buy a skateboard, right?
Right, but when you buy a skateboard on Amazon,
your bank account isn't exposed.
Your bank account isn't exposed, so people can't steal. But there is actually, so there's a double-edged sword here, because there still are third parties that have access to your purchase data, and they're able to use it without your knowledge to a large degree.
Yeah, they may not have access to your account directly, but they see that this person buys $1,000 worth of Amazon products every month. They've already pegged you into an income bracket,
right?
Guaranteed, based on your Amazon purchases,
right,
and your searches and all that other stuff. So it's not directly visible, but like I said, that's really on the chain side. That's the chain security that really needs to be kind of secured,
right?
Privatized.
And it should be a user setting at some level, and I think that they are working on some of that stuff on Stacks, and it's not a pressing issue. It's just something that it occurred to me while we were having this conversation, because it's a consideration for people, and it's something that we haven't really solved yet entirely, but the problem you guys are solving is for creators. And I didn't get a chance to introduce GP. I think you guys know him. You might have met GP once or twice. 300 as well. I think you guys might know the homie.
Hi, Resh. Hi, Dan.
What
Good
up,
to
fellas?
see you. What up? What up? What up? Finally. Finally. Boom!
We don't have to make any more mafia-oriented threatening memes. Boom out there.
No more threats.
We are excited.
We are, but the reason I'm pointing to them too specifically here is because they're both prolific content creators. NFTs, they both launched NFT collections. They both create content all over the place. They both have communal followings in their own right. They're both contributors to what we do here, which we are also trying to grow our community. And you guys are providing some infrastructure solutions that are going to help both DeOrganized and individual projects like DeOrganized and individual creators get more organized and direct and standardize some creator economy opportunities with what you guys are building out. And I think that that's a huge need in the space, because there's not really an obvious way to do that right now.
Yeah, I that's the hope, right? Like that's the goal is to kind of help people build their communities within the community. We want to make communication easy. We want to make it secure, and that way, when you have a store, you've got a built-in kind of community that's sort of onboarding, that they can opt into actually continuing to interact with you beyond just a single purchase, right? And obviously, all of the normal tools that exist out there for engagement based on memberships or based on NFTs or based on whatever, or subscription content. All of those things are available
Um,
as well, in this place.
So just to add a few things, please, even the chat functionality that Dan was mentioning to you, I mean, this is maybe common knowledge, but when we're looking at it, when people write that BRN, for example, B00RN dot BTC, for example. Now, if you look at it first glance, you'll just read it, oh, there's a boom, but it's actually not. So we actually had to think about it. Okay, how do you solve the simple issue of even visually, if you see a name, it stands out that, oh, this is not boom.btc, this is something else. So even that font and the design took us a while. Then Dan and I went back and forth. Then we came up with the solution in terms of, okay, use a certain type of font that immediately you see visually, like, oh, the separation. You literally got to be visually impaired. And I don't mean that in a disrespectful manner. You literally have to be visually impaired to be able to not see this issue that, oh, the name is not what it is. So that's one thing. The one thing we've also was very important. I didn't pick it, Dan picked this up, was that you want your social life and your business life to be separate. So when you start your chat functionality as well, you'll have your personal chat functionality, like Trihana will have his personal identity. You can just chat with me and Dan. Then he might also have his own store. And for the store, there's separate chat functionality they can create as well. Now that creates two separations. For various reasons, I think it's easier and cleaner for business transactions to be there in one part and your personal life to be on one another side. So those small nitty-gritty stuff only came into trial and error as we were building this thing out. So yeah, so that's the one thing that was very important for us to figure all these elements out. The element you're talking about in terms of onboarding creators and all, that came about while we were building everything. Came out to a later half of the year. Then I think when you're going back for how do you onboard people, NFT creators, music creators, we spoke to a number of music creators. To be honest, they shared a lot of issues they were having in terms of costing, in terms of what their margins has to be, how the challenges, the type of uploads they need to make. Then we said it's going to be difficult relying on other platforms to accommodate this, and then we host it. And say, okay, we'll create our own NFT platform as well. Then, so that way users can straight go to Boom NFT, upload their own designs, music, if they're doing Web3 music, and their NFT artwork or poetry, whatever it might be, and then straight away launch it into Boom Marketplace. So that's one thing very important for us. Has to be a seamless experience. And that we believe over time is going to be really impactful. Of course, the platform also accommodates if people just want to upload digital goods. You could upload an MP3 music, for example, or MP4, depending on what a music file or whatever file size you're uploading.
Non-copyright.
Not copyright, yes. that's very important. So if you are like 300 great Suno musics, like amazing Suno music.
I got a question.
That's his copyright. What's up?
So for platform that copyright or non-copyright?
We lost you a little bit, Hannah. We had a little bit of a.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yeah,
I think that's better. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I'm asking that. Is there any way that you can look into a song that is it copyrighted or video? Do you have like content ID where, because somebody can just take a song by somebody else, upload it on Boom? Do you have like an AI that detects that this song is already released on other platforms or this song belongs to somebody else?
That not in the first revision, to be honest. Like we're launching here on Stacks, and we're part of this is part of the whole trust and moderation of this marketplace is going to have to be built with the help of the users. Like we can put some things into place, but we don't really know what's needed and what's useful at this point. Quite honestly, that's not trying to trying to ignore the problem. It's a matter of us wanting to put moderation and trust guardrails in place that actually make sense for the community. We've talked with obviously folks like Zero Authority, who are building their own trust platform, right? And to the extent that we can leverage what they're building, we've had a lot of discussions between us about data sharing and what kinds of things we can take from their platform, and I think that's an ongoing conversation. So it really we don't have that we're not going to have that at launch for sure, but it's something that we definitely are aware of, and we're hoping that what we can see is that folks will kind of flag content that they think is copyrighted or whatever shouldn't be there, and we can surface that information to the community.
Yeah, I think also that's where the community comes in, and you have like community people who looks into some of the stuff that's posted there, and sometimes you can pick that this song is already published somewhere elsewhere, and then that is when they send like a flag to you guys and say this song belongs to somebody else, or this is my work. Or you can just also maybe put a disclaimer that if you have any content that belongs to you that was uploaded by somebody else, please can you share with us, and maybe create a ticket so that you can look into it, so that also you won't have like these complications of lawsuits that people are uploading like copyrighted content on the platform.
I want to go back to Resh's point about like the confusing names and things like that. That's part of being a wallet without being a wallet. One of the things we're trying to do is be very intentional about typography that we're using in specific places, right? Like it's not just a heading and body text, content text, right? Like in a chat, you want to understand exactly what name you're dealing with or what stacks address you're dealing with potentially, and so trying to be very intentional about how we display usernames in various places on your own profile. When you're looking at your own profile, maybe it doesn't matter as much, right? But when you're looking at somebody else's profile, it does. And so how do we handle just the different contexts for different typography for different contexts for the same data and things like that? So that's also part of, like I said, being a wallet without being a wallet. Like when we talk about these three different components, they're really all blended. It's three different applications effectively, but the way we're building this, it is not that you see something here and you go here to do X. You can interact with the marketplace in your chat. You can interact with your wallet in the marketplace, right? And the chat in your marketplace. And so all of these things are actually three kind of foundational layers, and they have to work together. And so wallet is really contextual, right? Your wallet is contextual within a chat, within a marketplace, within a game, whatever. So in that way, we have to be very intentional about like how we ask you to create a transaction, right? A game is going to ask, say, hey, if you want to keep playing, send 2 stacks or something like that. I don't know, whatever. Or maybe it's a pay-per-play game that you're doing some kind of like, I don't want to say gambling, but like some kind of pay-to-play game, right? So the way that we surface kind of payments in these different contexts matters, and so we're trying to be very intentional about those kinds of things. And it's one of the things that we have to be that kind of differentiates us from like just being an X First or a Leather Wallet or a Magic Eden kind of thing, whatever.
Yeah, and it's all about creating good experiences for the user. And you have a couple of different users. You have the content creators and or whoever's actually providing the merch, or the services that are in the shop, and then you have the customers for those as well. And
Right.
so, and then there's, we have a kind of similar model. We have content creators and we have audience / users / community. And then we also have sponsors, which I suspect you guys will have some kind of sponsorship model as well. You're going to have real estate, right? I don't know if you've considered that. But
you can go on Fastpool now.
Oh, are they? A Fastpool is actually a sponsor for Boom?
No. Like they have their sponsored stacking thing.
Oh, that's right. That's right. You can actually You can sponsor
Different projects.
You can sponsor projects to get your like stacking rewards from your or a percentage of stacking rewards from your stacking and stuff like that. So there's all sorts of cool things. We're at the precipice of a very, very interesting time in humanity, because there's so many technological tools out there. But
so the one thing, please, just want to add that at the present moment, if you look across the board, the experience of using Web3 shopping is not great.
Right.
If you use Lightning, you got to lock in your money your money is literally locked in the channel. You got to close. You got to make sure everything is there. Your towers.
You just meant there's so much friction just in knowing about it.
Yes.
Just in understanding what you just said eliminates a huge percentage of any market.
Exactly. So one thing we wanted to say, like if SBTC is going to be, it's amazing, and it's also going to go cross-chain. It's going to go to different networks. Adopting it now and making it into available on a marketplace really easy. And we have individuals like Cornell in Brazil who's developed his own product base, onboarding Latin America. If that works well, he can use the same approach across different geographical locations, and Boom becomes just seamless. Of course, we have the one we showed you piece was the desktop version, and there's also a mobile version. For shoppers, you want to be at Amazon. I don't remember the last time I was on my desktop when I shopped on Amazon, if I'm honest. I literally just sit on the sofa, I just scroll. But if I'm a seller, I want to be able to do it from a desktop, makes things easy to manage. So we are accommodating both sides of it, to be honest. Initially, everything was mobile. And then I sat down there like, pardon my language, is a pain in the ass if I got to manage everything on my mobile.
You can't program from a phone.
Yeah.
Just can't.
So that's why
program it.
all the
Well,
elements.
and saying maybe you can. I don't know. But that's my eyes are old. I'm an old guy. I cannot. Like I won't get the bifocals yet, so I'm on my phone with my glasses up, and then I have to go back, and it's just I can't. The dynamic interface is obviously a huge factor when you're trying to, add items to your smart shop, write a description, and all of that stuff. Although the AI is actually making it a lot easier to do some stuff from your phone as well. But it's still, I understand your point though, Rash. You have two customers or two clients or two users, and they need different experiences. So there's a different experience for the content creator, the smart shop owner, etc., versus their average shopper that's just their audience, their community.
So please, I want to plug in terms of the benefits of using Boom NFT Marketplace, if that's okay. And this is literally a pitch, to be honest.
Whatever you want to do, man, is okay.
So if somebody wants to right now launch an NFT project, traditional NFT platforms, when you launch, you pay 10% of the fees.
Yes.
You mint, and then you get your product.
I hope GP is listening.
No, GP knows. GP, what's the name? Trihana, all the other individuals that we have directly worked with know this, because after getting a lot of feedback, 10% is very high for artists in general. So we said, okay.
It's not sustainable, actually.
It is not sustainable. You're right. Especially if Stacks goes into where we think it's going to go the price as well. So we said, okay, what we can do is, because we also cover our overheads and everything, we say like, we'll just slash everything in by 50%. So you can mint at 5%, we'll only take 5%, and that's it. We don't take secondary sale prices, nothing. Then if they decide to purchase or mint an NFT and the NFT does well and they want to sell it on Boom Marketplace, we have to take into account not so much in terms of then that Coke can pop was damn loud.
Oh, I hope he wasn't. I thought at least I know he wasn't cocking a gun.
Yeah, that Coke and Dan is hand to hand. So the marketplace setting, what we have seen that it has to be comparable to Web2 experience. Just having a premium because well, Web3 doesn't cut it. So we said, okay, we'll compare what's the best user experience right now on Web2, and we say like, okay, we'll take 2.9% secondary on anything that you sell on Boom smart shops. There is a cost of listing them at one STX, and that cost is not because we need the money. It's not that. It's that there's no way to stop spamming. So in order to stop spamming, there has to be a cost attached to the activity.
Right.
At CNL charges like 10 cents.
If there's no cost, you'll get overrun, and it'll just sum up all the works. You have to have, and honestly, a one STX minting fee or a listing fee is not prohibitive, at least at the current price. And if Stacks does well, you can always adjust your fee.
Exactly. So those are the elements we have taken into account, and we believe that now economies where there's payment processing challenges, not so much in Western Europe and Northern America, Western Africa, Asia, having Stripe or platforms of that nature is really challenging, and they can take quite a big chunk. At least with individuals we have spoken to, up to 70% based on listing fees of various platforms they use and payment processing, they can actually only keep 30%. It's insane amount of payouts they do for what they actually earn.
You know, and I'm glad you brought up the NFT launch, because I actually think that's a huge. It's much needed in the ecosystem. We need a competitive NFT marketplace and or just a place to go to launch NFTs. I love Gamma. I like the guys at Gamma. I'm not saying against Gamma. But I think that we do need options in the marketplace. It makes everybody better. You know, it makes them put out a better product if they're still trying to get that market. But there is actually a lack of support for Stacks NFTs right now, and so that there's a huge need for that right now in the marketplace. A place to launch NFTs. I have a couple of NFT ideas. And I know that there's a lot of other people that do too. And
I think that's initially, you're right, please. I think, sorry to interrupt there. What we have seen, what I've seen to be honest, Dan, for the right reason, seeing like NFTs trend tends to go down. I just been lucky while researching this, saw that the last from September to now, the actually trajectory on other chains, NFT has been booming. So I think just by osmosis or just by the theme as we go into 2026, that could actually pick up on Stacks as well. We are breaking into Nigeria, for example, initial launch. We're launching everywhere as soon as global, but the target market is Nigerians. We're working very closely with Blockleaf Labs. So individuals that onboarded from these economies, we believe will start, number one, something digital, which is a low lift for them, and they'll create and they'll push something out. We believe people who are in much more developed countries, and again, this is just a hypothesis that I have, that they want something to be able to retain more of their income and manage their own income tax on their own. So selling it on a platform and being able to accept cryptocurrency, you know, like STX, USDCX, SBTC, and potentially then are we enabling a native Bitcoin from day one, or that comes
native Bitcoin.
Yeah. So then you see we got all these four abilities, so people can manage it straight from Boom. My personal opinion is people are tend to gravitate more to crypto economy based on how the governments are behaving currently. So that's where my pitch is. And I think if people just want to experiment, it's not going to cost you anything. Once you get a Boom wallet, you can easily just put one NFT up and you got a boom shop. Literally, that is, you place a product for listing, you got a boom shop straight away. So your experience is going to be seamless. You can be able to even use boom chat functionality to chat between you and me, please. For example, if I want to say Dan is such a pain in my neck, I can complain to you, and he will never know. Nobody will ever know. At the end, at one point, it'll be end-to-end encryption. So if somebody wants to say like, what has Restream speaking to Peace about Dan, nobody will ever know. It's same like Telegram. So that's the approach we're trying to use. If you don't have a mobile number, no problem. Your NFT, your BNS will work.
Cool.
So that's my pitch.
You could have a mobile device that doesn't have a phone number attached to it, but you're using Wi-Fi, and then all you need is a BNS name, which you're going to automatically get boom.btc, whatever you pick. If it's available, you got it.
Yeah. So it's attached to your wallet address, and then people can build repo and all. You can say like, once you start selling, like Dan said, you have a rating functionality. Like, you know how eBay used to do it back in the day? I mean, Amazon still does it, but eBay back in the day, I still remember people used to look at the rating.
Yes.
How many times people have failed or succeeded.
It was
the same approach.
Well, and that could save you from, because that was open social media when eBay first opened. It wasn't as controlled. So they came up with some of the solutions that we're going to need now. That social credit, that's a way to develop credit or reputation, I should say. That social reputation is important. And the current Web 2 state is obviously centralized and controlled. So they got rid of a lot of that stuff because they want to be able to tell you who you can trust and who you can't trust, and who you should use, and then just basically censor the people that they want to censor, whether it's warranted or not. A more holistic way to do that is to let the community decide who they want to engage with and what specific reputation would disqualify or qualify someone to engage with, and the context of the situation. If they're selling something I want, but they're routinely not delivering, well, they probably won't have an active smart shop for very long anyway, because people will just stop using them. We don't need Boom to actually go and interject into that at that point. So I appreciate what you're saying, man. And
we will remove one thing to be very clear. If there's anything that's breaking the law and we know of that nature, we will remove either direct visibility of that particular product from the site, just because while we agree that it should be open to everything, anything illegal, anything that's breaking the law, we don't want to get a hook. Specifically, we don't want to be on the hook on the wrong side of the law.
Going to jail.
Yeah, literally, we don't want to go to jail. So if somebody puts, I use this as an extreme edge case, anything regarding underage kids or whatever, that without even being triggered, we'll remove that stuff straight away,
Oh, and you want to, that's right. And you need to have those rails, right? You don't want to be facilitating stuff like that, period. And that's not the point. But you do want to be as open and hands off as much as you can, as long as there's. So getting into the philosophy of it, I tend to hold in I don't like to pigeonhole myself into any ideology, but I like the concept of voluntarism, consent-based engagement, and that's predicated on a point of the initiation of force. So my moral compass on that would be, as soon as there's an initiation of force, that warrants stepping in and censorship. So if somebody is actually committing a force or violence against somebody else, that's a no-brainer. That's an easy point of stepping in. But beyond that, you want to basically, you're not going to be manipulating markets and picking and choosing who's going to be able to sell NFTs that are otherwise not harming anybody or not instigating force against somebody else. So, and honestly, I am going to reiterate, we need a secondary or maybe a primary NFT platform
Yes.
for stacks in the worst way. There's a lot of things that I would like to get into and consider doing that right now we can't because of what's currently available in the market. Like you guys are, this is actually desperately needed, and maybe under the radar to the extent that it is needed, because it's like you go to the other platform that I mentioned earlier and you can't even find stacks NFTs. You can't find them. You can't, there's no market that you have to actually like, and half the time the ones in my wallet aren't showing up there when I go into my account. Like it's not functional right now the way it is, and it's actually harming the ecosystem because there's a lot of great projects out there that built some really interesting NFTs, and we don't have a centralized marketplace for them right now. So please get that shipped.
Build the change. Let's go.
So what's the people should follow you guys? It's at boom_money on X. It's boom.money is the website. They can sign up for the wait list. What do you need from what are you guys looking for right now from the user base?
So they can just go and sign up right now, to be honest, the wait list at Boom. You can do two things, to be honest. One, follow at boom_wallet on X. So that will keep you informed in terms of any updates we have. Number two, if you go to boom.money, join the waitlist there. So any comms we do, we'll push out a newsletter as well, an email as well when it's ready. You can reach out to me or Dan directly on Twitter. Okay, not for Dan. Just reach out to me directly.
I never get on Twitter anymore. I just don't look up, to be honest with you, from the keyboard.
So yeah, reach out to me directly in any questions, and I'll attend you directly. You know, if you want to open a Boom shop, you do not know how, reach out to me directly. I'll give you a white glove treatment. We'll fix whatever issues we have. You know, if you're from anything you want to, literally anything, any queries you have, just reach out to me. I'll be able to help wherever I can.
Awesome. You know what? I've had you guys for an hour and I don't want to extend this too long. I want to be respectful of your time. But pertaining to a smart shop, I don't have any merch. If I was setting up a smart shop, do I have to have merch to put in there, or is there a way? Will that actually drive me? Or maybe down the line, that's something you can hook me up with a t-shirt designer that will drop ship it, and then I can create it and put it in my smart shop, and now I have a hat and I have a t-shirt and I have a branded water bottle for DeOrganized and that kind of thing. Is that something? Is it that easy, or do I kind of have to find those items and then put them in the smart shop?
So V0, it's all manual.
Right.
So I'm saying version 0. Our initial release, it's all 0. So we have to. We're kind of trying to figure out what the community wants before we start building even more. Mm-hmm. So that's really the key. Is like, what's the driver? Is that a demand for just you, or is that a demand that we're going to be seeing 1,000 requests for? Right.
Right.
And we need to build the next version based on that. Our next versions are going to include some things already, like Resh mentioned earlier, native Bitcoin payments, and there's something else. I have to look at the roadmap. But a couple of kind of largish pieces. But in terms of like what the marketplace wants, what the creators and merchants want, what the users want, that's going to be driven about by the requests that come in from after the launch.
Sure. I will say this, and I'm just thinking about this now. Like I'm just it's forcing me to consider. And that's one of the friction points for me is I don't know exactly where to go to get started designing and where the best place to go for that is. And if I could just do it within Boom, then that's going to make it easy for me.
That's another application, like a whole web design.
Exactly.
Is a whole other application. And it's not something, I'm not saying that we couldn't do that, but it's another thing that we need to have demand for. Right.
So we have freelancer app though.
Sorry. Go ahead, Resh. Sorry.
Freelance app.
Yeah.
So one of the functionality of Boom we didn't mention was a piece. Somebody like literally what you mentioned there offers a service for example, I don't know, Zimbabwe. I'm minting. I have a printing shop. You can engage with me, and they actually can go within Boom app. There's a freelancer app. That's actually you can list services there.
So I
So
might be
you
able to find someone that can set up my merch,
Yeah.
my merch store for me, and then we can incorporate that merch into my Boom shop.
Yes.
They can't. So again, right now we have single manager shops. So like we put the structure in place so that we can have more, so that you can delegate some management of your shop. But we haven't like enabled that full functionality yet. We haven't like gone through the multiple layers of authentication and authorization that would have to be set up to enable that. So when you say set up your shop for you, they could give you the tools that you could use to create your shop right today.
Well, they could potentially help me on the front end where I'm creating a merch store outside of Boom, or just creating a merch collection, and a way to actually facilitate the fulfillment of that delivery, and then tie the commerce there into Boom would be my responsibility once I have that set up.
Right.
But I don't think the setup in Boom would be the trick. For me, it's, do I go to Shopify, and then I go to Shopify, and then I have to decide, what do I need to pay for this? What do I need to pay for? Do I really need to? Let me look at the other ones. And then I've spent like 2 hours in a rabbit hole, and I never actually end up doing it because I don't have 2 hours. So I've already missed something. And so getting somebody that can actually point me in the right direction would be, Hannah, I'm looking at you actually.
Even
Hunter's
easier.
Hunter's going to come up with an AI that's going to do this for me tomorrow, actually, now that we know that there's a problem. I'm sorry.
AI Guild.
We're here.
So, but there's the fact is that you guys are providing the infrastructure, the platform to make this more real. Like, it's actually facilitating a reason for me to actually go and do this, because I will have a place to actually post my products once I have them.
Yeah. So that's what. Yeah. Then go ahead.
I was going to say, one of the things that we kind of try and do is just simplify. So if you're imagining having to set up themes and colors and all the layouts and all that other stuff, like, you don't have to worry about that. We've got some very basic layouts, and we're going to add just a couple for startup. So like, your customization is not going to require deep thought. You might want a 4-column grid or a 3-column grid, or you might want a list, some basic stuff like that. It's more of kind of the Etsy layout model than the Shopify build your own store kind of full image layout kind of thing. So if you go to Etsy and you pull up their stores, they're all almost exactly the same, right? There's customized banners. There's a little bit of customized layout. I haven't spent a lot of time in Etsy recently, but it's a very simple kind of customization features. We know that there are people that want some customization, especially on the creator side. Like, that's a high demand. So those features will come over time to support like what they need and what they want, so that they can express, their themselves. But as of right now, like, if you're just looking to start like a simple merch shop, you're going to have a couple of different options, and you'll be done in 5 minutes.
Cool. And honestly, is like I that's what I'm expecting too. I don't think that there's going to be a heavy lift setting up the smart shop. For me, it's actually I don't have merch, so I have to figure out what I'm going to sell and design it, and that's my friction point, for right now. But I think that I have to do it. It's something this is going to force me to actually look into that part of it. So,
But I just want to reiterate, when people always worry that, when you want to create a wallet, you got to remember the seed phrase and all. I assure you, with Boom, if you're starting from scratch, it'll take literally 20 seconds to just get the wallet straight set up. And you still have your seed phrase, but it's in the wallet in the setting section. You can easily go and write it all down. So you don't have to even worry about that. Creating a wallet, if you have done Phantom, you'll find this experience very easy as well. So I just want to reiterate on that front.
And it's also connected to your email address. Is that true?
So login, yes.
Login is, but not the stores, not directly.
Not the right, but my wallet, my account is connected. My login is connected to my email address.
Not directly. So we don't use your email address for any kind of authentication. When you, the only thing that you're doing with an email address is authenticating that you're into the app. Okay. But then there's another layer for the actual accounts, the Stacks wallet, right? That's a completely separate layer, and everything in the app is really managed at that layer. So the email address exists, and in theory, someone could tie an address to an email address, but in the app and throughout the app, any of the processes, everything's managed as a Stacks wallet.
So they wouldn't. Somebody with my email address wouldn't be able to log into my account just by providing the email address.
No.
But I can. Does the email address help me not lose my account, or do I have to have the seed phrase?
That's another one of those things that we're gonna have to get some feedback on, because there's pros and cons to that, right? One is simplicity, and the next billion users might not care about having a partially custodial situation. And if we have part of your key, like I said earlier, we talked about starting, what liability does that put us in for, versus how much it helps us, helps users kind of get that comfort that they're not going to lose something, right? My mother doesn't care about a Stacks address or a key. She doesn't even know what, that she barely keeps her password secure. And that's with my help, right? So in the sense, like, if there's something that we can do that kind of enables more people to just get to that 30-second to first transaction, great. But then what do we have to watch out? What are the counter issues with doing that? So that's still a remains to be seen kind of item.
Yeah, I will say in general, I think the next billion don't care. They don't care about where they don't care about the wallet security. It's too bad. It's just the nature. It's human nature, and what we've been accustomed to. Someone's going to recover this for me, right? If I don't have to be responsible.
I've been beating the privacy drum for 25, 30 years. I've learned a long time ago that people don't care about privacy.
They don't care. They don't care unless they're doing something bad usually. Or if they have a lot of resources and they don't want everyone to know exactly what they have. That's the two people that care about privacy.
To the extent that we can remove uncertainty, we want to obviously do that. But again, the question is, like, what does that really imply for us as a business, us as a support organization? We're flooded with thousands of requests for, like, hey, help me recover, and we don't have some kind of automated process to do that. That's obviously not a huge win.
Yeah, 100%, man. I've been kind of dominating the conversation. I want to make sure GP and Hannah have a chance to speak at all. Actually, I've been talking too much, but you guys have any questions for Dan and Resh before we wrap it up?
Yeah, just really excited to see this launch, Dan. I know you guys have been like cranking on this for a while, and to see, the way that you guys are approaching these smart shops is really cool. I think it's interesting, and I can't wait to launch, my own shops and do my own merch for the Gigaverse, utilizing Boom, launch some NFTs, and have some fun with this thing. This is something that I've been really excited for, and I know that Doc has worked on some artwork as well that he will be launching with Boom, and there's a few different things that people should be paying attention to, and that is Boom. Boom is one of them.
I want to, if I can throw a teaser out, we hope to have an announcement tomorrow.
Oh, right? Announcement of an announcement. Yes.
Yes.
We love those.
Pre-announcing an announcement.
I love it. No, we live for those.
Yes.
So a big announcement from Boom coming tomorrow. You heard it here first.
So follow their Twitter.
follow at boom
Yeah.
underscore money and turn
No
on.
underscore wallet.
Oh, it's boom. I'm sorry. It's boom underscore wallet. It's boom
go.
dot money. That's right. So boom underscore wallet on
yeah.
X. There we go.
Get in there like swimwear, guys.
Get
That's
in there.
boom underscore wallet. Let's go.
We one thing I just want to plug in like we have good music artists on that we're launching as well. I mean, one of them is going to be the godfather of rock from South Africa. You know, Arno. Arno Castro.
Nice.
Oh, Arnold's going to be on there.
Yeah, Arno is going to be on there. You know, so we are trying to get people on board. We have Gym.btc will be launching on there as well.
Awesome.
And Gym has
Triana's
music
gonna be there.
industry. Triana will be there exactly. Then we have Nat. So we have all these musicians that want to come on. They're looking for a platform. We're going to do on Boom. As we do that, we believe, and this is what my thesis is. A lot of these artists, in order to own their own work and also to reach distribution, will use platforms like this. You know, they'll mint the music perhaps on Boom and release it to the marketplace, keep a huge chunk of revenue to themselves, you know, own the music, own a marketplace. That's our goal. And we want to enable that. I've said this many times, you know, sounds really cliche, but the entire aim of Boom is to enable commerce for everyone. You know, you should be able to be, even in school, you know, you launch it, you know, you can just make yourself some a few dollars here and there. So yeah, so that's my goal. I think Dan has been working his butt off, to be honest, on this. And I'll be throwing one or two there. Hey Dan, we got to change this and there. He said, "God damn it, can you stop with the request? Let me finish this part first." So we went back and forth on that. So, but essentially, it's going to be great, to be honest, once we launch it.
Nice. Oh, there's a pre-release store. I missed it. Was this in the comments earlier, or did I miss it?
Ooh, I
just put it in there. It's just the list, just to give you an idea of the simplicity that we're going for.
It's clean. I like it.
Nice. I like it.
Awesome. GP, you got that? You want to throw that up?
Yeah, I can.
Throw it up real quick. Let's walk through it.
Yeah. So whenever you are taking a look at the this smart stores here, you can go and explore by categories, and you'll see all of the different creators that have launched marketplaces here listed here. You can see 300s right here. You know,
so it's not populated yet, to be honest. Just for context, we'll be populating this soon. The reason why before the Boom wallet gets launched, we just want to show like what's there, you know, so people are aware what they can anticipate what's coming, basically.
Absolutely, this looks clean and simplistic. And
I just want to point out it looks better in dark mode.
Oh yes, dude. Oh, look how slick.
Yeah, really
highlighting behind. That looks great.
Do people still use light mode?
I have it on light mode because I just popped it up. But looking at Pieces screen, that dark mode is very clean. It's fresh. Let's go.
So this is pre-release. This is just like all it is pulling the store list right now. It's not linking to anything, not listing products, right? But simple banner, simple logo. You can have a tagline, right? You'll be able to customize your store slug. So if you want DeOrganized media or you just want DOM, you can customize, like it'll be stores/DOM or stores/DeOrganized media, whatever you wanted. But again, very simple kind of standard layouts that we're trying to kind of highlight.
I like the simplicity.
It looks good. It's slick. It's large icons, which is good for an older guy like me. It's going to be more attractive as a store owner or a creator. Like it gives me more options to catch eyeballs with these banners and whatnot. So I like it. And honestly, I don't light mode, dark mode is not that big of a deal, but I do think that this actually looks a little bit slicker in dark mode. That's just my.
I agree.
But I think that looks great, man. Good stuff. Dig it. And so announcement? What's the announcement tomorrow? people need to tune into, or you're gonna
It's the pre-release announcement.
pre-release?
Follow boom_wallet.
So we're gonna have this probably within a couple of weeks, maybe.
Yeah.
All right. I like it. Anything else we need to touch on, guys? Any last words? Thank you so much for joining us today, guys, and giving us your time, by the way.
Hey, thanks for having us. We appreciate it.
Right on. Awesome, guys. Dan Trevino, OG in the Stacks ecosystem. Boom Wallet. Boom.money is the website. And Resh is just an absolute Chad in the space as well. Thank you guys for joining us so much. Hana and GP, thank you guys for also chiming in. Always great to have your input. And I know you guys are both going to be utilizing the features of what Boom's bringing to market as well, along with us at DeOrganized as a whole. Thank you guys for tuning in.
Music is coming.
AI music it's here, brother. It's here.
Okay, you saw my title?
What's that?
The title under my name.
Your Royal Highness. Let's go.
His Royal Highness.
Let's go.
Yes.
I didn't realize my royalty. I should have known, Rash.
Dude.
It's obvious in your demeanor.
Should have took my hat off, you know.
All right, guys, I'm off.
GP.
Thank you very much for having us.
Yeah, man. Always a pleasure. Merry Christmas, guys. Best of luck. Happy New Year. And looking forward to supporting your announcement tomorrow and catching you guys soon when Boom is fully ready and launched. Cannot wait.
All I want on Christmas is a Boom wallet. Yeah, all I want on Christmas is a Boom wallet. Boom wallet. Let's go.
Hajime.
Full song by tomorrow.
Hajime.
Sunday.
Yes, sir. Boom to the world.
Let's
Boom,
go.
boom, boom.
On the All right, guys. Peace out. Thanks for joining today. Merry Christmas. This is actually our last live anything probably until after Christmas. So Merry Christmas. Happy holidays. Much love to all of you. And get out and support your ecosystem. There's so many cool things happening here on Stacks. Thanks to Dan and Rush again. And we'll have some more recent content coming at you shortly.
The leading L2 is making maxes look back. DeOrganized media keeps the mind share growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news. Ethereum, Solana, and Stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack.
Have Jeff, the founder of BSD Base Dollar on Stacks. What's up, Jeff? How you doing today, man? Thank you for joining us today.
Hey, GM. Thank you so much. Happy to be here. And it's great. I'm doing great. I'm getting ready for the holidays. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's fine. You know, you can feel it winding down. Things are getting a little less chaotic, except for us, where we, book back to back interviews on the same day. But
you seem like a very, very busy guy to me. Yeah, like when I've been watching more and more like bits and pieces and segments, and I'm like, this guy is always live on the internet, always.
Well, and we started. We've been doing the daily live streams for Monday through Friday for a little over. We're just going on almost a year and a half, about a year and 4 months. We started out of Stacks D Grants Cohort 2 last summer of 2024. And, it's iterated from doing a 15 to 20 minute, good morning check-in to an hour-long show to an hour and a half show with a couple of different news segment and a guest spot and game show, and then other segments throughout the day, like different shows. We had Landy coming on and doing TA. We used to produce Melanie's good kitty Melanie's show and Bitcoin and Beyond show. We do the SIP shows on Friday. And then so it was like in October, it was like, you know what, why don't we just stream all day and then we can drop in. So some of what we play throughout the day is just reruns of recent content segments. So what, after I'm done talking to you today about BSD, and I know that there's a ton of people out in the Stacks ecosystem, especially in our audience, that want to know more, very interested in the project. We'll cut that out and we'll replay it throughout the next couple of weeks to get more exposure. So people don't have to just tune into the live, but by doing the live stream all day, we can more accommodate founders like yourself for us to come spotlight. So, but this isn't about me and what we do. This is about you today. So I am relatively new to your project. We met a couple weeks back. There's a project that I've been working on with Rafa, and we had you on to talk to us about some stuff. Just not on, but we had a meeting. That was the first time I met you, and then you just happened to be on the Bitcoin and the Bitcoin Building on Bitcoin show with the BitFlow guys, which is also, they have their show today too, last week, and I heard a little bit more, but I really want to get a handle on what you're building, because I know there are definitely options for dollar stable coins is important. We don't want a centralized system. USDC coming to Stacks is great, but I'm a huge fan of what Jacob's building at USDH, and I think just more options in the marketplace make the ecosystem stronger and better for everybody. So I'm really intrigued about your niche and what you're working on with BSD.
Yeah, nice. Thank you so much for that tee up. And before I jump into that, just to sort of put a final point on everything you were saying about the show, I really appreciate what you're doing for Stacks and what you're doing for Bitcoin, and there's just so much work to go around. So I think you're really providing kind of a valuable service for our ecosystem. So thank you.
Thank you for saying that, man. I really appreciate it. We work hard, and there's a small team behind me. There's a lot of people chipping in, but it's a lot.
Yeah.
It is a lot. If I'm being honest, it's a lot.
Yeah, I can imagine. Let's see here. Yeah, I'm happy to give a little intro, and then I'm happy to talk about BSD base dollar, and then I've also got teed up here to do a live demo on testnet.
Awesome.
And I think it's the first time I've ever live shown people like how to take a loan in BSD, and there's a few other features to look at too. So yeah, I'll launch into that. Sound good?
Yeah, actually, why don't we start with a little bit of your background for those that don't know?
Yeah, sure. So I've been doing interface work as either a front end designer or front end engineer or product leader at tech startups for about 20 years now. Got into crypto about 2018, and really was looking for like where I could contribute, and happened to get introduced to the Stacks founders back then. And I worked for Hero for a number of years, and then spun out my company I have now. There was a bunch of kind of like Hero alumni that spun out small companies all around the same time, like around 4 years ago, when the ecosystem was really decentralizing, and the token launched, and then what we kind of currently think of as like Stacks 2, or like the first version of Stacks that had smart contracts. All around that time, a bunch of people started little development companies like mine, and worked on a couple different things in Stacks over the years, and been working on BSD now for about a year and a half, like heads down building. And like we're finally live. We have a live beta that's up right now. And we've got real loans, real Bitcoin. We've got real dual stacking working. Like it's been also for us. It's been a long road, and when you start building one of these protocols, you just always realize that it's like 5 times more work than you thought when you first started. And it's always really and it's always there's always kind of the steep learning curve and kind of hard education on computational tasks that are pretty simple, but when you try to do them on a blockchain, involve all kinds of funky stuff that you have to design around. So yeah, that is kind of the background. Now I'll kind of launch into what BSD is and why it exists. Sound good?
Yes, sir.
Great. So a Bitcoin collateralized stablecoin is not a new idea. There's been various permutations over the years on a couple different L2s. But it's one of the things that like the early Stacks team, like us, when we sat around thinking like, why would we want to build the blockchain in the first place? It's to enable things like this. This is like very core building blocks of Bitcoin DeFi. So, Bitcoin lending and stable coins. So I've been talking about this idea with the early Stacks team for, I don't know what now, 5 or 6 years, and so I also was a really big fan of liquidity on Ethereum. I just thought the mechanism was very elegant, and I thought it was a kind of beautiful hybrid between a lending protocol and a stablecoin. And so I always thought that had a lot of value, and I thought it was like a mechanism that really leaned on the strengths that you get on a blockchain and really can't be done in CeFi, and is really something quite special. And so I kind of like, fell in love with the idea, I guess you might say. So that's really one big motivating factor. Not to mention the fact that, there's sort of huge markets in lending, huge markets in stablecoins. So yeah, the closest thing that exists currently on Stacks is Arcadico. So, but Arcadico started as a Stacks-based collateral stablecoin, and they've kind of added Bitcoin, and we wanted to just do Bitcoin from the jump, and wanted to also include, all of the sort of like latest and greatest mechanism design insights that the Liquidity team had, and which is like, effectively it's like Liquidity 2, which is the current version that's running on Ethereum. So we we like look to them as thought leaders and say, how are they solving these problems, and then essentially copy them. So a nice way to summarize like what BSD is, that stands for Bitcoin synthetic dollar. And a nice way to summarize what it is it's liquidity on Stacks, but instead of ETH, you swap in Bitcoin. That's like the simplest explanation. The core mechanisms are roughly the same. And yeah, it allows you to lock your Bitcoin. This is SBTC in this case, and mint a synthetic dollar against that as a loan. And it's a closed loop system. So there's no fiat, there's no like under collateralized borrowing. It's like a system that is designed to add debt as long as the Bitcoin is backing that amount of debt, and then to wind down that debt or deleverage that debt in an orderly fashion, so that the system is always over collateralized. And the idea of minting stable coins against collateral is very old and very simple, but all of the complexity around that, what I just said, comes in with the liquidations and the redemptions, and also tracking, tracking the vault state across many vaults, and trying to do aggregate operations on them on a blockchain is very tricky. So all of the, it's like 80 or 90% of the work is the last few things I mentioned, but the core mechanism is pretty simple. Yeah, I'll pause there. Do you have any other questions before I go into the demo? Like any other?
Yeah. So it's similar to with all the regulatory that's coming on around dollar stable coins. A lot of people are suggesting ways to, leverage. Basically, it seems like they're trying to establish, the traditional, the government and the traditional finance system are trying to establish rules around stablecoins, which mean that they have to be T-bill backed. It seems like that's the goal. I don't think that that's necessarily the right way to go. I can see why they would want to, but it seems like what you have now and how it's designed now is basically similar, except for instead of a T-bill, you're just backing it with Bitcoin. I mean, is that more or less how do you peg the price of the dollar? How does it stay at $1 for a BSD token?
Yeah. I probably won't go into a deep legal analysis, but I think that my guess is that you'll probably see additional guidance and things come out in the future that specifically address mechanisms that are not, T-bills held by, a private entity, or like it could be like a public entity as well. I think that there's like a distinction between those two things, and there could be further regulations around other mechanisms as well. But you were asking how it works. That was the question.
Yeah. How does BSD maintain? How is the dollar value pegged for the Bitcoin synthetic dollar?
Sure. Yeah. So it follows the same mechanism that Liquidity uses. And so I don't know if they were the first to figure this out, but they were one of the earliest teams to kind of figure this out, which is it's like a redeem mechanism. So the basis for it is that there's a protocol operation called redeem, and you can always bring BSD to this function in the contract and say, I've got BSD and I want to exchange it for like face value, the same exact face value in dollars for the underlying Bitcoin. So like you can. The reason it's worth $1 is because you can kind of always go exchange it for $1 worth of Bitcoin.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the core mechanism, and so that alone, that kind of what that does is that's almost like a singular trading venue that will always consider BSD worth $1. And then you can imagine other trading venues like exchanges where it goes off that peg, right? Like it could be just the way like Bitcoin trades for different prices on different markets. Same thing is happening here. BSD could trade for different prices in different markets. But the sort of game theory around that is that if the price is above or below, it doesn't matter. In both cases, there's an arbitrage you can do. So you can basically by minting and redeeming BSD, you can basically just make money doing that. Just make a profit doing that, and in doing so, you will nudge the price closer to equilibrium. So if it's above, you'll push it down, and if it's below, you'll push it up. And so like I said, the sort of game theoretic kind of aggregate behavior of this is that the price kind of always seeks $1 through time. And so that all sounds like very hand wavy and fancy, but I mean, Liquidity's been doing this for about 5 years without it.
Sure. Well, and honestly, it makes sense because if I see it on Bitflow and it's trading for under $1, I know I can buy it and then take it over and exchange it for Bitcoin at $1 and play the arbitrage there.
Correct,
so that seems like a no-brainer to me.
Yeah. And in fact, I think it's last time I checked, it actually is on Bitflow. Like it actually is trading above $1 on Bitflow, so you can go harvest that. I don't know what size that is. That might only be worth like $10 of profit, but anyway, that's the point, or that's the concept.
Sure. No, and that's awesome. I mean, that will peg it to $1. If I can always exchange it for what the $1 worth of Bitcoin is, more or less on the market right now, then it's just an arbitrage play elsewhere. So that's I like the model. I think it's very interesting. By the way, introducing you, I don't know if you've met GP, my main co-host and partner in crime over here at DeOrganized. He was handling some stuff for Zest Protocol, and he's done with that. He's a community manager over at Zest, amongst many hats he wears.
Hey, what's up, Jeff? Nice to meet you, man.
Yeah, we haven't met, so it's great to meet you. Thanks so much.
Man. I've been really interested. It seems like BSD kind of just like popped up out of nowhere, and I was like, "What is this BSD?" And then I'm seeing Tycho and others post about base dollar, and I mean, it's awesome to get to connect and kind of understand more about it over the last couple weeks, and then also got to listen in whenever you talk to Diego and Dylan from Bitflow. So really cool stuff, and congrats on the launch of your liquidity pool over there as well. And yeah, man, cool stuff.
Nice. Yeah, thank you so much. Appreciate it. We made a lot of noise about it when we first started developing it, like I said, about a year and a half ago. And then, we thought it would actually, development on it would go a lot faster. And so we really I don't know, went into a cave basically for a while and then came back out. So yeah, thank you for all the kind words.
Of course, man. So I guess, my question to you is what's next? Like, where can they follow and all of that stuff? I've got your page up here.
Yeah, it's on,
website and take a look, just saying, let's take a look at the, tell the people where to find you guys as well, at BSD money, right? That is your at.
Yeah, correct.
Awesome, man. Awesome.
Yeah, this is good. BSD.money, and then BSD money on X is a great spot. That's a good place to start. A bunch of long form content there, all the links you need. Yeah.
Awesome.
And
started your
we started it was about 2 weeks ago, probably ish. Yeah, and you were asking about what's next. Yeah, our besides the beta, launching dual stacking support, so the Bitcoin that you use as collateral as earning was a big one. Getting the Bitflow pool is a big one. We're working right now on we kind of heard that people are interested in looping, right? So you can basically loop you can take the BSD and buy more Bitcoin with it and do so in loops. And you might kind of wonder why would you want to do that? I mean, there's leveraged exposure to Bitcoin, but probably a more compelling reason is to buy more Bitcoin and then deposit it into the vault, and then you can basically roughly triple the amount of SBTC that you have earning with dual stacking. So we've been working on that. We've got a calculator for that, and we actually have done some simulations of that and found the places where there's inefficiencies or just goofiness, and so we're polishing that up. I don't know how much people actually want to intend to actually do that, since it's kind of it's definitely a riskier use case. So I wouldn't encourage just anybody to do it, but we're at least going to demo that and create some content around it and sort of say hey, this machine of ours can do this crazy looping thing. That's another big one. I think besides that, after that, those are the core features. We also have worked on, I'm not sure if we're going to release or not, but we're working on a rebate program to basically just give back the fees to the early users. And then another big one too, which is kind of in the skunkworks state, is we have a really nice chatbot, actually. So we've got a super AI enabled chatbot with its own custom tooling toolkit that can query our database directly. And so you can basically ask it anything about the protocol. It's it's probably about halfway as good to being like me as far as the protocol. I mean, it knows everything in the docs. It knows how the contracts work. And like I said, it has live state to the protocol. So you can ask it hey, my particular loan, what do you recommend for if I wanted to increase the collateral ratio or decrease the collateral ratio or whatever, anything you want. Can you advise me on that? And it can just look up all the details about your loans, live specific details, and then give you specific customized advice. So that's I think that's very interesting and very forward thinking. And I'm really proud of our work on that. The caveat on that and why it's taking longer is because just like any other AI thing, it hallucinates more than we like. And we're trying right now to get it to really just behave the right way and not give people false answers, So especially when you're asking about a detailed specific thing, what is the collateral ratio on my loan? You need it to give you and you're trusting that answer to give you guidance on, is my loan healthy and is my loan safe? It can't hallucinate or say anything, inaccurate. And in fact, if it somehow can't grab the data, it needs to say, I can't get the data, I'm sorry, and not just hallucinate a crazy answer that's made up. And that's some of the, I think they're very bread and butter, AI or agent challenges, but we're working on that right now. I think that will be, I'm not sure. I'm also not sure on that, like how much actual growth that will drive, but it's certainly like a really impressive chatbot. Like I'm kind of amazed at what our engineer has done with it. So that's also coming up probably like early January or mid January.
Very cool. Very cool. So I am definitely, just because I love to understand how things work and I understand the risk, and, you know, just preface, this is not financial advice. We're just learning how this all works. But the idea of looping is very interesting to me, because it is a way to leverage with maybe more control than in some other circumstances, and leverage your Bitcoin position and accumulate more Bitcoin. You were going to take us for a walk through the beta. Can you kind of show us what it would look like to loop to do that?
Yeah, potentially. Like let's see here. I probably won't be able to show you that end to end because, like I said, I'm going to use testnet because the actual, you know, live mainnet setup is like a multi-sig, and it's just like there's a lot of complexity to it. So testnet is exactly the same, only I can sign transactions and stuff in 5 seconds, and also it's fake money, so we can play with it more. The problem is I'm not sure if I can actually swap on Bitflow on testnet. I don't think I can. I think.
Oh, so you wouldn't be able to actually purchase.
Yeah. I gotta go take the BSD and buy.
You can show us. You can actually show us the mechanisms, and then we can talk through the next step after that.
Sure. I'll probably start with just showing you kind of like the basics of how it works. Just like to start a new loan, and then we can work our way up to that if we have time. Sound good?
Sounds good to me.
Cool. Let me see if I can get the screen sharing working the right way here. Give me a moment. Right. Okay. I think I got it.
Yep. There we go. You
Cool.
are on, sir.
Vault 14. There we go. Right. Cool. So yeah, this is the view. My account has already created a handful of vaults. So this is not exactly what you'd see when you start fresh, but it's pretty close. So I'll walk you through creating a new vault, and then I'll show you some of the details on these existing ones. So yeah, like the first step, this is like the core mechanism. So I'll probably kind of explain a lot of details here. So step one is adding some collateral, and kind of everything else, follows from there. So, depending on the value of that collateral, which is like computed, on the fly, that kind of tells you how much you can borrow and like what your collateral ratio will be, right? Let me see if I can get this a little bigger without ruining the layout. Is that a little bit better?
Yeah, that's good. And actually, we'll put us off to the side. So
nice.
That's good.
Yeah. So how much collateral you have and how much it's worth kind of like sets the tone for everything else. And so the app auto populates just some default values for you. Probably the one that's important and also super familiar to most people is collateral ratio. So this is like how close to the full value of your Bitcoin is your borrowing worth. So it automatically picks 150 as the default. But you can see you can make the numbers safer and like harder to get liquidated essentially, or you can do it riskier all the way down to 120, which is 10% above your liquidation. But this is kind of like the first important decision to make. One of the things I'm really proud of with BSD and this like style of mechanism is there's not like a lot of trading like complexity and risk for sort of like UX in the sense that users are like totally in control. Like every parameter about the way this thing works, you have control over and you can decide yourself. So it's unlike a vault or something where there's other people managing your money and making all these decisions for you and taking complexity away for you. This is like all controls are available to you type product. So anyway, I'll just leave it at around 150. So we're locking up $85,000 of Bitcoin and we're borrowing $56,000 against it, or 56,742 BSD. And then then you set the interest rate. And the one thing that's a little screwy right now is that we have some vaults that are on the testnet that have like crazy high interest rates because it's fake money and our devs put in 20% APY and stuff for testing. So this estimate is not really correct. And as you can see, you can lower this all the way down to 0, and your redemption buffer is 0, but you can also just tick it up a tiny bit and probably get a buffer that's a little bit higher. Yeah, so like 47% is a gigantic buffer at 3.29. So there's just some squirreliness around this on testnet, but you pick your own interest rate on BSD, and
so the interest, the lower the interest rate, the more risk of. So I don't quite understand redemption buffer.
Yeah, I'll tell you. Yeah, exactly. That's probably the trickiest part of the BSD protocol is how this interest rate and redemption buffer thing works. And it's also confusing to people on liquidity as well. So you can see right there again, because we've got relatively few vaults here. Like you can see the numbers switching between 47 and 4 as I move this. That means there's like a vault sitting in between those two numbers that's like eating that chunk of the range. What it means is that, like I said, when people redeem from the protocol for the peg, that Bitcoin has to come from somewhere, right? Like we're not a bank. We don't like hold a bunch of Bitcoin on the side and sort of, pay deposits and withdrawals out of the same pile. Like there's essentially no extra Bitcoin in this system. And so when you need to go redeem, you have to pull that Bitcoin from somewhere. So what happens is the vault that has the lowest APY in the system, it draws from, and it's when you do that, the redemption, it pays off the debt and it takes the collateral and then gives a like bonus to that vault. So some people are happy to do that because they profit in the process, and then other people are really averse to that because they're like, hey, I don't want anybody to redeem my Bitcoin. I want to keep that Bitcoin for myself forever, and I don't want to part with it no matter what happens. And so you can choose your risk appetite, using this mechanism. And
so I can actually set my APY to a lower point where if it gets redeemed at that point, they're actually redeeming the Bitcoin. I end up. So how does that work? Do I still have my BSD, so I can still redeem that at some time?
Well, you can. That's right. Exactly. You keep the BSD, and they pay off your debt, and also they pay off your debt and take your Bitcoin, and also give you some profit in the process. So you don't lose money in dollar terms. In fact, you gain money. Well, what you lose is the underlying Bitcoin. But you gain in dollars and lose in Bitcoin, I guess.
Right. So you can't pay off your loan and get your Bitcoin back. You can only redeem the BSD.
Yeah, but then So if you found yourself in that situation, then you become another redeemer, and so on and so forth until the chain, stops. You can always so either if it's either through redemption or through closing your vault, either one, they're both routes to get your Bitcoin back. But it's definitely superior to lock up your Bitcoin as collateral and mint, and then pay off your debt directly, because there's fees associated with redeeming, and then also that debt is over collateralized. So to get all of your collateral out, you need to your extra collateral, right? Because it's over collateralized. You need to manually wind down your vault. So redeeming and paying off debt are two different operations, really. It's a bit in the weeds. I can explain that more in a second. But anyway, the important part is that the redeem is like a core mechanism that helps BSD stay soft pegged to $1. And this is like the risk tolerance you have for being included in those redeem operations. And so the actual interest rate, so another way to sort of say about this is like in our docs, is like, this is a market really, right? So every vault chooses this, decides this answer for themselves about what they want to pay. And then and then the market like moves and adjusts as the perceived risk changes. And so if there's no redemptions for a while, maybe everyone becomes more aggressive and lowers their interest rate. And then if there is a lot, they might raise it, and the average and stuff will shift over time. And an important part about that is we run on like epochs. So every 2 weeks, every week, we have a little process that runs that basically takes. So you can change this APY anytime you like. You can update it 10 times a day if you want to, but that's kind of like a commitment to change it. And then every week, all of those updated rates kind of like snap into place, right? So there's some game theory around why it needs to kind of operate that way to allow people to not like game it and abuse it. So it's sort of like every week you get to redecide this answer and decide your risk tolerance. And also the rate is not important. What's important is where you fall in the stack of other vaults. So like it's the relative number that's important, not the absolute number. So 0.79 might be a very risky number in the beginning, and then it might become a very safe number 2 months from now, or vice versa. So this is like an active monitoring thing. And another plan that we have to like work on here, which we haven't actually worked on yet, but we have like an affordance in the protocol design for it, which is like to create like a service that you just delegate this to, and then you tell the service like, my risk tolerance is the following, and it will auto adjust the rate every week for you to like buy you the amount of safety that you want to aim for, because you don't want to have to like mess with checking on this every week.
Oh, so you're going to be able to automate that so that it stays less risky if you want to?
Correct. Well, right now you have to specify like this is the rate. Like, so I'm going to pay my APY is 0.79% per year. But if you say like, and that's to buy myself roughly 5% of buffer. But if I wanted to, let's say do a little bit higher. Yeah. So this is, like I said, this is hard, but like do it a little bit higher and say like, oh, I always want to be around 50%, right? Then there's a service, that, or again, this is a liquidity thing. They have this. There's like a service you can delegate this decision to, and just say, keep me at 50%. Like just modulate the interest rate as you need to hit 50% within some boundaries. And so that's like
that rate means that 47% of the rate, the relative rates are above where you are or below where you are, so they're going to get paid off first.
Kind of. What it means is that 47% of all BSD has a lower interest rate than you do.
Okay.
So
right.
So it's basically like 47% of all the debt across all of the vaults will be redeemed before your vault will be redeemed.
Okay. Yeah. So if you keep it at 50, you should be generally safe, unless there's a huge fluctuation or a lot of volatility in and out kind of thing. And
Yeah, a lot of volatility would do it. Like major entries or exits out of the Bitflow pool might do it. But I think that like my gut level from just watching like the liquidity ecosystem and just sort of my own thinking about it is probably like even 20 is like super conservative. I'd say probably more like 10 or 15 is probably a reasonable target. And so analytics around this and stuff is kind of like a hot topic for us, and I'll show you some analytics for it in a second. Anyway, this is a decision that you need to make, and then you're done. So you basically have a borrow fee, which right now it's set to 0, and then this is how much BSD you're gonna mint in the process. So those are our 3 choices: is add how much collateral, decide how much to borrow, and decide what you want to pay as the interest rate. I know that's like a lot of stuff to cover, but it's just those 3 choices.
But it's what makes the mechanism function. These are, and I actually think it's a really clever design. It's interesting. I know you're saying I'm not familiar with liquidity, so this is all very new to me.
Yeah, it's a way to get dollar-like behavior with an over-collateralized, sort of valuable asset backing it, and no fiat and no custody, no counterparties. it's just code running. You know, it's like it's smart contracts and a keeper that triggers some of these things, like some of these operations and things. But that's it. Yeah, so I'm ready to go ahead and mint. Sound good?
Yeah,
Yes.
absolutely.
Cool. So like I said, we'll lock 1 Bitcoin and add and get ourselves 56,000 BSD. Yeah, you guys can't see the leather pop up, but
We cannot, but we know, but we're familiar with not being able to see that, or we do a lot of the screen sharing for, depending on who's on and what's going on. So I know what that's like. For the viewers watching, Jeff's getting his browser wallet pop up to confirm the transaction, and now it's already gone through.
Cool. Yeah, so that was successful, and there's a few different like sort of error states and things if it doesn't go through, or if there's some kind of post condition not met or whatever. Yeah, another thing I'm pretty proud of is we've got like really good post conditions set up on all of our transactions. So there's like, I don't even know, there's like probably 20 plus things that can like not be set up right, and so you really have tight assurances when you say like, only this much SBTC is going to exit my wallet, and I'm going to receive this much BSD, or the whole thing will abort. Like, it's very, very complete in that sense. So yeah, here we go. So this is Vault 15. We just created it. There's no chart data for it yet. That has to buffer. I think that's like on a 10-minute sort of buffer time. So we'll have to wait for that. But you can see just the parameters that we put in there. So we got this much. Go off that. We got this much BSD borrowed. We got this much collateral ratio of 150%, the interest rate, and then the buffer 47% or that equates to about 70,000 BSD. That's before us, and then a few other details here. But every operation we do will also be like recorded here with the transaction, which is really convenient. And so yeah, so like I said, like this whole product is like very like very composable and very kind of user controlled. So you can at this point, like everything, like unlike like CeFi loans or like a loan like I'm trying to give a good example, like Lendin, for instance, like a CeFi loan, like that has a fixed term and it has penalties and all this other kind of stuff. This is like everything that all the parameters we just set, we can adjust at any point we like. So we can borrow more, we can pay our debt down, we can add collateral, or we can remove collateral, and we can change the APY. So, and that's like a free for all. You know, you can do it.
So I can,
much, you can do it 10 times a day, you can do whatever. Yeah.
So I can actually add BTC. I could buy SBTC with my BSD.
Yeah.
And then add that SBTC right into the vault. So I don't have to create another. I don't have to redeem the vault and open up a new one. I can just add the SBTC to that vault, and then that strengthens my position, makes me less volatile, less risk, and or I can then also potentially borrow more BSD.
Yes, correct. That's the looping, right? You just keep on doing that in a loop, basically. So yeah, you can see right here in this little panel, like this is the total amount. I had some, other BSD I minted before, so that's why I've got more. I've got SBTC here, so this is like my balance, that's specific to this app. So each of these has its own little wizard, just like the borrow or just like the vault creation screen does. So like the borrow tells you like this is where everything currently stands, and if I say, what if I want to borrow 5,000 more, for instance, right? And it basically gives you a readout on like the old collateral ratio was 150. The new collateral ratio will be 139. But it's like, I want even more. I'm willing to take even more risk, right? You can just see how as I'm borrowing more and more, this collateral ratio is going down, down, down. And it also should tell you, it tells you right here the liquidation price. So like I think this is a little bit easier to understand. So it's like, if Bitcoin goes down to this amount, like which is not, it's not that far away from the current price.
No, it's definitely within the potential. It could happen right now with where the price is.
Yeah. So then you'd be liquidated, right? Your loan would be like forcibly closed. You keep your BSD, but the protocol takes your Bitcoin. So you have to play with this. This is a risk tolerance thing. This is like how actively you want to monitor the vault and what your risk tolerance is. But that's borrowing more, and then you can also repay, and then you can, like I said, add or remove SBTC. So you can say, I think this is what you were saying before. So imagine we went and took our I think 56,000 BSD and we went to Bitflow and swapped it. Then you would get, you'd have like, I don't know, 0.6 or something more SBTC, right? And so, yeah, so your old collateral ratio is 151. Your new collateral ratio would be 242. And you would be able to borrow an additional 124,000 BSD, right? So you just like bumped up your borrowing capacity. So I can take it down to 0, and you can see as I'm adding BSD or as I'm adding SBTC, my capacity to borrow is just going up, right? So yeah, that's, like I said, it's really customizable and composable. And then I'll also mention you can change the rate as well. So, and we have delegate, but it's not working yet. But you can see, like, just make it more risky. You can see current interest rate, no pending change to the interest rate, and your buffer information here. And then, yeah, you can see like this is how this change is going to affect the buffer. So 47 down to 4. So this is just like all of these screens are basically saying you can adjust the vault setup that you created in the beginning. And yeah, I'll pause there. I can mention some of these other features if you guys want, or I can answer questions.
I think there's a lot of moving parts, but I think it's pretty straightforward once you kind of get a handle on what they all mean. Obviously, this is something that is a little bit more of an advanced user. At least getting into the more complex strategies on it. If you're just looking to borrow and get a little bit of capital to deploy, borrow against your Bitcoin, you can do that. That's pretty straightforward, and you can do it with pretty low risk based on the tools you have here. But there is also a lot more. People can engage in more complex strategies like looping. I think it's really interesting, man. I think it's a great tool to have in the ecosystem. Very cool, and definitely would love to. So, what are the other tools that you were looking at up the top?
Yeah, sure. I was just going to show you. This is a vault I created already, and the the charting process is already run on it, so you can see how the collateral ratio is changing over time, like with the trend of the Bitcoin price, basically. And then also same thing over here. You can see how your redemption buffer is changing in real time in comparison to everybody else, right? So for this chart, you want this chart to look like solid red lines going up and dotted red lines going down. That kind of indicates health. And when they cross, then you need to be paying attention. So can't scroll over this here, but yeah, it's just basically because this guy's redemption buffer is down to 12. It's starting to throw warnings at me and say, hey, you should be worried about that.
So if that went over that top line, he would be over his liquidation ratio.
They're not the same data. It's kind of maybe it's a confusing chart, but they're two different data sets. But you want to know what your buffer is and how it's trending, and then you also want to understand the average of all the other vaults. Is it trending up or down? Like, you need a directional sort of understanding here. And so you want your buffer to be high, and you want to know, like, are you on the good side or the bad side of the trend, basically.
Makes a lot of sense.
I'll quickly mention just a couple of other things. One is the stability pool, which is basically how holders of BSD take advantage of liquidations to earn some profit. So this is another liquidity invention, and it's basically like rather than have like outside liquidators, it's like a built-in liquidator into the protocol. So This is how vaults get liquidated is with the stability pool. So you can deposit BSD here and wait for liquidations to happen, and then profit off those when they happen. And this chart kind of gives you some insights about what to expect about upcoming liquidations.
Oh, so I could actually deposit, instead of depositing into a vault and withdrawing BSD, I could also deploy my Bitcoin. Or is it, I'm sorry, you're adding BSD here, or you're adding Bitcoin?
Yeah. The way this works is BSD goes in and Bitcoin comes out at a 10% profit.
Okay, so I create a vault. I withdraw, I take out BSD, or I create BSD, borrow that against my Bitcoin, and then I can deposit that in here, and that is used to
liquidate vaults that have a bad CR, that have where their CR gets too low.
That pays off the vaults at a profit.
Yep, correct. Yeah. So the vaults liquidate when they're at 110 collateral ratio, and so the 100% is what's clears out the debt, and the 10%, like the remainder, goes to the people that deposit into this pool.
Oh, so that can be pretty lucrative.
Yeah, in fact, there's this is a very bursty kind of thing. Like when there's no liquidations, the APY is nothing, and then when there's liquidations, the APY is quite high. And like around the October 10th crypto crash that happened, just a couple months ago, the liquidity APY on the same mechanism went sky high. I don't know what it was. It was like over 100%.
I'm sure it went, because it was
because there was
drawdowns.
So that's one other feature, and then the redeem is what I mentioned to you before. So if I'll just say we minted about 50,000 BSD, so I'll put 5,000 in here. Uh-oh, that does not seem correct. Single redeem max. Wow. I don't know why it's doing this. This is funky. This is a funky thing on testnet because it's not working this way on prod. Anyway, you put in the amount of BSD that you want to redeem, and it basically gives you a quote right here, and then you just click redeem, and there's a fee associated with redeem. So you're basically again trading BSD for SBTC. So this is the quote of what you'll get, including the fees.
Very cool, though. I understand testnet's buggy. You don't ever know what's going on. We actually, for a lot of times, we haven't done it as much recently because GP got overworked. We're not doing the night show as much as anymore. But we used to have testnet devs come on all the time, and we would literally just try to break stuff. So it's we know what that's not a thing at all. We're just walking through, seeing how it works, and that's actually almost a good sign when you see things on testnet get a little wonky. But
yes,
it makes sense how this would work. You're redeeming. You're going to get SBTC in exchange for that BSD. There is a redemption fee. It's 1.7% on there. Is that is that fee variable? Does that change over time? Or is that just what you guys set based on?
It's like a pressure. It's a pressure amount, and it cools down over about 3 days. So when you redeem a big amount, the fee goes up, and then it takes 3 days to cool back down to its lowest, which is 5% or 0.5%. So it's to prevent there's a few, I think, kind of game theory abuse vectors where you're just redeeming more and more and more and creating more and more and more debt. And so it's to cool down that behavior, basically.
Right. No, and that makes sense because it stabilizes the platform too. It helps stave off a run.
Yeah, correct. So anyway, that's just an automatic thing in the smart contracts where the fee is basically dynamic. And like I said, if you do a big redemption or somebody else does a big redemption, you're better off waiting a couple days for it to cool down to get the lowest price.
So that redemption fee is platform wide. It's not based on an account. So if another whale makes a huge redemption, the redemption fee is going to be high for a couple of days.
Yeah, it applies to everybody equally. Yeah, correct.
Is there a cap on that fee?
There is. It's some parameter set somewhere. I don't know what it is. It's probably, if I had to guess, it's probably 5%, I think.
Yeah, that makes sense too, because I mean it needs to function properly. You know, it has to have enough teeth to maybe to protect the platform.
Yeah.
But man, this is really cool. Very well thought out, well designed. I know you took some of the design from Liquidity, but it's still a really cool product. It's unique to what's on Stacks. There's nothing quite like this on the platform, so I'm really very excited. And are you looking for people to test it out right now? What's going on? Or just waiting for mainnet launch, and then at that point you're going to be you're ready to go?
Yeah, I mean we're doing like a private beta, so we have like a handful of folks that have joined. You know, I can like send a like a registration link or just like manually approve addresses, and so it's all working on mainnet right now. You know, I've got a bunch of BSD minted with real Bitcoin, so it's all functional. It's just in a private beta, and so yeah. Happy to have people test it and play with it. And the best way to do that is just to reach out to the BSD handle, like DM or DM me. Like just basically all I need to do is send you a link in order to get started.
Awesome. We will definitely, both GP and I, we don't have as much time as we used to, but we love pushing buttons and trying stuff out. We do give feedback. So be happy to test out for you. Shoot me a link.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or we can get some addresses over if that's easier for you. We just whitelist address.
Yeah.
I know I don't always speak for GP, but I know I can speak for him on this, that he'd also love to try it out.
Yeah, I want to tinker.
Yeah, good for that.
Yeah, man. Awesome stuff. We did go, I know I told you it'd probably only be about like 15 to 30 minutes. But we're chatty. We chat a lot, and you actually had a lot to go over. There's a lot of moving parts there. So I really think that this was great. I think it was a great opportunity to get our audience exposed in depth with visuals on what you guys are doing. So really awesome having that. It takes me a couple of days because of the way everything runs, and because we're on I can't even start editing clips until after the live stream's over, which won't be till later today. And then I gotta wait for the transcript to upload so I can really do it right. So it might be a couple of days before I get the full segment, but we'll also replay this a few times throughout the next couple of weeks. So it'll get a little bit more exposure to the audience on the regular for a little bit. And then would love to have you on again sometime soon when things are more mainnet full launch and everything like that too. I really think it's a great project you're working on, Jeff.
Nice. Yeah, thank you so much. I really appreciate the exposure and the chance to show this off.
And it's at BSD Money on X, and it's bsd.money is the website that people can go check it out now. You got docs on there and stuff like that people can go through.
Yeah, that's the right two places to go look. And like you mentioned, there's a really like robust documentation site. Every single thing I mentioned and said is all explained there, and a bunch of other like product comparisons and FAQs and all kinds of stuff.
Awesome, man. Thank you so much for joining us today, and we'll definitely have you on again soon. Like what you're working on. And thank you guys all for tuning in. We will actually be back again with one more guest, and about half an hour, Rafa is going to come walk through Fact Fun, his capsule project, and the BTC to SBTC project he's working on. So we got more live content coming on. Jeff, any last words before we sign off?
No. Let's see here. I love Bitcoin, and I love working on things that enhance Bitcoin. And
right on.
Yeah, it's been a long road with this, and I'm just very proud of our team and what we've built, and excited to share more.
Awesome stuff, man. Looking forward to more from it, and thank you for the work you've been putting in. It's really cool stuff you're working on, and it's making Bitcoin better, which is what we're all here for.
Yeah. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Right on. Thanks for joining in, GP. Always a pleasure. having you as well. And we'll be back with Rafa in about 40 minutes. I'll put something on in the meantime. Thank you all for watching. Stay tuned, and we'll be back later. Y'all have a blessed rest of your day. All right, my friends, we have a great treat for you. Our good friend, hello, Mark from the Cafe Crew and Cultivate. He is really excited to have him. Friend of the show, a friend of mine. I love the Cafe Crew. I really appreciate it. So, I'm putting him right now. Hey, Mark, how you doing?
Good morning, good morning. How are you doing today? Can you hear me okay? Because I don't know, your audio's coming in a little weird for me.
My audio?
Yeah, it just sounds like quiet. Yeah.
Is that a little better?
Yeah, that's way better. Yeah.
I was talking into the side of my microphone. That's
Yeah, I've been there. Don't worry.
it's only
How
our
you doing?
fourth show today.
I know you've been going. You don't even know where the microphone is anymore. You're still half awake.
I'm on my second pot of coffee, actually.
Yeah, I drink these things. My coffee spoon just keeps getting bigger every day. I notice I'm like getting a bigger spoon. It's gotten to the point where it's like a ladle now.
You need it, man. You know, and that's the trials and tribulations of being a founder, or in your case, a multi-founder. So, you know, we just gotta take the stimulus as we can.
Yep, honestly, I wish I didn't need it, but man, I'm always going. So but you know,
I got
it
bad
helps
news
when
for you. You're still a young man.
I know, that's the problem. I used to be able to, man, you know, when I first started, I would do 2 days on, 1 off. And when I say that, I mean, I would go 48 hours straight. I wouldn't sleep. And then I would take like a full 24 hours and sleep like 18 hours. And I would be so
Yeah, so your
productive.
day off isn't really a day off. It's like you're just sleeping. and
Literally
then-
just sleeping.
But it's, you know, you might be a little bit more productive in that kind of.
I was though. That was the thing. You got into that, you know, flow state, and you had 48 hours of flow state, and you were like, "Wow, I have done, you know, a month's."
And you feel really good after.
Yeah.
You sleep well. That's why you're able to
slept
sleep
like a
for an 18-hour
baby. Yep, exactly. And it was easier because like I'd be in college, and there'd be 3 of us together, and we'd be all hyping each other up, and so that helps too when you got all the boys with you.
Very cool. Very cool. So, you know, we can actually talk about whatever you want to talk about. This is for you to let us know about anything. But I know dataing is kind of your baby right now. You've been putting a ton of time and effort and resources into that, and very cool stuff going on with it. I am part of the tester group, although I haven't had a chance to really dig into it for a little while. There's just so many things I'm got my hands in. I am in that DM group though, and I know you guys have been doing there's some interesting things going on there. So why don't you tell us tell us what dataing is, what the purpose is, or at least the upfront purpose. And I know that there's a couple of things that you're seeing it provides value in a couple of different ways.
Yeah, no, definitely. So, I mean, from a very high level, we're trying to create an AI that is purpose-built to find people love and perpetuate love. So it fundamentally is supposed to understand you and then understand who you should meet and why and how you can maintain and improve those relationships in your life that bring value to your life. So it's kind of meant to prevent people from being lonely and sad and find them the people that they should be meeting that are going to make their lives better, but also help them understand those people so that the relationships that they do start can be as, you know, strong and stable as possible. And so it's been a process of, you know, firstly understanding who is someone, how can we understand who someone is from their digital footprint, from what they provide, from what they're willing to share with our AI. And then understanding, okay, based on all of these things, how can we understand who they should be with or who they're going to like or who they might want? And then once you have those two pieces, then you start to figure out, okay, now how do we make this relationship even better, knowing these two people and what they want fundamentally? How can we find things that they're going to enjoy and that are going to improve their lives. So it's like three major pieces there, and so we've been working on each one somewhat independently. It requires a lot of testing because you need just enough people going through it that you have enough of a sample size to understand what works and what doesn't. And it also takes time because relationships are different in the first few weeks than they are in the first month than they are when you're 6 years down the line, and now things are a little different and you're married and you're trying to figure out, you know, how to keep the spark alive when you have kids and other things. So there's a lot to it.
There's a lot to it, and people need all the help they can get, and you're sort of leveraging the modern data training capacity, or the way that we can use data in new ways to you're trying to train the AI on the available data and how to interpret it, what it actually means. You got to kind of figure out what people are looking for, and sometimes the data will tell you different people with different data are going to be looking for different things. So you're solving a big problem. We're at a point in time where the technology allows for this for the first time ever, really. You know, and
100%.
so very interesting how you're applying it, though.
And that's kind of how I got into it. So my last company, which we ended up selling to a crypto company, we did personal data monetization. So we allowed people to take back their data from all these companies that have been accumulating it on them just to, you know, place ads and target them. So everything from, you know, Facebook to Instagram to Twitter to Pinterest to Google and Microsoft and even Apple and these huge companies that when you look at the data they have on you, it is pretty insane. And all that data, you know, is meant to improve your life. They tell you, look, we're collecting this so we can improve your algorithm and show you more of the people you might want to meet or things you might want to do. And over time, they've done less and less of that and more just selling you stuff. And so the idea with that company was, you know, at least give it back to the user, and allow them to monetize it with those same people that these big companies are monetizing it with. And I think that was interesting because it was my first foray into the research world where you started to fundamentally understand, like, how do big companies make decisions? How do they understand what the average consumer wants and what they're like and how their lives are changing? And you start to realize they really don't know anything about it. They're mostly doing survey research. They're mostly just having bot farms respond to that survey research. So a lot of it is just garbage data. And so what we did was we took it straight from the source. Like, you are the best source of all that data because you can accumulate more of it on yourself than anyone can. But then the hard part is anonymizing it and securing it and making sure that people have full ownership of it, and then still being able to find those people when the opportunity arises that someone wants to work with them. And so it was interesting, and I think it's only going to become more and more of an industry as AI comes. So we were pretty early. Like Kled is doing this in crypto, and they love to say we're the first data monetization platform. It's like, no, dude, I did this 5 years ago. We had 10 times more users. It's been done, but it's been very hard to do because the buy side is not as fleshed out as most people think it is. These big companies, frankly, just don't have people who know how to analyze it. And that is the big thing that AI is going to change. Just now, everyone has this tool and this research co-pilot that can take in all of this multi-source data and make sense with it and tell stories with it. And I mean, it was amazing to me that you could go to Target and Best Buy and these huge multinational corporations, and they didn't have anyone who's capable of doing that. So I think that's the shift here. But for us, what I realized is, yes, that's great for researchers, but it's also great for people trying to understand each other. If you could take in all this data and you can tell a story about someone and help understand who is this person, what's their life like, what is the mission that they're on, what are the things that they like, and how can that story, weave into my story and make something that I want to be a part of, I guess.
It seems like it has the potential to help people have more meaningful relationships, because they're being more rapidly lined up with people that line up with their that will resonate with their personality, their goals, what they like, their person, they're get along with them better. So it seems like it seems like the golden, relationships are really, at the end of the day, that's the most valuable thing we have, right? So
It's everything. I mean, and that's the crazy thing is most people wouldn't deny that. Most people, when you say like, what is the most important thing in life, that most people would say it's the relationships you have, and yet there's so little like time and effort and brain power being put into solving this problem, and it's never been worse or harder to find those relationships. And so it's been a little discouraging seeing that it's so small of a part of the economy. When you look at VC capital that goes into this stuff, it's like the average crypto rug gets more than this entire industry raises in a year. But
it really is nuts when you look at it that way too, because VCs aren't looking to do anything altruistic necessarily. I mean, it's not in their nature. Their job is to make money on their money, so it's got to make money. And so that's another part of it that I know you're trying to work on solving.
I know you haven't been on the apps for a while, but it's like $100 a week for a lot of these apps now. So there is money in it. People are willing to spend the money to find.
Is it really that much for the dating apps now?
I'm not kidding you now. Yeah, it's like they are literally, if you don't get like the 3-month plan, which they'll take it down to $20 a week. If you commit to 3 months, they'll charge you like, $100, $200 for a month now on some of these. And that's for the cheaper ones. The more expensive ones, $1,200 some of them now for
I'm trying to remember. So my youngest just turned 14. She was born about just over a year and a half after I met my wife.
Mm-hmm.
And I had just broken up with my ex. She left me with 4 kids. I was 33 years old, so just wow. Slightly older than you.
Yeah.
And I had 4 kids. And by myself, I had custody of the kids. I had actually also just lost my job of like 8 years. It was 2010 was a rough year. So I was devastated. My ex had moved out. I was not happy about the situation, and I actually was kind of broke. I had actually just got I had gotten let go, and then they challenged my ability to collect unemployment on my unemployment insurance because there was some shenanigans going on back then where they were routinely letting people go at the company I'd worked for, and then getting credits to hire people out of unemployment. So it was crazy. So I got my hearing. I got approved for my unemployment. So I got like 3 months of unemployment back pay. So I had some money. Nice. But just before that happened, I was so broke, my sister paid for my Match.com account.
Oh, wow.
That's how I met my wife. I married from Match.com. I think it was like $150 for the account or something.
Okay, like yeah. Back in $2010, that's like $300 now.
Easily, and probably more than that, actually.
Yeah.
But it was more than I could afford at the time. My sister paid for it for me. And I was really just, I didn't even know. I didn't even want to be on there. I just didn't know what to do with myself.
Yeah.
And so the long and the short of it is I went on several dates, by the way. And I did it by being honest. Also, I explained I had 4 kids. I wasn't looking for anything serious. My wife and I, when we first went out on a date, she was just going through a divorce. She wasn't looking to do anything serious. We were not really trying to have a relationship. We were both just looking to go out and have a good time. And we did. And I was successful several times before that, single for the first time in my adult life. It was an amazing experience. But then I met my wife. And that was it. That was the extent of my adult dating. It was a couple months of really nice, good times, meeting some people. But those apps back then worked. They worked then. They gave you exposure to a market. And so I highly encourage people that are. I've heard nightmares about some of the apps that have been going around the last, I don't know, maybe decade, because I'm old, so I see things in a longer timeline now. But I think what you're working on actually gives people a lot more substance to start with. And also having an AI companion, I mean, there's still too many people that don't quite really. My wife's just getting exposed to using Copilot from work.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, she's like, oh my god, it's like it keeps track of my grocery list, and I'm taking and what I have presents for all the kids and everything. And now she's learning that it doesn't really store memory for that long and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So you got all of this huge amount of people getting exposed to this paradigm with the AI agents that are way more functional. And I know you have a really strong AI basis to your model. So you people when they engage in the app, do you want to do a screen share, or you want to just take what's the user experience like? I'm coming on to dating.
So I mean, yeah, we can.
Oh, you know what? Hold on a minute. I think we got GP in here too. Let's bring GP on.
Nice.
GP, you with us? He just said he was back. He might be. Well, you know what? We'll. I'll just. He can turn himself back on when he comes in.
Yeah, no worries. But yeah, no. So I mean, the experience is. I guess maybe I can screen share here. Let's see. I've got a demo account running on kind of a back end, so maybe I might have some bugs here, but. I mean, basically the idea is one thing I really hate. I hate making profiles on dating apps. I'm so bad at talking about myself, telling people like what I care about, who I am. I'm so bad at that. I'm bad at resumes too, cover letters, all that stuff. I just don't do a good job of describing myself. And I think our friends do a better job of describing us. And I think we've been experimenting with just how well can an AI describe us based on giving it as much data as we can so that it can fundamentally understand what we care about. And so this is my profile. You click through pictures, you can see the different sources that I've integrated. So, we're pulling in my X data, my Apple Music, my Eventbrite, YouTube, Google Calendar. It can analyze the photos in your camera roll. It can analyze your ChatGPT data. You can see that logo is all screwed up for ChatGPT.
So it does it all. So it takes all of the information that you want to feed into it.
Yep.
And it'll aggregate that and make your profile, your bio, and all that for you.
Exactly. It does all of it for you. And then it basically tries to understand you based on thousands of personality traits and interests and who I am. So here's my interested in cryptocurrency. You can see me like retweeting some Bitcoin Pepe spaces about Munib, Top Chef Munib. And so it knows like I'm pretty bullish on Pepe and STX and Bitcoin. And, here's like some of the stuff that it can see from my photos where I'm talking about, going on a romantic midnight drive or a cozy day, have a cozy day in, or here's my Eventbrite data talking about one of the events that I went to or some of my calendar events where it understands like, okay, here's like stuff that I'm looking for. And so once you do that, you basically just start talking to the bot and, I'm like, I want a gamer girl. She doesn't have to be in LA. And it's like, okay, here's a little bit about like, what I'd like to know. Is you want someone who's into shooters, or you want someone who's like, more just playing an RPG with you? Like, give me a few of those preferences. And it just kind of like starts to try and figure out what you like and who you are. And over time, it gets better and better at figuring that out. And then it just starts matching you with people, and it describes why it thinks, you'll be a good match. And you can come in after a date and talk about what you liked or what you didn't like. And then once you do find a match, it'll introduce you. It'll tell you why it thinks you're going to be a good match. And then you can continue to use it throughout the process of being in a relationship. So you can ask it, where should we go to dinner tonight? Somewhere we're both going to like. What should we watch on Netflix? We can't decide. We're having this fight about, who should pay the car payment this month. And, I'm making more money, but, I feel like she should pay her fair share. Like, how do we come to an agreement on this, and who's right? And it can just kind of like understand who you are and what might be a good solution, and just kind of be like an unbiased third party that also like fundamentally understands where both people are coming from, so they feel seen and understood. And like they have someone in their side of the ring. So that's generally the idea, and it's been pretty interesting. I mean, I've watched it save several relationships where people were on the verge of like just not being able to come to terms with each other, and it found just like a very elegant solution, and was like, it's okay if you guys both think this is over, but maybe if you want to give it one more shot, like, here's what I would do. And they're like, you know what, okay, we care about each other enough to give it this one more shot, and they kind of do what it tells them to do, and they find like they see each other for the first time again in a lot of ways. They are reminded what they liked about each other to start, and it helps them just kind of like remember those things that can sometimes get lost when you're with someone long enough. So I think that's really cool to see, and it's cool to also just have someone who is kind of there fighting for you in your corner, that just kind of lets yeah, maybe this one didn't pan out, but it's not you. I think they're just looking for something a little different. It's not that you're too ugly. It's probably just that you're too into crypto, and they just are kind of like not super into crypto. And
That's
that's
less
little
of a
much,
problem for guys than it is for women. Like, women will date ugly guys.
Yeah.
Fortunately for guys like me,
Yeah.
especially.
But I mean, on the apps, it's tough now. Like, it is like it's never been harder to be an ugly guy with the way Tinder and these other apps are structured, because they don't do a good job of describing all of your other great qualities. They can't translate aura and be like, look, he's all the women he's been with say he's a vibe, though.
The algorithm is designed to put people in front of the user that they're more likely to click on and engage with. And inherently, you can't tell a person's personality from the image.
Yep.
So, of course, the ones with more broad physical appeal are going to trigger more response, and thus they're going to get pushed forward in the algorithm, at least in the current paradigm of the algorithms. And I'm sure that there's high-tech development trying to put those people together based on their personality and everything too. But they already have their model in place, so they don't need to. If people are still using the app, they're not dramatically changing the current paradigm, and what you're working on changes the paradigm.
100%. And a lot of people are just getting filtered out, like you said, because like physical appearance is so important. Like, height is the most visible of things, so like height becomes the most important metric, when 20 years ago, I don't think it was probably top 5, but it wasn't by and large agreed upon to be the most important thing. And so it's really shifted a lot of that, just because of the incentives that are in place and the information that people have access to. It's the one thing I can verify. Okay, he might be lying about his job, he might be lying about this or this, but yeah, he looks pretty tall in that picture. And so that becomes the thing that it's focused on, as opposed to all the other things that color in someone's character that end up being really important. And I think there are so many of these questions that a lot of people maybe forget to ask, that it can be good at reminding people of. Like, you said you wanted kids. Well, he's going to be a really great father, I think. He takes really great care of his cousins. He's always, trying to spend time and play with the kids in his life. And I think he would make a really great dad. But, that tall guy, he actually hates kids. He doesn't want a dog. He doesn't like taking care of anyone but himself. So, if that is something you want, maybe, just keep that in mind. And I think a lot of people maybe just having that nudge every once in a while. And I think they used to have a friend or someone who would kind of be that voice to them, but I think people don't have that nearly as much anymore. So it's very interesting to see how that's caused just a lot of disjointed sort of issues in the market right now. And I think the other piece of that is also just people are very broke, and a lot of the good men out there are struggling, and they can't afford to pay for the premium plans on all these dating apps and risk the amount of money it might take to go on 3 dates a week to find that person. If each date doesn't really work out and it's not very well matched, it's really expensive, and it's a big time commitment. And if we can at least just minimize some of that expense and some of that time commitment and make it a little bit easier, I'm hoping we can find people those relationships a little bit easier, and just make it a fun process. It should be fun. It shouldn't be so miserable. It shouldn't be something that people dread. It should be an enjoyable part of life.
Yes, I agree. It really should be the most important enjoyable part of life, or one of the most enjoyable parts of life, finding a person, that you fit with. That's really what kind of like a huge part of what almost all of our social interactions are about, to a large degree. It's finding a person, and then creating a family with that person, and then the extension of that, and all of the things around that, getting a good job, taking care of yourself, and all of that kind of revolves primarily around those specific events, life events.
Yep. And it's a great opportunity to learn about yourself too, is what I'd say. Like every time you go out, you're like, yeah.
Yeah, that's a great point. Self-discovery is another thing. And actually, so you would say that there is a self-discovery piece to this.
100%. Like it's constantly trying to understand you, but also telling you what it's learning and saying, I do realize, you say you want a gamer girl, but I don't know if you could just sit inside and game all day. You're a social guy. You do want to get out there and you want to have friends, and maybe it can work if you've got your friend group who you go out with every week and you get that out of your system. Then maybe you are okay just cozying up and playing video games all day. But maybe you need someone who has a little bit of both of those things, and it's very good at understanding how and it's just like all of the different social medias we're connecting, where each one is kind of like a different part of you. Who I am on Twitter is not who I am on Pinterest, is not who I am when I'm texting my friends or going out and seeing people in person. And so it's about finding all these disparate pieces of yourself and really understanding, like, what is the balance that makes you the happiest, and how can you find someone who fits nicely into that balance?
That's actually really interesting. I never actually saw it that way, but it really can almost help you. Sometimes we don't know really what we want. Oftentimes we don't know what we want. We have a perception of what we want. A lot of time that's actually influenced externally. So it really is almost like it's a guide to helping you understand what you want too. That's
100%.
Really interesting, which is definitely a new paradigm for dating apps.
Yeah, that one, most will not tell you that. They'll just try to find you what you think you want, and even then, they don't really try that hard to find it for you.
No, because if you find what you want, then you don't need to pay their weekly subscription.
That's exactly it. Yep.
So it's a disincentive model.
And so, yeah, they've all used the same business model. None of them have tried innovating on the business model at all, which is disappointing to me. And it's just a terrible model. It's like, okay, I'm going to pay to get in front of people who don't really want to see me. Okay, well, no one's happy in that scenario. And now I'm just paying money and other people are wasting their time. And for a lot of women, it's really hard too. You look at what their apps look like. They have 1,000 choices, where they've got 1,000 guys in their DMs.
Yeah, it's so much worse. Women have a different challenge. I would say it's worse.
And just so little information to go off of, and you have safety concerns. You don't know who these people are, and I mean, there are just it's a nightmare.
Women have a hard time getting a date or finding a willing sexual partner, even, right? That's an easy thing for them, but that's not necessarily what they're looking for. And
men have got really good telling them what they want to hear too, I think.
Right. Well, and then there's also the constant. It happens to men too a lot now, because we're all so overexposed to advertising, but advertising's been targeting women and like appealing to their or preying on their insecurities and all of that to sell them things for so long. So there's that too, that makes that compounds the dating scene and the inability to get what you're after in a sea of things that you can possibly fall into chasing what you're after. It's definitely a hard time. So it sounds like you are working to solve a lot of problems for this This
That we are. Yeah, we're trying. We have some of the best people in the world helping us try to solve this problem, who have fundamentally understand all of the different pieces, from the data science to the psychology to the AI to the sociology. Like, there are so many areas of research that you have to combine to get this right that I haven't seen anyone else trying to solve the problem as dedicated as we are to actually solving the problem. I think a lot of people are coming at it trying to throw AI into it and make it a little gimmicky and just get something out there, make some money, sell it to Match Group. And that's the other piece, is Match Group owns the whole industry. It's essentially a monopoly, maybe an oligopoly, but it's even the Hinge CEO is going to do something very similar to what we're doing. I think he's probably on platform, like, using it, trying to see what he can do. But he's getting funded by Match Group, and so they're essentially just incubating one of their own competitors to keep it in the family, to make sure that if something does come out, then they still have their claws in it. But in a lot of ways, that kind of gives me some certainty, because I just don't believe Match Group wants to solve the problem. And so I don't believe that anything they put out is actually going to work that well. In some ways I hope it does, but I just, I haven't seen it yet.
They don't really need to make a good product, because they are so well resourced that they can just buy users direct and just churn users, and it doesn't matter, because they're generating the revenue with their ad base and branding, mind share. But one thing I wanted to ask you too, you have, like, the other day you mentioned in the group chat that you guys are working with Tony from X402 Stacks, trying to figure out how to integrate X402 payments into your AI models. And I know that you also had an interim grant that was related to the data, preserving user data and users having access to their own data and all of that stuff. So tell us, there is some crypto integration into your app.
There is. So we're trying to keep it somewhat on the down low, because no one wants to use a crypto dating app. That's just the
It's
truth
not
of it.
right. It's not the selling feature.
Yeah, that doesn't work. So we try to keep that somewhat low key, but I think it's an excellent use case. One, because most dating apps are considered high risk payments, so they bunch you up with porn sites and all these other like bad actors that makes it very difficult to do payments. And especially if you want to go international, it just becomes incredibly difficult to do. So it actually makes a lot of sense from that perspective. And what we'd always wanted to do, and part of our business model, is to take commissions on things that our agent plans for you. So if it goes through and it can book your movie tickets at AMC, then maybe we take a 1 or 2% cut when it organizes it and sends you the tickets and finds you the perfect movie to watch and the perfect place to go and syncs it with your calendar and knows when you're both available, and just does enough work that fee feels reasonable. And it'll never be a Ticketmaster size fee. It'll be reasonable. And so that's one piece of it. And then the second piece is all of this data is incredibly important for training agents. And I think that we need more agents being trained on data that is essentially focused on how do we make people's lives better. There are a lot of agents being trained on how do I make this code more efficient? How do I make this tool, put out a little bit better of an image?
How do I get more attention on social media?
Exactly. But if you think about, like, okay, someday the Terminator comes out and his brain is one of these things. Which brain do we want? Like, I want the brain that's like, my job is to bring people together and create love and peace. And you're like, that would be nice. Let's maybe optimize for that one. And so I think having more agents that are trained on this is really important. I think it's really important because incumbents, for one thing, like OpenAI, half of OpenAI's brain is Reddit. Like, I don't want half of AI's brain trained on Reddit, but also I can't go get half of Reddit's training data to train mine, which makes it very hard to compete with a company of that size. And so I think we need to democratize a lot of this, give people the option to contribute, but allow them to contribute. And if they do become, get paid for it or get some kind of like reimbursement because they're a part of a new project and they are foundational to its creation. And so I'm hoping third-party developers and also researchers can get access agentically to this data. And really the thing is, like, most of this data will be acquired through agentic means pretty soon. I think the sales process of selling data is a nightmare. It's like 6 months of, okay, here's the scope of what we're doing, and here are all the people, and here's me verifying that it's what you need. And I've done these sales cycles, and sometimes it's $500,000 for 100 people if you find the right people, but it's a nightmare to get there. But the agents, they're going to be way more efficient, and they're just going to go search for whatever they need to complete whatever task that they might have. And if that task is, I need to understand consumer behavior because the person on the other side of this is launching a product and really needs to know what these types of people are thinking, then it can just go out, find it, immediately pay the people on the other side who have opted into the program, and people can make money. And I think if we don't put people in that loop, then the companies that own that data are just going to go around them. And so I think this is the best system to give people control and ownership, and also empower developers, indie programmers who want to create models that might someday be able to compete with the big boys, who frankly I don't trust to not create the Terminator. So we need a bunch of little good AIs, I think, to make sure we balance out the AIs that might go off the rails someday.
100%, man. Mark, I love having you on. You've been a regular contributor to our shows for a long time, especially when we're doing the nightly show regularly. I'm a huge fan of the Bitcoin Pepe crew. The Touch Grass Space on Thursday is one I am loath to miss. I generally balance and juggle things around it a lot. And tomorrow, I'm actually wanted to ask you, because they have the Stacks Town Hall and then the Stackies Awards. You guys you guys still doing your space tomorrow?
I mean, as far as I know, but maybe we'll bring the crew over and we'll just come mob over to whatever space is going on. I do want to see the Stacky Awards. That sounds fun. And
Cool.
Town Hall would be good.
Now
So
I know
maybe
how to feel. Yeah, you guys, and I'm going to be covering it on DeOrganized as well, so you guys can tune in. Ham it up in the live chat. We love when you guys do that. It's been a long time since nobody said hi to us.
Yeah.
One of our everyday fans. He was on a lot. So would love to see you guys there. I do gotta wrap because I actually have a guest I lined up for 2 p.m. So I got
no worries at all.
I'm like back to back these days. Where we're like,
Yeah.
doing
No
the
worries.
stream is a blessing and a curse because we have so much space, and I've started dropping things in outside of our regular time slot. It's like almost like hard for me to say no now when somebody suggests a time that
No worries at all. I totally get that. But I guess a few parting words. I'd say one, I guess I didn't really get to SBTC. I think Bitcoin will be the payment layer of agents. I think we really need to push
100%.
on all the Ethereum and Sol guys. I was just like arguing with like a very big builder who's trying to build something on ETH, and I was like, trust me, like agentic payment rails, we really want Bitcoin here. Like this is
how are you guys? Is that's what you guys are expecting? 402 X402 on Stacks and utilizing SBTC to be the foundational layer for agent to agent interactivity, and I tend to agree with that. I think that this is it's amazing how fast it iterated recently, from just being an idea to being like this seems like it's legitimately the way.
It is the way. That's why I'm here. That's why I think a lot of people understand that it's the deepest liquidity. You'll have access to the most lending. Like agents don't want to sit on idle Bitcoin. If they're not using it, they're going to want to get more of it, and they're going to do it automatically and quickly, and they're going to want to tap into the deepest pools with the most resources. And they also, I think just for safety's sake, it's the most distributed system we have. Like if you think about an agent swarm gaming proof of stake, they could just go buy up all of the ETH within a fraction of a second and start gaming the system without anyone even noticing. But are they going to buy up every crypto miner and consolidate them without us noticing that shipments are all coming in from all over the world? Like it is just a much harder system to game, and I think that's super important, and a lot of people have somewhat lost that.
Are you suggesting though that agents could potentially, you're saying without us noticing, but you're suggesting that they could actually, AI could potentially come up with the idea of creating a company buying equipment, hiring people to put it all together, and running their own miners.
Yep, but I think it would be a lot easier to just buy up a bunch of ETH and game proof of stake stuff, and like there are a lot of other.
Right. You're not right. They still have. There's the logistics behind proof of work versus proof of stake makes it really, even though you could theorize that they could do that. There's no guarantee that they'd be successful doing it.
Exactly. We would at least have more time to notice, whereas the other ones, you know, they could do it in a flash of a second where all of a sudden across every network, every exchange, you know, you see a candle on ETH and all of a sudden they own 51% of the network, and without even realizing it, you know, they've swept a bunch of wallets that they've hacked or something. Like this stuff, you know, it's going to get crazy. So I think we really do need to plan around all of that. And but yeah, I think we're very well positioned for this. And then I guess one little other shout out. I do run the Crypto Economy podcast, and we do have an exciting guest today. Angela McArdle, who is the chairman of the Libertarian Party. She was largely responsible for getting Ross released. Like it was basically her organizing the Libertarian Party to make that as the core request to Trump for their support. And they were like, here's a reasonable request that we think he can get done, that, you know, day one is something that's easy enough and palatable enough to his base. And so like she was really a driving force there and deserves a little more appreciation. But I'm excited to hear how it all went down from her perspective.
You're going, what time is that today?
That's at 1 today.
At 1 Pacific.
Pacific, yeah, sorry.
So in about 2 hours.
Yeah.
Just 2 hours and 13 minutes from now.
Yep.
Very cool, man. That's on the Crypto Economy podcast, which is on Apple and Spotify, if I remember correctly.
You got it.
And also, you guys, you want to try out Dataing, you can go to dataing.io. There is a web app available now, and it's also a mobile app in the Apple Store as well.
Yep, exactly. So if you're international, you'll have to go to the web app or on Android web app. The web app is a little janky. It's kind of in beta right now, so there's still a few bugs, but the iOS app is pretty clean. But we did just put in a new model. It's we've been upgrading the memory and a bunch of other pieces. So, I mean, it's the first time that I'm really using it side by side with GPT, and I'm like, this is just a much better experience. It really fundamentally understands me more than the GPT I've been talking to for 3 years, which is
wow, that GPT's getting better too. So if your experience with your app is better than GPT, that you're doing pretty good.
We're getting there. Yep. No, it's cool because I can port in all my GPT data and it knows me just like my GPT does, but it knows me even better because it has so much more to it. And we've given it a lot more freedom than GPT gives theirs. So we've let it kind of be itself a little more and not be so afraid of hitting the guardrails that it doesn't give you good responses. So that's been cool to see how small companies can just be a little edgier and outcompete the big guys who can't take quite as many risks with some of this stuff.
Oh man, awesome stuff, Mark. Much love, my brother. Definitely don't be a stranger as things develop. We'd love to hear more on what's going on with what you're building, doing some more demos. Maybe we'll do a little bit more of a like an online thing where we did that time with a group session.
Yeah, that would be great. Yep.
We'll do
no,
something.
I would love that
soon. Awesome stuff, brother. Guys, tune into Mark's Crypto Economy podcast later. That's going to be awesome. You know what I'll do too? Well, no, you guys got to tune into it, and then we'll talk later.
Sounds good.
Thank you, Mark. Much love, brother. You have a great rest of your day. Thank you guys for tuning in. We will be back in about 10 minutes with Jeff from Based Dollar to talk to us about a new algorithmic dollar on Stacks coming to the Stacks ecosystem. Thank you, Mark. Pep Toshi, if you guys didn't know.
Pleasure, guys. Thank you so much.
Right on, man. Y'all have a blessed rest of your day. And stay tuned. We'll see you soon. All right, my friends. I'm actually super excited about this next segment. We have our good friend coming on to talk to us about the Aligners project, which I've been
Very interested to learn more about, and I haven't had the time. So I'm super excited to have our brother in here. It's his first appearance on the live stream, I believe, and long overdue. We got Dr. Whoppy in the house. Whoppy, how are you today, man? Can you hear me okay? Oh, you look like, it looks like you're muted.
Can you guys hear me? Because for some things is happening.
There you are. Now we can hear you.
Good.
Good evening, brother. It's afternoon for me. It's a little later for you. Thank you for. I'm so glad to have finally gotten you on here, man.
It took a while, right? It took a while. It was a long time ago that we have been talking on certain things, and
used to be back when we used to do the SIP call on Spaces every Friday. That's where we chatted the most, I think. The stacks.
I think that's where we met, and also voting proposals on stacks and that sort of spaces. I've joined a lot, and I must say it was very fun to hang out. Good to be here finally and be part of your show. Thank you very much for asking.
Yeah, so great to have you. I've been, I see you. You're always obviously contributing in the ecosystem. You do your, and I'm slow these days too. Like I don't want to say I'm slow. I'm because we do so much on the live stream now. I don't have as much time in the morning to follow your posts, but I love the regular inspirational posts you put out there, and you've been doing that for a long time. You're constantly motivating people, and that's one of the things I really love about you. Like you're very positive, you promote positive outlooks, and that's important, I think.
Yeah, it was something that I found myself a little bit more like. For the longest time I was a little bit lost on X because, first of all, I'm not a developer. I'm not a builder in the sense of I do have my thoughts, of course, but I'm not a developer. And I'm more like an enthusiast in a lot of things. And at some point I needed to find to do at some point I needed to find something to do with my with the NFTs or with whatever I had, and blockchain in general in much. So at some point I just I created this little character. It's already doing these little tweaky posts about positivity and mindset and awareness and as a sort of note to self kind of thing that kicked off. So when I woken up the captain through AI, I found an audience, and from that I just grew because I did I have a full-time job, right? I work as a product manager at IRL, but I love hanging out with a lot of people, so I was always listening to Spaces, and in the meanwhile just playing around on X, and this gave me practically an audience, built my presence on X, and for the longest time it did very well. For the recent exit that I took, it doesn't really match, but still it brought me a lot of experience in a way of writing, in a way of looking at things in my own mindset, in a way that I changed my life. But also seeing it affect others. I really had some amazing DMs through the years of people saying hey bro, how do you do that? What can we do with this? And how it impacted other people to make better decisions. So yeah, that for me was the key to keep going and go from there, actually.
Awesome, I love it. GP in the house, GPSC as well, our brother from the Pepe Spaceship Club and so much more these days. Community manager for Trust Machines and Zest and Stacking DAO, and obviously my main co-host. One of the best decisions I ever made was bringing him into this project. But he was super excited when he found out that we were bringing you on as well, man. You have a very strong reputation throughout the Stacks community, for sure, brother.
Yeah, what's up, Wappy? Glad to connect with you and get to see you, man. And yes, man, your posts are some of the ones that I always look forward to. Always a good, positive message, and we need more of that positivity that you bring to this ecosystem, and the inspiration and great takes, man. But I had to come up and say what's up to you, man. Welcome, and good to connect and finally get to talk with you like this.
It's good to be on the DeOrganized show for once and connect with the guys that I've been, even if you don't see me that much, secretly still looking and look at what you guys are doing.
We see you. I see you.
Didn't do groups. Okay, the group activity is a little bit less, but it's very busy, very demanding. I'm trying to find my way in a certain way. And you probably have seen that I now made a second character, so it's Mr. Duck with the little horns, and also that one is taking off, getting requests for people asking me to make ducks and that sort of thing. So yeah, it's good to be able to build and contribute in certain things, in things that I'm good at, and happy to be here. Good to see you, GBSC. It's great to see Stack still building strong and working on it. It's good, exciting things happening all around. That's one thing I can say.
Yeah, there's so much going on right now, man. Especially this week, we have the Stackies Awards taking place on Thursday, and then the Stacks Town Hall, and then all these other seminars that are taking place. Our community is a tight one, right? It's very tightly knit. But I do see some of the people that got quiet for a little while starting to come back around and posting again. And that's a good sign for me that, hey, there are some catalyst news events for our ecosystem, like USDC, native USDC coming to our ecosystem and making his debut to Bitcoin DeFi with Stacks. So people are seeing that as a signal, and there's plenty of other, updates and innovations coming to our ecosystem. So it's good to see that the community is still here and paying attention, though it may have gotten a little quiet for just a moment. People have to sometimes reassess and then get refocused and then, come back with a stronger mindset. So it's good to see people still around, and it's awesome, man. I think 2026 is going to be a good one for our ecosystem.
Can fully agree about that. And the funny fact is, one thing you mentioned is now USDC is coming to Stacks, right? That's a big thing. But what is that, vested names in Stacks that I've seen here or met elsewhere? The circle goes full circle, right? I see Stacks in Action Trader. I see other people that I met before in the last couple of years around and going from EVM to Bitcoin back to the ones that ecosystems and this whole network of blockchain, you keep coming across them left or right. And that's something I really love about space. So yeah, I totally agree that's exciting.
Yeah, it is. People don't always necessarily stick around in one place, but there's a lot of conviction for crypto in general. And it doesn't even necessarily mean, it's a decentralized world. The whole Bitcoin is built on the concept of decentralization, which means that you're going to have multiple options in the marketplace. The more, the better, really. The more options you have, the more decentralized the marketplace is. So, of course, people should be going out and participating and seeing what's out there. And, that's how we learn. That's how we grow, and we build the best products by taking a little bit what works here and what works there and what works here and making a better mousetrap, right? So what I'm most interested in talking about, though, because I don't know anything about it other than I keep seeing posts about it. I don't have enough time to do my research on it, but I think that there's a lot of activity. So I probably need to know, what is aligners? What do I need to know about it?
Okay. How can I put this in 3 words that aligners is the next gen launchpad mathematically designed in a way that it will end all ICO token dumping from now on in future. It's a new way of fundraising with a fair launch system. No more VC seed rounds, no more nothing. If a VC wants to join, they can join, but everybody has to go through the bidding process. But it's designed in a way that it's targeting organic growth in price, in whatever you do. So the mechanic is actually quite simple. It's mathematically very difficult, but the way that it is designed, you create a project, in this case aligners, you make your token launch, and you set up a bidding window. A bidding window with several pools of discounts. These discounts normally would be the seed rounds, the private funding, the public funding, etc. Right? Now everybody can join. Everybody can join that bidding.
Okay.
And exactly at the same time, there's only hands for it. These bidding windows work as like ladder pools, and you can target pools for which discount you want to have, right? And you can bid on your tokens. The tokens, once you, I can go on forever on how it exactly works, but the whole meaning behind it is the token dynamics are designed in a way that once the tokens are depleted, there will be timers running. And then at some point, without any knowing, so there's no manipulation possible, these windows close and it's end of bidding, right? And then everybody can claim their tokens. But what do you now get? You don't get your tokens, you get your NFT that holds your tokens. So you actually get a can of tokens.
Okay, so you're getting an NFT that is where your tokens are actually located. So the NFT is like a wallet.
Yeah, and the tokens will release by the amount of time you dedicated to your bids to win that specific discount. Right? So if I say I want $1,000 worth of tokens for 10 cents a tokens, in this case, that's the highest discount pool, and I win it, then I should have said then my vesting period is a year. Okay, now I say a very difficult, difficult word, vesting.
Yeah. So is the vesting period part of your bid? So are you bidding like a longer time period has a more weight towards the bid? A longer lockup period?
The longer you bid, the higher your chances are you get the highest discount. But now comes the best part.
Very interesting. All right. I see the mechanism here. Yeah.
Your tokens will drip out on the second. So it's a slow drip token process when they're going to release, but there's no liquid market. Like there's no liquid token because the majority of the token supply is locked up. But they will release gradually, and there will be there's 5 pools. There will be vesting periods for a couple of months, or maybe even 0 months, and it will be maybe for a few years. So all these tokens will gradually come to the market. And what they then do, this marketplace where you can immediately sell off these NFTs as liquid supply. There's other people can buy your NFT, in this case called TVS, tradable vesting schedule. The thought behind that is, as soon as you put them on the market, you need liquid, right? Liquid, you need finance, you need funds. So the assumption is that people will list their vesting schedules for discount. You feel it coming that you then get like arbitrage opportunities, that you then get like discounted tokens while the market price of the token is going up because there's an extreme scarcity. because
So
every token is locked up.
I can trade my NFT that's holding my tokens with my vesting schedule. Is that essentially what it means?
Exactly.
That
You can
is
just sell your tokens.
very interesting. Very, very interesting concept because it does solve a big problem that we have as far as token launching goes right now, because it's very easy to launch a token. And we've seen that on a number of platforms. And I want to preface this by saying I'm a huge fan of what Huawei built at STX City. But I do think that the volume of token launches, it made it too easy to launch a token, and so it kind of saturated the market a little bit. Same thing it was a small version of what happened with Pump Fun at Solana. There's just too many tokens. It was too easy to launch a token, specifically to pump and dump. This solves that problem in a very unique way. Very, very interesting.
Exactly, and the whole thing is, even if you're a degen, right? Let me say the token, like the InfoFi campaigns have a redeem period of 3 days where you can redeem your winnings for like 40 cents a token, right? And then when that ends, the token launches at 50 cents. So if you have that, you get one of these NFTs. You can immediately hand it over and say like, okay, I want to have USDT. And trade it. But if you would go into the bidding and you win a bid for like, let's say 27 cents or 28 cents a token, and you have 10,000 tokens you split your NFTs. There's also splitting options possible, and you immediately dump them on the market for 35 cents. There you go, profit, right? Like right away. But people that believe in the project will then see like, hey, the discounted tokens, like that's a 35 cent NFT, but the spot market price on the other end says 50. Immediate leverage. Immediate. Just you pick up your NFT, and of course, like in the future, they will build out towards DeFi, towards like collateralizing your NFTs and that sort of thing. That's a long story in the end. But what they prevent is what you now see with a lot of tokens is nowadays you see projects creating floating value, right? Only releasing a small portion of the token supply to the public so that you get a high valuation, while the seed rounds is sitting on 20%, waiting for the price to go up, and as soon as the price is right, they come out, right? You see that happen with Monad. You see that. So your floating FDP is like a false pretense of a high valuation that gives them excuses that it's absolutely ridiculous to see. But yeah, people buy into it and they still do. So what it is with aligners is like Bitcoin, they bootstrapped. They don't do external funding. Like, no, everything comes out of pocket and or raising mechanism. They have everything in self-control. So the initial valuation starts low, and it allows the project, it might take a little while longer, right? But it allows the project for organically grow and organically evaluate and organic price growth of the token supply. And because there's only 26 million tokens and 46% is locked up in TVSs when the initial weight offering is done, so that's the time weighted bidding pool that I was talking about. You invest your time and your money, but your time is the winning factor, right? That means that there is no liquid supply to dump. And it's very easy to pick your tokens from the market, right? The team vested their allocation for 26 years. So the slow drip on those tokens will take forever before that 20% what you're seeing over there is dripping out. Like those tokens, it's even for the team impossible to just say at some point, hey, we have a $1 token, let's dump everything and see. It's not, because the tokens are not coming out. They have to put their TVS back on the market, and a degen might not buy a 26-year vested token, But a believer that sees the price go up in the value and like how it organically grows can say like, okay, listen, I can sell it whenever I want. I take that TVS, it still doesn't come on the liquid market, and I put it up for collateral in DeFi and put my money back in USDT, right? So the options of this whole dynamic of playing around with tokens that are wrapped but liquid, right? Everybody happy. Degens can trade, long-term traders can trade, everybody can trade. But if you look from it from a traditional bonds perspective, you can price leverage, discounted tokens on spot market, on everything, just looking at the maturity of the NFTs. And I know I go in a short time very deep into the mechanics, but the basics is nothing else than you give everybody the freedom to trade, to invest without waiting for that big whale VC to come in, and you have to click fast. You don't have to click fast. Money doesn't matter. I can outbid a $1 million whale and push him out of the pools. That's not. If I want to sit in there for 100 years doing a crazy number now, the whale has nothing to say with his money if he not outbids me over that 100 years. So you see also
on a let's say it's a 5-year vesting schedule. Do I get access to any of the tokens during that 5-year period, or nothing gets emitted until I reach the vesting period?
No, they will come out. Like as soon as you claim your TVS, you will get like a little card that says like total tokens locked. No, total tokens in the TVS, locked tokens, claimable tokens, and claimed tokens.
So based on the vesting period, the tokens become claimable at on a schedule.
Yeah, on the time you set. So let's say you have, they drip out by the second. So if you say 5 years, that's 5 times 365 days, right? So and 3 days, so many seconds. And you have, let's say, 10,000 tokens, then all those seconds over those 5 years, right, will determine the speed of the drip. So that means 10,000, so everybody, all the variations in vesting lengths will have a graduate flow of tokens that gradually come to the market left and right, because some will drip faster, others will drip very slow, and everything in between. Right?
Very interesting, man. So what platform is this on?
This is an EVM. It will launch on Base, but they're planning on going multi-chain.
Multi-chain, but EVM. And
at this point,
Base is where it's at for that, for sure. Like I know, like Stacks actually brought me down to DevConnect in Buenos Aires last month, which is an
awesome.
Ethereum. Yeah, it was great. Great time, great stuff going on with Stacks down there. But the best part about it, well, no, I don't want to say the best part about it. A cool part about it was because Stacks wasn't actually at DevConnect because it's an Ethereum-oriented thing. They had like satellite events, but I did get to go to the DevConnect conference for a couple of days, and the conversations I had with a lot of the projects down there indicated that of all of the EVM L2s on Ethereum, Bases by far the one that seems to be winning as far as Ethereum L2s go. Base and Arbitrum is what I'm hearing.
Well, yeah, there are a couple of good L2s, but you have Arbitrum at this point very running hard. Mega ETH is quite new. And then Base, of course, and Base is just running at it. And the thing is, but we did some live testing with the whole mechanics, and test nets are horrible. Like if it comes to mass testing and that sort of thing, you're always running into troubles with your RPCs, right? So the team now decided to go on Base for launch, and then expand from there. But they are looking to eventually go multi-chain, and how fast and how. Yeah. Sorry, my son has to leave.
I know what that's like. I have a couple sons myself.
Yeah, he cooked dinner, but I like it all mixed a little bit, but it's okay. I will call him later. That's all right. Anyway, so yeah, we tried to test on Mega ETH. That didn't work because they changed their RPCs like 2 hours before the live stream, and
I'm
then
not even.
all
I've never heard of Mega ETH is a. I've never even heard of that chain.
Mega ETH is also very new, but very fast, very promising blockchain on Ethereum. We tested on Arbitrum together with the founder, by the way. That was pretty awesome that he was there. And we did a couple of tests. So they decided to test on to launch on Base, because before launch they want to do they want to see if they can do something special for live stream. I cannot really go into that. Yeah, that's at least something they said. Yeah, then the launch will be 7 January on my head, because they had to postpone TGE because the traction on the liners was so fast and so much that they grew. Oh, well, we were trending in the United States with the Twitter account for 5 days straight, and then Twitter banned the account because the traction was too big. They kick you out because it's bot-like, and that was right when they submitted for the golden tick. So that was a little bit of a setback. So they decided to push it back a little bit. But since then, the community is only organically growing and showing how strong they are. It's a vibe that I haven't seen for like 3-4 years after the 21 boom on NFTs, that you saw all these mega communities going mental on X, like, look at us, you know. And I see that now, but the thing is, the technology behind it, the way that it's designed, I did some deep dives and some comparisons, and the way that he thought it through, like how you have, for example, have like your first pull and your last pull 1 and 5 have a full refund, right? On what you say. So you, even if you bid and you bid 1,000, when you win that bid, you get a full refund. So you get and your TVS and your token, and you get your money back. And it also is done for the last pull, the 5th, which creates an equity sandwich that creates a bidding war, because the degens want pull 5, the long-term ones want pull 1, but nobody wants to trickle inside. But the trickle mechanic between these pulls, you will only trickle down if you get outbid, right? So where do you want to end?
The degens want pull 5 because they can get their hands on it faster and trade it sooner.
Because probably the shortest vesting schedules will come out of pool 5, because that's like, but it like I have to explain a little bit about these pools. You have 5 pools. The first one has 2.2 million tokens in there, right? Then you go down and somewhere on the white paper, but the last pool only has 500,000 tokens in there, right? The last pool you get a full refund, and the first pool you get a full refund. The first pool has its highest discount, and the last pool its lowest, and then there's 3 phases in between, right? So no matter where you go, you always will have tokens at a discount, but only pool 1 and 5 have a full refund, right? So what you get is that people are going to target these pools, but somebody that's outbid investing length will be pushed down a pool if the pool is depleted, right? This creates kind of a bidding war that nobody, because who doesn't want something for free, kind of a thing, right? But because the biggest discount, if you want to bid, like there's a bidding process going on, you can only bid once. That's your opening bid. And then you can only top up your bids. So you can only add to it. You cannot detract.
Okay. You can only.
So if I say, I do $1,000 for pool 1, 12 months, and I get pushed out of that pool into pool 2, and I want to go back, I have to look at what the highest bid is at that point and outbid him to push, so I can only top up my time. So that means the highest discount probably will have the longest vesting periods of people that want to be in that pool. Right? It's quite, if you think about how mathematically this is engineered and look into how they built this, it on all sides just screams long-term thinking. I'm not even going into full details because it's taking way too long, but by all means I would suggest reading it. But the way they designed it, the way that they designed anti-manipulation, fair bidding, so you cannot manipulate bidding windows, because once the bidding windows, the bidding pools are depleted, hashed bidding windows go in play, and the bidding window only will be open from 0 seconds to, I don't know, I have to look it up because the white paper is being updated as we speak, but it previous was like 6 hours, and you never know when it ends. So you cannot do last minute pool sniping. It's impossible because you don't know how much time you have, right? Then when the tokens are distributed, you don't have liquid tokens. You just have NFTs with slow drips. So the liquid supply on spot market immediately says 50 cents, but like the circulating supply, how big is it? And how, so the mechanics in that, it screams long-term, it screams stability, it screams free launch, no, not free launch, fair launch, the distribute in everything. And the coolest part that I think is, while it works like this, you can do whatever you want. You can just dump your NFTs. Okay, you have a little bit of profit. You can still be that hamburger guy, right? To all the other side of the spectrum, to in the future build a complete financial DeFi system on your collaterals, on your other people that go through Aligner's Launchpad and launch in the same dynamic. So you will have more TVSs you can trade on other projects. So what you actually get is like a DEX for NFTs. That's kind of the thing. And with a second angle on it, that simultaneously to that, there will be a spot market on the released liquid tokens. And then I can go way further on vesting and revesting and everything, but that's very far ahead. But that's the whole dynamic, and it caught me right away. Like, this is something that actually can fix a problem, that a $10 investor can have the same fair chance with this system as a $10 million whale that just comes in and wants to benefit, right? Like, everybody has a fair chance here.
Oh, because so is the amount I'm bidding. So if I'm only bidding $100, but I bid a longer vesting schedule, I will potentially win the bid for that $100 worth of that bucket.
Exactly. If you outbid the whale, you push the whale out.
And it doesn't matter whether the whale's bidding $10,000, because if I'm bidding a longer vesting schedule, I'm going to get my bid in ahead of theirs.
Exactly. And it will be prioritized on time and not on amounts.
I like that a lot, man. I think that's a really good idea. And so this is
the only thing people have a hard time understanding with that is the hash timer. As soon as the pool fills up and is filled, that hash timer kicks in. And that's like an unknown. Nobody knows when it ends. So if then a big whale comes in and buys the entire pool, that means the countdown timer is activated like right away. And that can be 10 minutes.
The vesting schedule doesn't start until the pool gets completely bought out.
No, the vesting schedule is the TVS. The countdown timer to prevent pool sniping gets only activated when the entire pool is depleted. So if there's so many bits in that 2.2 million tokens are gone, then the pool is full and it activates a hash timer. And then we have only so much more time before the bid window closes and the bids are being finalized.
I see. So the pool, once the pool is full, there's only a short window for somebody to come along and try to front run the bids in any way.
I have to look it up because there can be two possibilities. The previous white paper, they said it was a variation from somewhere between 0 seconds and 5 hours, 55 minutes, 55 seconds. Any random time frame in between those two was the length of your bidding window. So if there's only one that knows, and it will be on the background, there will be a number, and then there will be a hash, and that hash will be attached to the bidding windows. Nobody knows, cannot be manipulated, nothing, right? And as soon as the timer is done, the hash window will be published to the public to show how long the hash was, to make it fair and transparent. But it could possibly be that when you're the one that depletes the pool with $100, pushing the whale out, that you activate a 0 second timer and you're immediately the last bid.
So you could front run a whale potentially.
Potentially, but it also can be that you trigger the window and that it still will be open for 6 hours, so you cannot put in like a sniping bot and say like, okay,
you don't know whether you front run any. What there still might be plenty of time for them to outbid you, so you can't. There's no front running period. Essentially,
you cannot set triggers for front running to snipe the bids. It's impossible because you don't know what timers to set.
Yeah, this was designed by degens that know how to that know all the tricks in the launch schedules you currently use.
Well, it's actually done by a mathematician. His name is Roger. He's a great mind, but he, like what he said, they called it aligners, and the token is called A26Z, and 26 stands for the letters in the alphabet that they literally thought out and calculated every angle in the book, like every angle you can think of, everything. They built on this for 3 years. The technology, it's not even a fake promise. It's already active. It's already working. The smart contracts are there. They are now working through the second set of audits. The first round of audits, they got audited by 150 different sources. And no matter what angle I try to look at it, no matter what way the way that they designed it, it triggers you to really think about, like, how do I play this game? Like, no matter what you like. Landy, for example, we had a great discussion a couple of weeks ago with Landy, and he was like, yeah, dude, the mechanics around this, it's genius in a certain way, because no matter how you look at it, you cannot manipulate it.
Right, it cannot be gamed, it sounds like. So
exactly. And they turned down VC funding. They don't want VC. The only thing the team tells to a VC fund is, if you want to do, you have to participate in the bidding. That's the only way. So there's no greedy hands.
Is the bidding open on the first token yet, or not yet?
No. The bidding will open at right after TG. Then you will get because we have these wall chain campaigns, right? These InfoFi campaigns going on. and the payouts for those need to be done through the initial weight offering, the funds that come from that, and for that
So I should be
TGE.
posting. I should be posting about aligners so that I can get some wall chain cred. So I might get some tokens up front.
Exactly, but you don't get the tokens. You actually get the vesting schedule. You get a NFT that you can either immediately trade for USDT, or you can hold it and then become part of the system. But there will be no liquid tokens. You get your tokens in a container, in a TVS. That's how you get them. But the bidding, like you will get TGE, if I'm correct, and immediately right after that, so they generate the tokens so that they can wrap them inside the TVSs, and then they will go into the bidding. That way, that when the bidding happens, and the biddings are final, they can create the TVSs and make sure that the people can claim their tokens. That's the way that it will go on launch, and that will happen probably the 7th or somewhere around the 7th of January.
I love it, man. I think it's great. I think it's very interesting. I will probably do a little bit of more research and some posting on it, so I might line up to get a little bit of pop when it comes out. But I think it's a very interesting concept, and I'm interested to see how it goes because I think a more holistic, fair launch platform based on what they're trying to achieve is much needed. Not every project needs a token. We don't have a token for DeOrganized. People talk to me about it several times. I feel like we can probably just use Bitcoin for things, especially now with SBTC on stacks and others that other options in the marketplace that are not 10-minute block times and expensive to use. If we needed a token for something, but there are definitely projects that need tokens, and there's definitely a reason to launch tokens for a number of, even if it's just a fundraising round kind of thing for a specific project that warrants it. And tools to launch a token in an environment that is less that is less risky, less exploitative, less extractive is important, because I do think that a lot of what we're experiencing now in the price action in crypto in general is a direct result of what went on 12 months ago at pump.fun.
You just saw the recent Monad launch, right? Monad exactly the same. It happened exactly the same. And it still happens practically daily, even with good projects. They need the VC funding to build their stuff, right? And they involve VCs. And what do VCs want? They want return on investment. Simple as that. So as soon as the price goes up, they dump. And you cannot, like what Roger's saying also, is you cannot even blame them, because that's just the game. That's how it's designed, how it's engineered. You cannot blame the degen. The fastest click win the most money, right? So it's not even to blame people, although a lot of people mostly get hurt. It sucks, right? But it also sucks for the project itself, because to over that dump and beat on your tokens and get rid of the before you're completely sustainable, or you go strapped, have an tokens in your value by creating community and having a system that doesn't dump, that allows you to a way more organic growth path and lifespan to become product market fit, to do something that both benefits community as well as your own product. And that's right. I think the most important part that sticks to a lot of people that find aligners, that way of thinking. Because you and I, we know, right? There's a lot of brilliant minds. We know it here from the Staxi game as well, right? They sit here in like a shady little room discussing on a Twitter space what they want to go and do. Boom, brilliant idea, like right there. But they're getting killed by all these big VCs because when they need the money, there's always that counterpart. Like, what do we get in return? And 9 out of 10 times, that's the big token dump that dumps on the projects and then moves on to the rest. So to now say, okay, we give you a place where you can launch your stuff, but you have to do this way, and you have to do it through a certain protocol. So it needs to be done through certain standards that we all start playing the same game, right? But it's proof in the pudding that you see tokens not do this, but have like this gradual growing line, and you still can trade and you still can just make your money no matter who you are. Then you give a project a chance, the little investor a chance, but you also can show your product to the world in an organic way. And I think for the future of blockchain,
without decimating and turning off your community through, a massive extraction event.
Yeah, and not have to be annoyed by people showing Lamborghinis on a luxury island on Instagram saying that they're so cool, like
Right.
It is a kind of way, and I do like innovations that actually bring something to the space that can make a difference, and like blockchains on its own makes a difference, right? But it needs to be done in a good way and not only be used as an extraction mechanism that only like sucks out the life of 90% of users and the rest is but anyway,
I dig it. GP, what do you think?
I think this is really awesome to see how they've merged FTs and NFTs to solve a problem. It's very interesting to me. I don't like to buy a token and then get dumped on. So I think that this is necessary and the approach is novel. So yeah, this is exciting. And I would love to see, what others, how it inspires other builders to approach the same problem.
Yeah, true.
No, well, we need to launch, or at least Linus needs to launch first, because they're saying like at this point we're not launching any tokens or take no project on before we have proven the tech works. That's his approach.
Sure, and I wouldn't do it. That's how I would do it too. I think that's a smart way to do it.
Yep.
Yeah, and he says like super transparent. He is like, and he's always telling about like, I want people to comment me with the hard questions, and he's transparent about anything. So what he wants to do is launch early January, show that it works, and then he is like, he has the vision that says like, if people start seeing them, there's this beautiful chart after TGE, right, that doesn't crash, doesn't do anything, and the project is still there. I said then the proof is there, and we can start working from that point out and show the world that ICOs are no longer needed for you as a project to gain your funds. You can play the game in a different way than be victim of game theory, fastest click wins, right? Like, no, it shouldn't be that way. Of course, there will be some gamification in the whole bidding system. I mean, that will be absolutely fun to watch, because the whole equity sandwich thing, it probably will create some sort of like bidding war. So you have to be very careful and very alert on how. But yeah, even if you can do that, bid your time and your money, and you miss out on all the pulls, you automatically get refunded. It's not that your money goes somewhere. So pull 1, pull 5, and all missed get immediately refunded directly, and only the ones that made the cut, they will have their TVS. So there is gamification, and that makes it fun, I think. But yeah, if there's enough tokens, I mean, Aligners has 26 million tokens. But if you want to launch through them in the future and you say, I want to do 1 billion, hey, who lets you? They're all locked up anyway.
Right. And I mean, token supply has different reasons for different things. So it should be variable. But really, everybody wants to get into a low a low number token, right? A low supply token, because that's the one with the most. If there's demand created, then it's obviously a better option. Like I'd rather have a Bitcoin at 21 million Bitcoins than, trying to think of like Stacks has a couple billion, right? There's a 1.8 billion Stacks, so it's never going to reach the just basic tokenomics. So, but you should have the variable option. I think this is great, man. I really think it's a very...
There is, and of course, I'm talking a lot with the founder, and there's a little bit of a peak side behind the screen where they want to buy. Like the marketplace will be, of course, the biggest thing. And I made a traditional bond comparison where I deep dived into like where is this TVS with tokens inside? Like how do I treat it as an asset, right? I went down the like it's not a future, it's not a stock, like in how it works. It has a maturity period, right? It has dripping tokens, it has this, it has that. You get dividends when you hold them from the revenue of the platform. So the bond mechanics make it possible to leverage, to strip it, to like, if you know a little bit. I'm learning a lot from this. But what he also said at some point is like, as an asset, we want to build a DeFi platform on the back end. And as a community, because the token slow drips so slowly into the market, you can help push the scarcity by buying these liquid tokens and put them back into your TVS. So you have $10, you see, oh, there's liquid tokens, so I put them back in my TVS, I increase my stake, they're locked again for X amount, not on the market.
I can buy off the market, put them into my TVS, and that's actually going to lock them up into my vesting schedule.
Exactly. And
that is really cool, actually.
And now I come with the second one that will drive up the price. What the project will do is... Oh. Am I still there?
Oh, yeah, you're good.
Yeah, you're here. Oh, now you're frozen.
Frozen, yep.
Oh, no.
Same on my end.
I heard him ask if he was still here.
Yeah, he might be coming back after it. Just a little lag spike.
Oh, I think he's back. Is he back?
He moved for a second.
Hey.
There he is.
No,
I can hear you.
I did. It's okay. So what the plan is for aligners is they have implemented buyback and burn. And what they will do is every quarter they will use 15% of their revenue for buybacks and burn. So
I saw that.
26 million.
That's on the website too. It says that they are committed to use 15% of quarterly profits for buyback and burn until the price is at $100.
Yeah, but that's a little bit of a, like, what they will do. They will keep burning until it's there, and then they will review what they will do. Right? That's a little bit of it. Because we had questions in the past. Yeah, what will you do when it's a sort of hard cap? Like, no, it's like that. Their goal, that is what they want to reach, and if you can manage that, I think that's a great thing. But like, their addition to it is they just wanted to grab that scarcity and make it a community, right? So they incentivize people to lock up their tokens for the 5% dips, because as long as you hold the VS with locked tokens, you get a part of that 5%, while in the meanwhile you can help scooping up and locking up tokens, driving up scarcity even more, making possible the discounts between listed TVSs and spot price even bigger, so your discounts become, so you get, like, you see where I'm going, you get like a value spiral that if you attach a DeFi protocol behind it, where you can then collateralize your locked tokens as EVSs, right? You see what you see where you get, so you can help scarcity. You can create discounts. There's Binta. Hey,
Yeah, I can't. Benta just joined. Benta, it's way late for you, isn't it? How are you tonight, Benta?
26. I wanted to join this session. Sorry I'm late. Hi GP, peace. What's good?
What's up, Benta? Welcome. We were just chatting with the doctor himself. Some awesome stuff he's telling us about what's going on with aligners, and we're pretty excited about it. It seems like a very interesting platform. Are you participating in the the quacking for aligners, Binta?
Hell yeah. I am. Whoopi actually introduced me to the project. I read about it and I got really interested. And I made the cut to Airport. I think I was among the first 500, which was that was my second badge on World Chain. I've never been the type to okay, I need to talk about project over and over again, but with aligners, I keep having to say because I love what they're doing. I'm interested and I want to be part. And the community is very solid, very supportive, and Dave is there as well. So it's a good place to be.
Awesome. We're gonna have we can talk a little bit more about it on the space tomorrow morning too.
For sure.
It's definitely an interesting project, and we're absolutely going to be keeping more tabs on that.
What time is it?
Oh, our spaces are we do
that tomorrow.
8 p.m. Eastern time. We do every Monday through Friday. Benta hosts spaces for DeOrganized.
Yeah,
she's our
8 a.m.
DeOrganized space host. So it's 8 a.m. every Monday through Friday.
That's my 2 p.m.
It's like 2. Yeah, it's probably like 2 p.m.
I should still be. I mostly cannot join your.
It's 2 p.m. for me as well.
But I do know tomorrow, 8 p.m.
Well,
EST,
you know what you
for
can
me,
do?
it's 6
Like,
hours
just
later.
Yeah, so it's like 2 p.m.
No,
in the
for tomorrow.
afternoon.
For
so
tomorrow,
you'll have to just kind of
Now, for tomorrow, the thing is, know that
you'll just have to you'll have to multitask at work, is what you're gonna have to do.
Yeah, but the problem is spaces and mechanics right next to me. That's a little bit difficult. So it's like people constantly bugging me. I work in a pretty demanding environment, but I do know that I have to go to a football game tomorrow night at 9, and I want to quit early. So I have to see how early I can quit, because we're right before Christmas, right? End of year, the whole shebang, BS in IRL, like busy, everybody running. But if I can make it, I'm happy to join again. And at least next week, I know I can join for sure, because we'll be working alone. Everybody has vacation, and B, it will be the last 2 days before my vacation. So next week will be possible for sure to join.
Doc, we want you any day. You are obviously always welcome. Feel free to jump in anytime. We do it every Monday through Friday. Might take a couple of days off around the holiday, but definitely will be on Monday, Tuesday next week.
Oh, please take days off. It's important to.
I'm very much available.
But Binta's gonna do them every day now that she thinks you might show up. She's gonna.
No, but Binta and me, I don't speak so much in the groups, but Binta knows where to find me, and she can DM me if she needs me. So.
Yeah, no, and honestly, getting Binta to do an opening morning space for us was one of the best decisions I made, because what gets you into a better positive frame of mind than hearing her smiley voices?
Yeah.
It's the best. It's absolutely the best. My only problem is I'm so busy trying to get the news and everything.
You know what? One of the most beautiful things is, and Binta knows this, we now have a lot from Nigeria and Ghana and all these countries, like also in the aligners community, right? And when you get them on spaces, it's 1,000 bintas, all different voices, but they're like the energy of these people is so high. It's
It is. It's great that we're growing the global community. We're shrinking the earth, and which has been being done for a long time with the internet, but the tools and the technology now for us to get into these conversations on a regular basis and really get to know people that are nowhere near you physically. It really is a great paradigm. I love it. We are a little bit over the hour, so I don't want to drag too much longer. I do want to make sure. So number one, Wappy, we're definitely going to need you to come on again in January when the token launches, so we can keep up to date as to how that's how it works in real life once it's going live.
I will be happy to do that. And another thing too, because Stacks is for coding a bit different than EVM chains. But I know that there's people that looking for cross-train, like Blockface, right? Like no, not Blockface. Was already looking at an XRP combination for a while back. Stacks and that sort of. So I know there's a lot of people looking at.
We still call them.
Oh yeah. Okay, but like sort of things, right? Like just so I know that there's a lot of developers also in Stack that look to how to like bring certain things to Stacks or Stacks to other chains. So if this solution that needs to be
there are a couple of
so
things
if this is a solution, go ahead.
We're
Sorry,
actually
I'm a little bit.
We're actually getting wormhole adoption for Stacks probably in Q1, probably January. We also just got Wallet Connect functionality, so Stacks is very much going to be multi-chain.
Well,
so we do
what I will do. I will Roger, because I'm now and Binta knows this. Also connected to the team closer is being chosen as one of the 26 alliance for the second period to spread it, and I thought this was a great opportunity to start doing that. They will concentrate on EVM at the moment. I think it won't hurt if I ask Roger and explain, like, hey, listen, in Stacks there's also a big community, and I know that even in Stacks there's people still trading outside of Stacks or doing things outside of Stacks. But if it becomes a multi-chain thing, it can never hurt to bring everybody together and talk, right? So maybe he wants to join one time in one of the morning spaces, and I will definitely ask him that.
Yeah, we'd love that. Absolutely. There's definitely room to grow. And Stacks, there's so many devs onboarding right now. It's crazy. We have a lot of developer talent on Stacks these days. So I don't think it's a challenge that can't be overcome. Getting Stacks designed on there. I mean, it probably won't happen overnight, but it's worth looking into for sure.
Yeah, there's one thing I want to say about that. They concentrate on EVM for the moment because it's easier to deploy EVM contracts, right? It's like a little bit of an adaptation, and you go from Arbitrum to Base to, like, that's less work as going from EVM bang Bitcoin. Like that bridge is a little bit too far, but like I know that there is, and we also know that even on Stacks there are token launches. There's also things that going on. Okay, maybe not as much as a Pump.Fun or Solana, but yeah, I think eventually if everybody wants to build this way, and you can find a fair value system for everyone, hey, I'll be happy to connect the worlds and bring them all together.
Awesome, man. Awesome. Brother, thank you so much for joining us today. This has been awesome. Binta, I'm going to give you, do you have anything else you wanted to add today?
Nothing much. I just wanted to come here and support, first of all, the DeOrganized then. talk to Wopi as well because I love the Aligners team. I love the project. I love the community, and I'm very, very happy to be involved as well. And I actually don't have the time. I will have it. It's fun. Like sincerely, it's fun to just be part of the community. It's fun to just like come to their spaces, listen to Roger. He's very smart, very intelligent, and he's ready to give to its community. He's building a very cool project. Yeah, he's building a very cool project.
Are there regular spaces? Are there regular spaces for aligners?
Yeah,
Every day.
single day, multiple
Every day.
spaces. Like this community go really hard. You have different community leaders hosting spaces at different times. I will tag you on some so that if you are free, you can just jump in.
Please do. Please do.
There
Especially
is-
if
there
you
is,
guys are
uh,
up and talking, I'll actually get a notification too. So if you guys jump into the spaces and talk, I might be able to follow you in.
I'm pretty regular if it comes to spaces because I very much like public speaking with everybody. But like there is like a 7-day AMA schedule that's like designed like with the team. They're also like featured on Lurky so that you can lurk back and see what was discussed. But besides that, the community is so tight, and Binta knows it, that I cannot wake up and don't find a space. Like it's absolutely nuts. They're talking in the morning, in the midnight, and then I sometimes even get pinged. You should come in my space.
One
And I
is
look at the
actually
clock,
on
and it's like it's freaking 3 a.m. 8 o'clock.
Meta
think
Bishop
that
What's
is,
going on now?
hosting one now.
If is talking at the moment.
Yeah.
So I will go
So
to
there are
that too,
couple
and I
of
will take
spaces
my.
every
All right, we'll have to jump into one soon. I won't be able to do today's. Unfortunately, I got some more stuff I got to get to after this. But always a
something to do,
pleasure,
right?
Wappy. I'm so glad we finally got you on the
Yes.
show. Don't be a stranger, guys. Make sure you're following Dr. Wappy on X. Definitely be following GPSC and Binta, and if you want, DeOrganized Media and myself. But awesome stuff. I am very excited and look forward to seeing more about what Aligners does when they launch. I will probably start paying a little bit more attention and definitely going to jump into a space or two soon because if Binta says so, I have to. And Wappy, whenever, looking forward to seeing you jump into a space sometime soon. We can talk a little more about it then. And again, thank you, brother, for joining us today. Thank you, GP, for jumping in. Always great to have you with us. And Binta, you made my day, surprising us jumping into the show this morning, this afternoon. So awesome stuff. Another spotlight from the DeOrganized crew, guys. Check out Aligners and make sure you're following Dr. Wappy. He's definitely a good vibes kind of guy that you need in your life. Thank you guys for joining us today. Thank you guys for tuning in. We'll have some more, probably some more evergreen repeat content for you coming up to round out the last couple of hours of the stream. And we'll be back with you guys in the morning for the news show, bright and early, starting at 7:30. Y'all have a blessed rest of your day. Peace out.
Peace out.
Bye, guys. Bye.
Fast transactions are fat. Where is that? The lead L2 is making maxes. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain. Letting the community know is the name of the game.
What is up, my friends? It's your old pal Peace Love Music. We have a really interesting guest joining us in 1 minute to talk about something that's actually very important and we need to get more awareness about in the ecosystem regarding some new rules proposed by MSCI and indexing or excluding companies from being indexed in the global investable market if they hold more than 50% of their total assets in digital assets, or they're on their hold more than 50% of their reserves or their on-book assets in digital assets. So we do need to talk about this. It's very important. We need to spread a lot of awareness about this. Before I jump in, I want to just take a minute to level set for folks who may not be familiar with MSCI. MSCI is one of the largest and most influential index providers in the world. They create and maintain the indexes that many institutional investors, pension funds, mutual funds, and ETFs use as benchmarks for where capital gets allocated. When a company is included in a major MSCI index, it can automatically become eligible for investment by a wide range of funds that are required to track these indexes. And when a company is excluded, it can lose access to that institutional capital, sometimes regardless of how strong the underlying business is. So MSCI isn't a regulator, but their classification decisions have real world consequences. They shape capital flows, influence corporate behavior, and quietly set rules that companies, investors end up having to play by. That's why this recent proposal around digital asset treasury companies has gotten attention, because it's not just about Bitcoin. It's about how companies are categorized and what that means for markets. We are being joined by George McHale from Bitcoin Magazine. He's an author, and he's also part of a project called Bitcoin for Corporations. And fortunately, we have entities like this to help promote awareness about this. And let me bring George on. Welcome, George. How are you today, sir?
I am doing well. How are you?
Very good. Very good. We have as much time as you want. Happy to. I really appreciate you joining us today to talk about this, because it's a very, very important distinction going on, and I think that it probably goes a little bit. It's not maybe the sexiest of news, so I think it goes past people a little bit. So why don't you give us a little bit of a breakdown of what your background, and then what the issue is.
Sure, absolutely. Well, first of all, thanks so much for having me on. I'm excited, even though it is an unsexy issue, I'm excited to talk about it because it is definitely something that could potentially have a significant impact on our industry. So yeah, my background, I've been in Bitcoin since 2017. I've been a part of the BTC Inc. team for the last 4 years. And I've been running Bitcoin for Corporations for the little over a year now. It's an initiative that we started with Strategy. We launched at Bitcoin Nashville in 2024 with the mission to accelerate corporate Bitcoin adoption. So saw a need in the space to help support these companies that are kind of just starting out by creating a Bitcoin treasury strategy, resourcing them, helping them get the right connections, hosting events, things like that. And so this proposal came on my radar. Actually, Dylan from MetaPlanet gave me a call and was like, "Hey, you got to see this. This is definitely something that I think BFC was built for." And sure enough, we jumped all over it because we have a coalition now of about 40 companies that are in some way, shape, or form adopting a Bitcoin strategy. And so we see part of our role in the space to bring attention to issues that impact our constituencies. So. We started this campaign. We built the site that you're showing a screenshot from. It's msci.bitcoinforcorporations.com. If you want to check it out, it has all the information about what this proposal is, what's at stake, and how people can get involved. So the TLDR basically is that MSCI, Morgan Stanley Capital International is what it stands for. No affiliation anymore with Morgan Stanley, interestingly enough. They've since sold. So MSCI is a for-profit entity, it's a publicly traded company that has a lot of influence in how public markets are shaped. As you kind of shared in your intro there, it impacts significant amounts of passive flows into companies. And so when we see a proposal that basically creates a new type of criteria that's never been contemplated before, right? This is kind of random, kind of out of nowhere, and I don't want to kind of speculate in terms of like motivation or intentions here, but it does seem like either someone just whoever put this together, or whatever group of people put this together, either we're not fully educated on sort of what is happening with Bitcoin Treasury adoption. That's kind of the most generous read on the situation, all the way down to the spectrum goes to there's something kind of nefarious intent, or like there's some interests that want to see Bitcoin corporate treasury significantly impeded, and so there's a really kind of one of those things that happened that was a little bit flying under the radar until JP Morgan published a report that kind of made it more known. I can't remember exactly what day it was, but it was one of the days that Bitcoin had a significant pullback. You kind of saw the market, I think, reacting to this. A lot of people think this is priced in, and so if this happens, so basically they've created a comment period. So right now we're in the comment period. We have until December 31st to submit comments from the public and from investors about why this shouldn't be implemented. And so we're engaged with MSCI. I'm hoping to have a call with them this week. We've shared with them, our kind of logic as to why this doesn't make any sense. We've shared with them that we have almost 1,100 signatures now, including some of the names. They named 39 different companies in this proposal. 8 of them are Bitcoin Corporation's members, including Strategy, Metaplanet, and others. And so, we're doing our part to try to make some noise and try to push back against this. And December 31st, the comment period closes, and then they'll have until January 15th to decide whether or not they're going to implement this.
So, and, again, we're not trying to be provocative. We don't know exactly the intent behind this. It could be just a lack of understanding. I do think that the timing is kind of curious. Just because of where the market is heading, it kind of already makes the companies that have been adopting Bitcoin on their balance sheet more vulnerable to a potential shock if they hold a certain amount. I don't think there's a lot of companies that have more than 50% on their balance sheet at this point anyway, but actually, I guess you would know better than I don't really know.
So, I mean, out of the 39 companies that they named in their proposal, basically they're split up into 2 groups. One is a group of 18 of these companies that are currently in MSCI indexes that would face immediate removal if this were to be implemented. And then the other 21, they're not currently in the indexes, but they would be barred from future inclusions because they match the criteria. So, 18 companies right away would be removed. That would represent significant forced selling, significant inconvenience for investors. It's just one of those things. Again, it just doesn't make sense for really anyone involved. It doesn't protect investors in any way. It doesn't move the ball forward in capital markets. Like we're really trying to get to the bottom of okay, who is this for? Who does this benefit? What's the intent here? And more importantly, if there is kind of a concern about these companies looking more like funds, well, number one, that can be solved with a little bit more education and a little bit more insight into what these companies are actually doing and how they are actually an operating business. But number two, what makes Bitcoin any different than any other asset? It's like going to a real estate company and saying you have 50% of your assets in real estate, then you're going to be removed from indexes and ignoring the underlying operating company that runs the actual business. It's like we don't do that.
And then there's also when you look at it, cash is pretty much a digital asset now anyway, isn't it? I know it's not, it is and it isn't, right? Hold on, we have GP joining us here, and I just got to set the size so we can all fit on the screen together. Cool. GP, you with us? GP is my co-host with the mostest.
Hey, what's up, GP?
We're cutting off your head, though, GP. We gotta.
Yeah, I got it.
There we go.
What's up, man? I'm GP. How are you doing, man? Happy Tuesday. Hope you're having a glorious Tuesday. Sorry I missed the first part of the conversation.
Yeah, you're late. You're going to have to catch up.
No worries. No worries. Good to meet you.
Yeah. So where were we? We got derailed. Oh. Cash is a digital asset right now anyway. The overwhelming majority of dollars exist only in digital form anyway. I realize it's not classified as a digital asset, but it's kind of like, what is the systemic risk? What is the rationale that they're concerned about? Oh, well, I mean, I guess we're talking about, they're considered, maybe these companies are more of a fund than a company. And I can appreciate that being an issue there. GP,
Yeah, but I
we're
mean, it just ignores so much. It just ignores so much of the actual day to day of running one of these treasury companies. Not to mention, if you look at a company like Strategy that has this legacy business, is a software business intelligence company that represents the majority of their employees. That are working on that, and so I just don't know where you start drawing the line on some of these things, and it's just that once you start classifying companies based on their assets as opposed to based on their operations, you start getting into some really murky waters. And I think you really, like, if you implement something like this, you really have to start considering a whole host of other criteria that you have and how that's impacted.
Right. Well, and there also hasn't been any occurrences or events that would warrant a stricter eye towards these things either, or at least not that I'm aware of. So again, it's the timing of this does seem curious. Why are they really doing this now? Are they sensing that? So I don't want to drive you into speculation, but I'm just thinking out loud. Are they trying to take advantage of a market condition where they can maybe kind of prolong a little bit of negative sentiment and make it easy for people, in the know to accumulate while they're causing this negative activity? That's one thing I consider as a likely motivating factor. It doesn't seem to be to protect investors to me.
Yeah, I just don't see where the protection is. And even to take that a step further, that's not really their role. They're not regulators, right? They're an index provider. An index provider isn't. It feels like a little bit of like some scope creep for what their actual position in the market is, what their responsibility in the market is. Not saying that all entities shouldn't be interested in protecting investors, but I'm just saying that's not their primary mission or primary goal. So that part of it also feels a little bit weird. It's like you're trying to take the job of a regulator with this action, and rather than focusing on ensuring that the indexes are optimized for the best possible outcomes for investors, the most potentially profitable outcome. So you take that line of reasoning, it's like excluding Bitcoin treasury companies based on the, if you look at historic performance of Strategy, and like now you're excluding some of the best performing stocks out of your indexes. So you're doing the exact opposite of what you're supposed to be doing, essentially.
Yeah, and it just seems, it's very suspect that there's not some kind of other intention behind, ulterior motive behind it. So I guess the question is, you said that there's only a short window of time to basically let them know opinions about this, to hopefully weigh in and get them to change. And I have actually queued up here. You guys have a website on your website now. There's also a petition you guys have going on.
Yep.
And this actually, is this a way that we can actually include comments on?
Yep.
On
yeah.
that?
There's a place to include comments. If you click the view letter button, you can see kind of what the core of our argument is in the letter that we're submitting to them. Don't go down there. Down. To the right. Organization. Yeah, right there. Sorry. Yep. Okay. So this breaks down kind of the flaws that we see in the approach, and sort of we are trying to put a foot forward that doesn't assume any sort of any intent or any really anything. We're not trying to assume anything. We're really trying to get to the bottom of the why before we make any assumptions or draw any conclusions. We're saying, hey, this logically doesn't make any sense to us based on your own criteria that you've had historically. You're violating some of your own core principles with this. and we want to understand why. And we have 1,000 plus, almost 1,100 people who also want to understand why. A lot of them are investors. A lot of them are executives from some of the biggest companies in the space. And so, yeah, I want to be clear about that because, you know, I do want to engage with them in good faith. I do want to hear them out, and I want them to hear us out. And I hope that, you know, cooler heads will prevail, and that this could be the kind of thing where it's like, oh, we didn't realize that about treasury companies, and you've helped us understand it. And so, I mean, honestly, the most bullish thing for Bitcoin right now would be if they walk this back. If the market truly does have this priced in, and MSCI decides that this isn't something that they want to pursue, or that they want to take a different approach, or they want to suspend this, I think that would be very bullish for Bitcoin. So I'm still kind of holding out hope that ends up being the outcome here.
Right. And I would say even at this point, the conversation or what we need to convey to them is not so much as why are you doing this, but maybe why they should not do this, and why they should reconsider. And that seems to be really the focus here too, is X, Y, Z here is a bunch of reasons why this shouldn't be happening. So, you know, if you have, and then maybe there's a conversation to be had, but even if so let's say, worst case scenario, if we get through to the 31st, they haven't changed their mind, they do implement this rule, that doesn't necessarily mean that that's it forever. This is something that they could all obviously change their policy just as much as they're changing it now.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I think it's always harder to reverse it once it's implemented. So I think now is definitely the time to strike. But yeah, I mean, theoretically, they could always reverse it, always change it in the future. But yeah, really hoping that we don't have to go down that road. I think that, again, that would just be messy for a lot of stakeholders, including just your average investor who has passive allocations to some of these companies. So yeah, I think. Look, I'm still optimistic. I'm trying to maintain optimism here because I don't think that this needs to go through, and I think that if we're able to have a sit down conversation and just have a logical, well-rounded, non-emotional conversation, then we can get somewhere.
Right. And so the goal really is to just kind of make sure that they're aware that there's a large contingent of consumers, investors, and companies that are opposed to this for a number of reasons, and maybe kind of just open up some dialogue to hash out, and it is important to understand what their actual motive is, or even what legitimate pieces of that motive might be, so that we can come up with solutions that will solve that concern without actually being as drastic as what they're proposing right now.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly right.
So we got 300 joining us in the house as well. He's part of the DeOrganized.
Jim.
Coming in from
Jim, George.
Jim. How are we doing?
Oh, good. Sorry, I'm late. So yeah, I heard that you got some alpha for us.
I'm trying to find the alpha. I think the biggest alpha will be this conversation that we're trying to set up with them. I really, right now I'm just kind of going into it dark. I don't know what the tone or what the the people that are directly engaging with us, to what extent they were involved in crafting this proposal, and to what extent they're committed to it. I really don't have any idea, and so I'm anxious to chat with them directly. And I'm glad that the industry has rallied around this proposal. I think the fact that we got 1,100 signatures in a few days was able to kind of get on the radar and get their attention a little bit, which is good. And I think that's exactly why they have the comment period, right? They're like, hey, does anyone care about this? And we're like, we care. And like, oh, okay, these people care. We should talk to them. So that's how these things kind of work. And so again, like I said, I'm optimistic, and I think that this is a winnable fight, and I think that this is an opportunity, in fact, for MSCI to position themselves as an organization with high integrity, an organization that listens, an organization that is willing to reconsider proposals that they put forward. That again, for all we know, they're looking at the market and they're looking at some of these companies that pop up as like so-called pure play Bitcoin treasury companies, and they're in the end they're really just kind of trying to use it as a marketing gimmick, and that isn't good. That isn't good for our industry. That isn't good for the market. And this was the best kind of response that they could think of to put forward in light of that. And we're saying, hey, that's a bit of a overreaction, and that has some unintended consequences. And so let's walk this back a little bit. Let's slow down here a little bit. Let's engage in good faith. And MSCI could end up being a partner in accelerating corporate Bitcoin adoption. If you think of it like completely flipped. And so I'm hopeful that is the outcome, and that they do reverse course on this. But yeah, we'll see. I think the next few days and weeks will be very interesting.
Yeah, for sure. And so I guess the most important thing people can do right now is spread some awareness about the issue and go participate in that petition at it's bitcoinforcorporations.com, and it's with a MSCI dot before it, but I think you can actually get to it right from the main page right now pretty easily.
Yeah, you should be able to. If not, that's a great flag. But yeah,
I didn't actually double check. So let me actually.
If not, we will.
I don't see it really right. You guys need to put a header.
That's a miss. Yeah, we'll do that. Thank you. Yeah, so definitely go sign it, share it, tell your friends. I think even just people that are investors, that are passive investors in 401ks or whatever, there's implications for them. And so MSCI is one of those things that no one has ever heard of up until a couple of weeks ago, and then you start learning about them, and you're like, wow, this company has significant influence in the overall financial system. Not just in the U.S. but globally. I mean, out of the companies that were named, they weren't all U.S. companies. A lot of them were, but not every single one. So yeah, I think it's an important time for our industry to rally.
Yes, I think that's and honestly, these types of things can actually be catalysts for better organization down the line as well. They help us get better with these things, be a little bit more reactive when future things come up. So participating now is important for not just this immediate situation, but also for being more able to participate down the line when these things come up. Lobbying and pushing for the good policy, both at the government level and at the corporate level, is important, and it's not going to be something that's short term for people that are pro Bitcoin. So
absolutely, yeah. I think we learned this with the presidential election. I think that was the first time you saw kind of the industry unite in some ways, and at least ensure that their voices were heard in some way, shape, or form. And I think this is a continuation of that. And I think it's important, again, as we head into a midterm election year, that we do kind of have these systems and these processes and this infrastructure built out for us to respond anytime there's I don't want to call this like an attack necessarily, but anytime that we're in the spotlight in a way that's going to have implications on our industry. And so I'm very motivated, and I'm very encouraged by the response so far.
All right. Well, I just signed, so I just put my signature on there. I was going to live. Like, maybe I really should. I have shared my email on the live stream a few times, but probably not the best practice. So I did it off screen, but I did just add my signature. Also, the link to that page, the direct link to that page, is in the comments replies under this live stream right now. So you guys have easy access to it. We'll probably distribute it out a few times. When's the petition end? Is it up through the 31st?
Yep, it'll be up to the 31st, and then we have already made contact with MSCI, but we'll send them sort of the official letter with all the signatures on the 31st as well. And then we will wait until January 15th to hear what the outcome is.
All right, so we'll keep pushing that link out over the next couple weeks to try to help support. What else?
There's one funny thing too out of this is there's actually a poly market line that is the question that it's posing is will MicroStrategy be delisted from MSCI by March 31st? So a lot riding on this. People are betting on it.
You
So
guys can
welcome.
actually go. Yeah, actually, it's very interesting because what many people don't realize is that these prediction markets are actually a great way to source data in general, like market data. So going and putting a bet in the right direction could also actually could potentially be more impactful than the signatures. If you have enough people betting against that happening, it might be like, the market doesn't believe it's true. So that might influence it.
No doubt.
Very cool. All right. So you guys have your instructions. Go sign the petition. It's bitcoinforcorporations.com with MSCI dot in front of that. Very easy to get to. The link's in our descriptions. Also, George, I just wanted to shout out. I know I haven't read it, but you wrote a book on parenting. I happen to be familiar with the subject myself. I have 7
Nice.
children, but my wife and I have
Wow.
7. My oldest is 29. I'm old. And my youngest just turned 14. I've graduated 5 adult humans that are out of my house, and most of them are very self-sufficient. They're all more or less self-sufficient and
Amazing.
out of my house and not bothering me. So there is hope for those who are in the thick of it right now. You just gotta kind of. I'd actually love to hear it. Can you give me a brief? I know you wrote a whole book on it. What's the most important thing a parent should do, in your opinion?
Yeah, well, I mean, you definitely don't need the book. 7 kids, that's incredible. Congratulations.
I don't have time for the book.
So yeah, the book is called "I Am Not Your Bruh," and it's 21 Keys to Sound Parenting is the subtitle. It's basically in response to modern parenting and sort of some of the issues I've started to notice, where kids are basically literally calling their mom or their dad bruh, and it's like so disrespectful, and it's become sort of a meme and a joke of like, I saw a T-shirt that was being sold that was like, said mom, and mom was crossed out. It said, or like formerly known as mom, or it said bruh, formerly known as mom, or something like that. And I was like, that's terrifying, and that's not funny. And I think that the crux of the book really is just getting back to the basics of parenting. It's recapturing the relationship between parent and child as one of the most important relationships that I think we've lost in a lot of ways in modern parenting, and where you have this dynamic where parents want to be a bruh, they want to be a friend, they want to be buddy and chummy with their kids, as opposed to taking the responsibility as a role model and as a parent very seriously.
That way in the short term.
It is easier, yeah. Yeah.
Where can we get the book?
You can get it on Amazon. Just search "I'm Not Your Bruh" book, or Bitcoin Magazine store, bitcoinmagazine.com.
I think your book would do well here in Africa because those kids, this generation kids, we call them AMA 2K. Those kids, they are very disrespectful. So what you're saying, it's with what's going on also this side. I think that book would do well here. I'll check it out.
Yeah, please do. I really enjoyed writing it. I have two teenagers. It's I think really geared towards parents with younger children. I don't pretend to know what I'm doing with teenagers right now. I'm still figuring that part out. My kids are great. I'm very fortunate.
Just gonna weather that storm, brother.
No, I mean, I'm enjoying it. I mean, every season is a gift, and it comes with its own challenges. But yeah, it's a book that I really believe in, and it's something I'm passionate about. I think that as Bitcoiners, especially, having children is the lowest time preference thing you can do if you think about it. If we're serious about changing the world, if we're serious about this next generation being, the generation that essentially inherits the earth, inherits the financial system, and is kind of the leaders of kind of the future, then we need to be serious about parenting. And so that was kind of the motivation behind it.
That is 100% true. The best thing you can do is to make more good people. 100%.
Amen.
There's not a whole lot more anything better you could do is than to just create good people that do good. And
There are a number of ways to get there, but one is you can't learn somebody. One piece that I came across just in my experience is you can't learn somebody else's lessons for them. So you have to you have to equip them with the tools to learn from their mistakes, and it's hard. That's actually very hard because there's you want to protect them, but you got to let them mess up or they're gonna hey, Bruce they're gonna they're gonna have a hard time adjusting as an adult when they're going to eventually make mistakes anyway. And so letting them know how to deal with it is actually a hugely important thing. And that it's not that big of a deal when you make mistakes is also important.
Yeah, absolutely.
Awesome stuff though. I want to just be respectful of your time. I know you're a very
Yeah.
busy man.
Yeah, nope, I am at the end here where I do got to jump, but I've really enjoyed this conversation. Thank you guys for having me on. Thanks for spreading the word on this MSCI coalition letter. Definitely invite you all to go and sign. And yeah, would love to kind of join you guys again in the future and let you know how this wraps up.
Absolutely, man. We actually started streaming. We stream all day, Monday through Friday. We start at 7:30 in the morning. We go until about 5 or 6 o'clock at night. We're East Coast U.S. Well, half of us are East Coast U.S. And we would love to have you on anytime you have something to talk about. We have lots of real estate to bring people on for stuff like this. So anytime,
Awesome.
just let us know.
Sounds great. Good chatting with you. Good to meet you all.
Thank you.
Nice to meet you, man.
Thanks for
All right,
joining us
take care.
today. And guys,
Pleasure.
make sure you pay attention to what's going on. And we'll have more stuff coming up on the live stream shortly, so stay tuned. Thank you so much, George. Guys, make sure you're following. It's at G McHale, and
That's
it's
right.
at
Give him a
Bitcoin
follow.
for Corporations and at Bitcoin Magazine. Go give them all a follow so you guys can stay
I give
informed
you
on
a
what's
follow.
going on.
Thank you.
Thank you again, George.
All
And
right, take care.
you have a great rest of your day. Thank you guys for joining. Hannah, GP, we are DeOrganized Media, and we're keeping you guys informed and trying to help spread the news so that we can preserve and grow the very awesome Bitcoin and broader crypto ecosystem. That's what we're here for, the Bitcoin ethos. Y'all have a blessed day. We'll be back with some more commentary and content soon. Thank you all for tuning in.
Peace.
Peace out.
It's made sure that the Bitcoin logo is very, very evident and it's not like reversed like the other images. So now we're going to go here and voila. We have Rue in the Christmas art, we're in the
That's
bistro
really cute.
shirt.
Can you
Yeah.
post that on social media just so that there's the BitFlow people can see it, there's a record of it. And I really like to share some of these workshop stuff on X.
I'm going to drop all the images in the Discord. So I'm going to try to do the count with this one. So mind you,
Tell
we're still
people
going
where to go, like where to find CTSN Discord, because maybe few people know that.
Oh yeah. So access the CTSN Discord. Just head over to the ctsn.ng. Hold on, let me try to get access to it. So you can always have access to the CTSN Discord through the CTSN X profile. The link is in the profile, and I'm going to try to access it right here so we can see. So all you have to do is go to your search button and press CTSN _ng. So once you go there, you're going to see the Discord link right here. And then if you click that, it's going to take you to the CTSN Discord. Is this the right? I think advanced liquor store. Let me try to text. So it's going to take you to the situation in Discord. Let me try to confirm it's working. Yes, it's working. Yeah, I'm still that. Wait, why does it say that? I think you should be taking Restream. So it's going to take you to the situation Discord, and then to access everything that we've done so far, you can head over to the content creation channel, which is totally open for everyone. But just to be clear, you can get role at state channels and roles, or you could get it. So you can head over to the content creation channel, and you have access to all the past recordings of the bootcamps. So in case you are curious about what we've been doing and you have no access to it, you can head over to the CTSN Discord, and you would have access to every material that we've used so far, and also every tools in regards to both development and the music production. So head over to CTSN Discord and get in there to have everything that you need. So now I'm going to go to LM Arena to see. Oh wow. So as always, the first one, let's be crooked, but then this comes out well. You can see the beautiful logo, the ancient, the Christmas environment, and everything. So I'm going to save this and send it. So the next aspect is video creation. So since most people do not have access to most people do not have access to paid Gemini or Flow or Google Video, so we're going to try to use Video 2, which is basically free for everyone, but you do each. So that's why, mind you, this is not an advice. That's why it's perfect to have more than one email when you're dealing with AIs, to have the opportunity to access the different tools available. So once you're able to do that, you'd have little to less issue creating as much as you want and exploring. So I'm going to switch to Veo 2, basically. And then this is another important aspect. So like I was saying before, when you want to create a video, there are only two aspect ratios available. There's the 16:9 and there's the 9:16. So although most of the images created by Banana have been in 1:1 because of the limitation and all. So I'm going to have to just work with them. So I'm going to go over here and upload my image. Mind you, the thing with video creation is that you can choose to be more specific with your prompt, or you can choose to you can use keywords, or you can just use advanced prompting. So I'm going to have to use keywords for this. So I'm going to ask the AI to animate this with a celebration aspect. And although this is just for show, it is not like a normal web prompt. You don't prompt like this because this is not advanced. You also have to make sure that whenever you're prompting the video, you have to make sure that you take into, you must take into factor the camera angle, the lightning, and the way your character is. So I'm going to say let character work with camera move. Let character work while. Okay, so I'm going to, for more details, I'm still thinking about the prompt, so I'm going to ask character to work as if it's uploading a vlog. Okay, so we're going to run that and see. Oh yeah, see, you can see here that there's the 10/10 generation. So that's for free limits. You can generate more than 10 without using the Gemini API, basically. And to, although you could just subscribe to your Gemini and get a more better option, but for those with no access to, the no access to exclusive aspect of it, so I'm going to ask Gemini to do the same for my image. Since I'm just going to change this to shooter, because when you upload the analysis, it's working on it. So now I'm going to check on this. Yeah, it's downloading, and now okay, so let's see what that gives me. So I hope you can see that. You can see that, like I said, because of it is not 16:9, the image is cut in half. You can see it is not even in half, it is more like in quarter. You cannot see the logo, you cannot see the art, you can only see the little background and stuff. So I'm going to save that, and we're going to have to work on this aspect again. So another thing you can do for this thing is to make sure you add that the aspect ratio in the prompt. Okay, that's another important thing. So if you say you want to like create an image and then you add it to your prompt, the AI would, okay, let me try to so I'm going to try this, copy this, paste it, and then I'm going to tell it AR, which basically means aspect ratio 16. So now this is the important part. So I'm going to have to go with 16 ratio 9. So let's see if the AI would be able to do that for me. I'm not too confident in this. So now this one. So because I did not put a dialogue, the AI had to generate a dialogue for me. So I'm going to be sending this to the chat for those who want to listen to it and see the difference between both generations. So you can check the CTSM Discord for access to the videos. And then I'm going to go back here and see what this one does for me. So I'm just going to be giving a little bit of like input to what you guys should do for the bounty. Since Bitflow does not have since they do not have a mascot, my best advice for anyone is to make use of one of the various meme coins available on Bitflow. Oh yeah, it did the thing. It did the thing. I forgot to add the image. So it did the thing, although the image is still one issue one. Yeah, but it looks okay. So now you can check the Discord for access to this, to the video. So okay. So next, the next aspect is we're just going to go over. We're going to try to like create a dialogue for this character. Okay. So I'm going to go over here and copy this and paste this. So I'm going to upload the character, and then I'm going to tell the AI the important thing is the way you structure your prompt, like I said. So I'm going to try to structure my prompt in such a way that the prompt is not complex for the AI. So I'm going to make it very, very simple. So I'm going to ask the AI to let the dialogue by go as follow. So I'm going to say welcome to the month of this the ownership policy. I'm going to use XMS for next class. So I'm going to say trade on Restream. I'm going to say don't forget. I'm trying to make sure that my prompt is not, my dialogue is not more than it's supposed to be. So okay, so straight on the flow. So let's see if the AI is able to create the old prompt around this. And another AI you can use for your video is Flow. Although Flow requires Flow does give 100, so 100 points I think per month. Also, so you can basically create using 100 Flow points per month. And once you create those, you would have access to the voice and the animations and everything. So I'm going to go over here and see. Okay, it's loaded. So I'm going to go over there and see. So now I have access to my flow. Let me check real quick. So it's loading. And let's check our Gemini, it's generating. So, mind you, when you're working with Flow, you can let your imagination run wild because Flow works better with imagination. So you can let your imagination run wild, tell it what to do, how to do it. So as access to Nano Banana, you can basically create image with Flow. So now another perfect aspect of Flow is that there is the text to video aspect, in which you put in a prompt and Flow helps you create that image or that video rather. And then you have frames to video, which you have to upload two different frames and add them together. So let's say, for example, you have like two distinct images. So you can, wait, let me try to do something to show you guys. I'm going to try to these two. So I'm going to tell like this to set from of the course as true. So I'm going to try to run that prompt to show you how the frame to video work. So when my video is ready, I'm going to go at it and see it. So this came out perfectly like I put it. So I'm going to try to upload it so you guys can have access to it. If you do not understand anything, please don't hesitate to raise up your hand or ask any question, because this is an open class. Everyone is welcome to ask a question. Uploaded, so you guys can have access to it now. You can check how it's so much. So you can check. So we have kind of error there. So you see how the frame to video works. It's basically made sure both of them are in the same image. And then it's also, this is the first frame, but then this is like the middle frame, what the prompt I asked it to do. And then this is the last frame. Okay, so normally what it does is that it doesn't like add both frames together. It makes them separately, but because I asked it to add both characters together, it's had to do that. So now we're going to go over this one. So now you see how good it is. Yeah, and you see that both frames are also in the video, so showing that the frames of video is meant to like make sure both frames like mingle with one another. So I'm going to save this. So I'm going to save this, and then the next aspect is ingredients to video. So what ingredients to video is that it basically allows you to upload more than two images. I think more than two images. It allows you to do that, and then at the end of your upload, at the end of your uploading, your prompts will define how both images will interact with one another. So now using this, I'm going to ask the AI to make this to characters, but to like mind you, you can also use the prompts from your Google AI Studio system instruction personality, but I'm just taking it slow because that would take more time than we have, and I wouldn't want to take too much of you guys' time. So I'm going to try to show you guys how the latest video came out. So I'm going to upload this and show you guys, so you guys can have access to it, so it doesn't seem like it's, So I'm now going to, you can also create image with Flow, but that is less used on Flow. So I'm not going to have to work with the Bitflow image created. So I'm going to use the prompts that we used for Gemini. So I'm going to upload that, and then I'm going to do this, copy the prompt about this. Okay, so I'm going to crop and see. Waiting for that to upload. Oh yeah, the video is done. You can see both characters. So that's the beauty of AI. AI, you can do anything you want. So what do I say after this? So I'm just going to add the word journal and add the command there. So I'm going to run that, and we can have a look at what we created. So you can see both of them are fighting with receivers. Well, yeah, let's check this one out. Was that too much? And then you can see that although it's not like super fixed, but it still works. So now we're going to have a look at okay, so seems like our engine is created. So I'm going to play this and see what so this came out as good as I thought it would. Let's make a second one. So I'm going to upload the and mind you, you're all free to so there you go. That's how you can experience AI stuff. That's how you can create various AI while also, doing other stuffs. So if anyone have a question, they're free to ask the question right now, because we've come to the end of the class and hopefully you guys learned a lot. Oh yeah, Tim Lang, what's up?
I have a question. So
yeah, ask.
When you try to use an image as a reference for video generation, right? And let's say that the said image has like writings on it. Sometimes when you use the video generation, it doesn't give you, when it comes out, it doesn't give exactly what it's supposed to give, like exactly what is on the image. It just writes like gibberish text.
Oh yeah, text is another limitation for AIs. Some AI cannot analyze text and remake it. So your best option is to add it after you've created the image. So you get that's one of the uses of that's one of use of the Canva and your CapCut.
Oh, okay.
Any other person have a question? Okay, since we have no other question, I think we've come to the end of today's class. Thank you for joining. I hope to see you guys next class. I hope you all have a great night. Good night. Yeah, thank you very much.
All right, that was a great session by the Stacks AI Guild and our good friend Bolupeak, showing us how to use some of these amazing AI tools available to us. Thank you guys for tuning in. I am going to continue with some pre-recorded content momentarily, and I believe GP and I will be back with you guys around 2 p.m. to cover the Fed speech. It's scheduled for 2 p.m. still right now. If that changes, we'll let you know. But we'll have something going on, and stay tuned for more content. And as always, thank you guys so much for continued support and tuning into what we're doing here. We really appreciate you, our audience, and just want to say that. We'll be back with more content shortly. Stay tuned.
DeOrganized media keeps the mind share growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news, Ethereum, Solana, and stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. From the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain. Letting the community know is the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Fast transactions are fat. Where is that? The leading L2 is making maxes look back. DeOrganized media keeps the mind share growing in the morning.
All right, let me bring on our guest. We got Dano Ferrin in the house. Dano, what's up, man? Good morning. Good morning.
Yeah.
Good morning.
I'll give you a brief introduction, and then I'm going to let you tell us all about whatever you want to talk about. I don't know a whole lot other than I met Dano down in Buenos Aires a couple weeks back. He was giving a talk about quantum resistance, which is a serious issue that I think not enough people are taking seriously enough. And then in my little bit of research after I chatted with him then about coming on the show, I did a little bit of research, which oftentimes I do no research because I want everything to be authentic when you're talking to me. But when I was doing just kind of find out how to best present him, it seems like Dano's an OG developer in crypto and a bunch of projects. He's been around the block a little bit. He knows what he's talking about. So I'm super excited to have him here today to share his wealth of knowledge. With that, Dano, tell us about yourself. What's the most important parts of your background? Because there was too much for me to pin down.
Yeah, I've been around for quite a while. I'd say I'm early. I'm not OG, but I'm really early in some of this stuff. Before this crypto stuff, I had a previous life as a desktop developer in Java. And that's really kind of what got me into Bitcoin. I was working on, there's this thing called graph analysis where you take, dots and lines and you connect them together. And there's really fancy algorithms from this one company that I wanted to try and use to lay it out cool. Because there's this new framework called JavaFX. It was entertaining tech for me, but I needed some real data to lay out some of these graphs. And that's about the time that Bitcoin hit its $1,000 hit. And so I started reading up on some of the Bitcoin libraries and said, you know what, UTXOs, there's these acyclic directed graphs that I want to kind of render on this graph algorithm that I've been working on. I wanted to see what it looks like. And that really just started my descent down to the rabbit hole. I generated it for a Coinbase hackathon. I used that as a forcing function to get me to finish to build something. So I built a little program where you could graph your UTXOs. I briefly thought about building a forensics company around it, but I just don't have the government contracts. And having been on both sides of the forensics bit, it's kind of creepy. It's not too comfortable. So I sold it off to someone for a chump change. And then I spent nearly 3 years at Google thinking, you know what, if I work at Google, I can get this blockchain stuff out of my system. Didn't work. At Google, every few years, you kind of switch, unless you're going, super staff engineer and you're going to be committed to this feature for life. Every few years, you tend to switch groups. And it was about the time that I started to need to switch groups because we had shipped our products that we needed to do. And that's when a recruiter Consensus called me up and said, hey, do you want to work on a Ethereum client? It's written in Java, and I've been following it the entire time I was at Google. And I'm like, yes, I do. So it wasn't too much of a hard sell to get me to work at Consensus. I started working there. The client I was working on, this was before it was called Hyperledger Besu. It was called Pantheon. And the idea was it was going to be an enterprise Ethereum client. And at the time, that was a great idea that needed to be explored. And we needed to figure out exactly what's going on with it. So we spent a lot of time. We brought Besu up to, we named it eventually to Hyperledger Besu because Pantheon, the name was taken by some other project. And we joined the Hyperledger project, got it up to active status, got Hyperledger Besu up to fully functional, fully performant mainnet basis. And about that time is when COVID crash hit. So I had been working on some deep database layer stuff, trying to improve the speed of our performance to build this bonsai tree thing. I'm working on that database during COVID. Kind of burnt me out, and there were some changes going on in Consensus, and I'm like, this isn't quite my vibe. So I spent a few months at Reddit. They had an idea they were working on. Community Point, some of you older people may remember that, where they're going to take all of their Reddit karma and move it on chain. There were scaling problems at the time, like just about every crypto project. But I think the bigger problem that Reddit had at that time was they were in the process of going public. So anything that had just a whiff of legal problems got the kibosh really quick, because what was more important was that Reddit survive and go public. And that was totally the right business decision. So it was kind of a rough day there. And then I switched over and I worked at Hedera. I spent almost 3 years there at Hedera as well, and upgraded their EVM. They had a really old version of EVM. Their focus wasn't really EVM. They had this really fancy consensus algorithm called Hashgraph that it's leaderless. You don't need it's not like you need to have one person in BFT, everyone build it together. There's some really fancy math behind it. But what they needed was to improve their smart contract system. And being in Java, I worked on Java and Besu, spent time improving the EVM there, and bringing it up to standard, bringing it up to snuff, and bringing features where I could integrate their native token system to where they could then do DeFi on Hedera with native Hedera tokens. So that was my major contribution there. And then I took about a 2-year detour, part-time at Hedera, part-time on my own, trying to get this feature called EOF finished. People may have heard about that. It went the distance. It's one of those features. I think Ethereum development and research is a problem sometimes. Features kind of languish, and they don't know if they're going to ship or if they're going to get killed. So when I started working on EOF, I thought it was going to solve a lot of key problems at Hedera. And then I saw that it was really pointing to some key problems at Ethereum as far as the governance. And so I made a commitment when I left Hedera. I'm going to spend the rest of the year on this, and I'm going to bring clarity to EOF. It's either going to be shipped or it's going to be killed. And that actually leaked into 2025 because it was in the process of being shipped. But ultimately, it wound up getting killed. And I'm fine with that. And my goal was to bring clarity to it. And I think it helped Ethereum in its process of figuring out what it's trying to do. So after that, after I worked on EOF, I started looking for other things that I wanted to work on. I was briefly in a prototyping group at the Ethereum Foundation. But eventually I got contacted by Ron from Tectonic. And Tectonic is working on, we're in stealth, so I'm only going to reference what we have on our webpage, quantum secure defense tech. Working on quantum cryptography, learning a lot about the quantum threat. And this is some very important stuff that we're doing. I really want to talk about it once we go public, some of the stuff I'm working on. But quantum's really been the next rabbit hole I've been going down. There's a lot of great opportunities for it, and there's also, more importantly, some important things we need to do before we really chase the brass ring and try and do all the real fancy stuff with quantum. Probably the top level line is that quantum is on track to basically destroy elliptic curve cryptography in all ways, shapes, and forms that it's used. It's kind of scary when you think about it. So,
and it's only a matter of time, by the way, right? I mean, it's definitely happening. The only variable is when, and if it happens sooner than we expect, it's going to be it'll be catastrophic for crypto.
Right. And so, like all things quantum, there's not much certainty in when it's going to ship. It forms like this bell curve. So a couple of weeks ago, one of the I think it was Scott Aronson was his name. Someone who's been in the crypto industry for a long time, not the crypto, the quantum field for a long time. He kind of has a reputation as a timeline skeptic. Says, hey, yeah, this quantum stuff is cool and awesome and everything, but it's going to take forever to ship. We don't have the technology. A few weeks ago, he combined his change of position and a joke. He was kind of making a joke that, we don't know if there's going to be presidential elections next. So he said that we're going to have a computer implementing Shor's algorithm before the next presidential election. And he kind of hedged that and said, yeah, 2028. And that got a lot of people talking. Now, a couple of things, put some caveats in what he was saying. If we have a quantum computer that runs Shor's algorithm and it factors the number 15, that meets the standard. But even that is a huge milestone, because the quantum computing, it was an idea that came up in the early 80s of a new way to do computation, to use quantum mechanics and all the weird fancy stuff about how quantum mechanics work together. But it took about 10 years before someone figured out an algorithm that would actually use quantum mechanics and be useful rather than being an academic curiosity. And that was Peter Shor, and he came up with Shor's algorithm. And it solves a rather difficult cryptography problem, which is how do you factor large numbers? RSA at the time that he invented this was the number one cryptography, public key encryption cryptography. And all cryptography depends on algorithms where there's an easy part and there's a hard part. And the easy part is what you do to encrypt it, and to break the encryption is the hard part. You want it to be really, really hard, as in age of the universe, heat death of the universe hard to run backwards. So you want these algorithms that run forwards quickly and run backwards really slowly. And that's what makes it cryptographic. And so in this particular case, it was factoring large numbers. And factoring a really large number to primes can be really, really difficult, like 4,000 bits is like the typical high end that they're using for some of this stuff. So Shor's algorithm can actually solve that if you have enough of these mystical things called qubits lined up together. It can solve it in an instant. Everything will just go in harmonic. It'll figure out and reinforce the correct answers, cancel out the wrong answers, and you'll get that answer. The problem is this technology didn't exist in the 90s, still doesn't quite exist today. So that's been on the radar for a lot of people. So when elliptic curve cryptography started forming and they realized that the cryptographic hard part that they were depending upon there, the discrete log problem, the thing that you run backwards is difficult. It also depended upon, it could also be cracked by Shor's algorithm. So when this came in, a lot of the cryptographers were always kind of, keeping it at a distance. Some people were making fun of them. It's like, oh no, quantum computers will never happen. And some of them are like, yeah, they will. It's a matter of time. So that brings us to one of the early quantum scientists, Dr. Michel Mosca, came up with an inequality: x plus y is greater than z. X is how long it takes to in the concept of post-quantum cryptography, and in the concept of remediations against the quantum threat. He came up with the equation x plus y is greater than z. X would be how long it takes to deploy your countermeasures for the quantum threat. How long it takes to get your post-quantum cryptography in position in all the systems you need it. Y, in the way he framed it, is how long do you need to keep your secrets. And then Z is when will a cryptographically relevant quantum computer show up. So this is a rather forward-thinking thought to be had back in the 90s, early 2000s, about when we need to worry about quantum computers. And the math kind of scared people in the mid-teens. So the amount of time the time it's going to take to deploy new cryptography, about 10 years. And if you need to keep something secret for 30 years, which for some Defense Department standards is exactly the right amount of time to keep things secret, if not forever, and you realize that you're going to have a quantum computer by 2050, we're going to backwards, and by 2010, we were already in trouble. We weren't going to be able to keep our secrets as long as we needed to do. If someone got the encrypted data streams with all our secrets, they'd be able to run it backwards before we needed to keep it secret. So in 2016, NIST launched a process to establish post-quantum cryptography standards. And that resulted in about 22. They ran through several rounds, and they came up with a few winners. Dilithium, Falcon, and Kyber were the three winners that came out of that. And a fourth one, a hashing algorithm that is standardized as SHLDSA. Dilithium got standardized as MLDSA. Kyber is MLKEM. And Falcon still hasn't been standardized yet. But those were the three cryptographic things that started showing up around 2022, and that's when people really started getting excited about post-quantum cryptography. Algorand's already got it built into their state proofing, and if you know the right stuff to run, you can actually do your transactions with Falcon on Algorand, which is kind of interesting. They're the first blockchain to actually ship a user-facing account that can be verified with a post-quantum signature. So that's kind of where we are today. And when I look at quantum, I look at Moskow's algorithm a bit differently. I look at instead of the time to implement and the time you need to keep secrets, because in top secret stuff, it's harvest now, decrypt later. You take your data streams that are given you to the public, you just store them until you have the quantum computer to decrypt them and read them. It's a bit different in crypto because you need to keep your keys, your authority to act. So as long as you need to hold your coins and act on them, I call that the diffusion. So it's time to implement plus diffusion. If that's greater than when quantum computers are going to show up, you're going to lose your money. So that's the approach that I'm taking when I look at crypto in this area. There's a lot of different uses for post-quantum technology. That's the area I'm most familiar with, and that's my particular area of practice within Tectonic as cryptocurrencies. It's not the only thing that we do there, but as far as cryptocurrencies, the issue there has to do with how long is it going to take for these post-quantum signatures to diffuse across the ecosystem. And that was part of my talk at Bitcoin Builders in Buenos Aires, where I brought up that this is where the real threat to Bitcoin comes from. So we have these computers that might show up as early as 2028. I'm more of in the camp that they're going to show up and possibly be useful in 2033 or later. They're going to be room size. It's going to take a month to decrypt your key. They're going to be more interested in trying to figure out where submarines are before they start trying to crack people's cryptocurrency coins, but you never know. Performance always gets better. A lot of people are kind of surprised at how quickly that people like Google and IBM have addressed issues related to the error corrections. They've attacked that problem much quicker than they thought they were going to get to, which is what's spooking a lot of people for when these computers are going to show up. They're using techniques that I don't really understand involving things called qubits, logical qubits, decoherence. But the short answer is they can run these quantum calculations instead of in an instant. They can run it in a month to get the answers to crack these things. So the impact there comes in when you have your keys, your quantum keys, your keys that are subject to quantum attack. How does that affect a cryptocurrency ecosystem? And I think Bitcoin and Ethereum are the top two, and they have two very distinctly different ways that I think they're going to go about it in the next 5 to 7 years to address this threat. Bitcoin is famous for not changing things unless they absolutely have. In that case, to persuade people that they absolutely have to change this is going to take a lot longer. But then you also got, go ahead.
That's the conundrum, right? How do we, once the threat becomes apparently absolutely have to, it's too late.
Yeah.
So how do you convince these guys? We got core versus knots right now arguing, and so how do we get them?
It's 2 days before the day after tomorrow. Remember from South Park?
Yes.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
Welcome, Michael, Dano, Michael.
So, Dano, it sounds like there is a countdown to someone breaking into Satoshi's original Bitcoin, broadly speaking. And it could be as early as 2028. And by the way, when someone has a quantum computer and can do this, they're not going to say, hey guys, look what we built. They're just going to have it and then kind of abscond with the money as and when they choose the timing of.
So the good guys will brag about it in a scientific paper. That's not who we're worried about.
Right.
Yeah, it's the people who don't publish that we're really worried about. What I want to ask is, there's a difference between what's happening in quantum and reality and what's happening in journalism and white papers and papers used for funding. From what I understand, the major players here are players like IBM, Google, and Fujitsu for people who actually want to take advantage of their algorithms. Is that broadly true? Or are there other players I don't know about?
So there's an entire quantum industry that I'm learning about. Quantinuum's announcing a chip today that I'm going to tune into their live stream and figure out. They're a company based in Colorado.
Was there as well, yeah.
Yeah, Blue Wave. So there's a lot of smaller companies that are producing these devices. So one argument that people might make that these are only going to be, these are going to be Defense Department computers no one's ever going to get access to. That's not the case. There's companies building billions of dollars to make these available to stock traders and people who want to forecast weather. So the retail distribution of these quantum computers is presumed. They're going to be out there. You can't just presume that, it's like a nuclear secret and no one's ever going to use it. So
I
that's one part of it.
shared a link in the chat to one such ecosystem out of Switzerland called QAI-Ventures. And so there are entire ecosystems with capital looking to be the ecosystem in this space, because this is the level of investment at sovereign wealth, is it not? To actually do this?
Right now, probably. What is needed right now is basic level engineering. I think so. When Scott Aronson's epiphany, one of the things that he said was that there doesn't need to be more breakthroughs. It's just engineering work to grind this down and make sure we can get performance fast enough.
Sorry, does that mean that this needs to be open source in order to really happen fast? What do you think about that argument?
So that's an angle I really hadn't thought of before, because some of these computers, without a doubt, are going to have patents. There's going to be huge patents on some of these, and that's going to slow things down for open sourcing.
Right, but if you look at how Linux worked, Linux became the most secure kernel on the planet precisely because of how they developed it. If you look at what Jim Keller's doing with TensorTorrent and betting on RISC-V, they're betting on open standards beating the closed patent standards. That's why I say, you believe that for this to really move forward, it needs to be engineered in an open source way to take advantage of the speed and resilience that Linux and Ubuntu have and everyone else.
So there's a couple of parts of the industry that are going to impact this. I don't know much about the actual physical quantum computers. I'm more tuned into my particular line of work into post-quantum cryptography. And those, I think, are done without open requirement. NIST, if you're going to get your algorithm approved by the NIST to be used across defense systems everywhere, you have to sign an agreement that you're going to have a royalty-free license to distribute and share it.
Right.
And because of this, royalty-free, no cost, no charge, everyone can just build it and write it. People can come in and implement these algorithms, and they can get really solid algorithms. And that's honestly,
Sorry, can you explain to the audience the significance of NIST? NIST, I think, is a big player here. Sorry.
The National Institute of Standards and Technology is an American department, and their responsibility is to set standards for things like weights, measures, time. To have the atomic clock was developed up here in Boulder, Colorado, near where I live. Just things like that make society regulated and standard. So we know a mile is this long, a kilogram is this much, and so they standardize also things like cryptography, like SHA-3. This is the definition of SHA-3. This is how you use it. This is SHA-2. And they've defined a whole lot of things. And some of the things they publish are FIPS, which is Federal Information Standards Practices. I don't know what FIPS stands for, but what it really means is if you're going to work with a government system, this is the published standard of what you need to do, and this is the standard of what it looks like. So these cryptography algorithms that they brought through, or they brought 3 through, they're in the process of trying to bring more through. These are standards, FIPS standards, and this is the way that you do it. This is a clear definition. And by making them require to be royalty-free, patent-free, unencumbered, it allows a whole ecosystem of these libraries to be written, and they become stronger. The few times I've been involved in trying to get encryption precompiles through on the Ethereum network, one of the concerns coming through testing is what's the quality of the particular library we're using. And what we found is the more standardized it is, the more people that use it, the more there's a spec and utility, the stronger those particular libraries are, the more resistant they are to things like crashing and side channel attacks. And so you make it open source and free and available, and you make everyone use it. And if I come up with an improvement, like there was a patent that used to cover SECP 256K1, where there was like a 40% speed up that came just from that. So when that patent expired, Bitcoin Core immediately put it in their code. Everyone started using it, and everyone's using that code, and things just got better. So when things are uncovered and open to everyone to build it, and everyone can share their secrets, and there's the spirit and the intent that I've done an improvement. If you think it's valuable, please you use it too. You integrate it in your software, and I'll integrate yours. That sort of working together and builds a much stronger lattice, because everyone's out there trying to. Yep. Iron sharpens iron. So the open source technology and the post quantum cryptography, I think, is really going to be valuable The problem with quantum technology is there's clearly and definitely money to be made. And that's where things get difficult in open sourcing, like say a standard quantum computer. And that gets into more complications because there's more than one way to build a quantum computer. You could use optics, you could use trapped ions, you could use superconducting, because these qubits are not necessarily a physical phenomena. There's just ways that you express it and get the math going with these. So it's tricky there. But
can you say that part again and maybe explain these quantum qubits are not necessarily, these are just conceptions, not necessarily what's happening physically, so to speak?
Right. So the theory of what we call classical computation resolves on bits. Bits have two states, true or false. And you put them together, you put 8 of them together with these true and false states, you can represent a number between 0 and 256. And all our computers are based upon these classical bits that are either true or false. They're either on or off. You switch logic based on this. It's clear, it's defined, there is no ambiguity in it. Qubits have essentially 3 states. There is 0, 1, and then there's a superposition. And even the superposition is multiple states within that. Because in that superposition, you got to say how close it is to 0 and 1. You need to know what the phase is. Some of these states involve complex numbers. Huh?
Is that the qubit trilemma where you have on, off, and both on and off?
Yeah, in a superposition. And to call it superposition is to paper over a whole lot of the complexity that makes quantum mechanics work in quantum computation.
So the language we use isn't necessarily reflecting of what's happening at a scientific level. These are just abstractions we use in settings like this. Gotcha.
Right. So the superposition covers a whole lot of fancy stuff of how the entanglement works and how these qubits interact with each other. So the idea is if you make these, and there's another complex thing with quantum mechanics. In the superposition state, you never observe the superposition state. When you measure it, it collapses either to 0 or 1 based on some probabilistic function of the superposition. So it's like you got this bell curve that's in multiple complex expressions and phases, and it's people get PhDs on this stuff. It's that complex. This is so powerful.
You're kind of describing like there's 2 points and a sine curve between the two, but every time we look, we only see the result of one of the 2 points, not the sine curve that actually is there.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
this
this is exactly that.
But thank you. This is very interesting. I apologize for interrupting.
Oh no, it's great. It's great to dive into this. And it's not just a sine curve. It could be any curve. The shape of the probability is actually what makes it work.
The topography. Yeah.
So there's ways to get these qubits to interact and sometimes they entangle, sometimes they don't, but they interact with each other. And so you get these probability curves and you superimpose all of them. And what happens is the correct answers get magnified and the incorrect answers get canceled. So that's why when you get 3,000 of these working together, you can suddenly just shake out a 256-bit encryption key for RSA or ECDS.
It's kind of like a decision tree that gets pruned in the end?
Right, except it's really fancy math and it's really hard to grok.
Gotcha.
But the math proves that it shakes out in the end. I mean, this is like if quantum mechanics is to calculus as calculus is to arithmetic. It's probably the way I would take an approach. I don't really understand much of the quantum mechanics. So,
say that one more time. Those levels.
There's arithmetic, there's calculus, and then there's quantum mechanics, and like the levels of logic to go in there and abstraction. It's not something that I understand. I think the math I topped out in engineering school was differential equations, and even that made me scratch my head. It's like, how on earth is this working? But
I'm still trying to understand what a partial differential is, and I'm learning category theory right now. So yeah, I feel like
I never made it to category theory.
I'm struggling my way through the monad and other Leibniz's ideas.
Yeah. But what's interesting, I mean, talk about math. I learned all this advanced calculus, and I think I actually have used some advanced math. I actually had to use linear equations to do a 3D transformation, a pinch and zoom transformation. So like the one class that I thought I would never use, that I thought it was boring, that I hated the teacher in college, was the one class that I actually needed professionally. Never had to use calculus in software.
Is it because of the consistent scaling? Its rate of change is what a pinch zoom is. It's
the 3x3 matrix. So you do, and in that you can say what the tilt is, what the focus point is, and what the zoom is.
3D object, not a flat thing. It's not 2D. It's really 3D.
It's 2D. It's 2D, but you need a 3x3 matrix because of the way the math works. And I guess probably a good example of the quantum mechanics. Even though we see the 1 and the 0, there's hidden variables that very much impact and influence the way the mechanics work, even though we only ever observe a 0 or a 1 when we measure it.
Which brings in
the magic. Yeah.
Which brings in this whole idea of sometimes the truths that we think are truths are simply truths from the perspective of one of a myriad of observers.
Right. And that's the thing, is like sometimes when you observe these systems, you might think it's the exact same state, and they'll collapse to something different. So it's the measurements destroys a lot of the data. Yeah, and in fact, that property, that property where you observe it and it resolves one way or the other and destroys the information. This is some of the more exciting stuff of quantum mechanics that is like 5-10 years off before we can actually use it. You use that feature of the state being destroyed and a measurement happening, and you can create a cryptographic key with quantum technology and classical technology, so that you can create a signature that I can prove that I've signed once and I can never sign again. So this is called a one-shot signature. One of our advisors submitted a paper of the year in Crypto 2025 on that.
Wow.
About one-shot signatures. One-shot
signatures?
His name's on our website, Omri.
Omri, okay.
Yeah, I only know first names. All their names are first names. Omri Shmuley.
Okay. The reason I ask all of this is because I've had the opportunity to talk to 2 people that have graduated with masters from Cambridge from my travels to Buenos Aires and San Francisco and whatnot. So I've talked to them about this and what Fujitsu's doing and the difference between journalism and actual production ready systems. And the last thing I would say is I understand there's a gulf between the qubits we can operationalize today and the qubits we need to operationalize this and manifest reality. And a lot of people are debating on how quickly we're going to get to this gulf of the qubits we need. Is that broadly right?
Yeah, that's probably right. There's people who think that we're just going to hammer right through this and we're going to figure it all out by 2028. And then there's people that think, this is going to take us to 2040. It's harder than it looks.
Correct.
So that's why there's like a range of estimates that we don't know when quantum computers are going to land. Because we're not actually putting 3,000 qubits and entangling them. That's something that's beyond our ability. We're entangling like 2 or 3 qubits together, and we're running like millions of these with like 9 digits of error correction on it. And from that, we're estimating what, from these gate operations, what the full qubit farm would have looked like if it would have shaken out. There's still a lot of classical computing that goes along with this quantum computing.
So you're saying that we're limited by the amount of decimals we have with the mantissa that we're currently using?
No, that's the error correction rate. We need we need some like millions and billions percentage of correctness. We need to be correct that much of the time. We need to have an error like 1 out of 1 quadrillion measurements. We can have an error for this to work is kind of what we're saying. And that I think is where most of the advances from what I've been reading. I'm not a PhD, I'm not deep into it. I just really got into quantum a few months ago, but all the papers I've been reading is a lot of the advancements and a lot of the excitement comes around this improvements in the error correction rate. So and that is what some people thought the hurdle was going to be.
So the Thomas Edison light bulb moment is reducing the amount of errors that these algorithms produce in their solutions,
right? And doing it at scale. Yeah, and one of the critics' papers that I read, they said, "Great, we can do this, but the number of qubits you're going to need is that going to fit on a chip that you can cool? Because you've seen these quantum computers are these chandeliers. The chip's actually at the bottom. It's fancy cooling stuff to bring the bottom layer down nearly to absolute zero, and the number of qubits that they think they're going to need to solve some of these." In a reasonable time, can we get that many on that chip that we bring to zero? So these are, there's no real scientific breakthroughs needed. It's all engineering for how do we get that chip bigger? How do we get more qubits onto that chip? How do we get more chips cooler and get them to interact? These are, it's That's, I think, where the real vibe shift has happened, is people realize it's purely an engineering problem now, a really hard engineering problem, but an engineering problem.
Nonetheless.
This could be 2 to 3 years away where they realize this, though.
Right. It could be 2 to 3.
As
it could
early
be
as
15.
Yeah, it could be as early as 2028. So the question I have is, do we really have the solutions available and the capacity to implement them between now and then to avoid the worst case scenario?
It's the willpower, isn't it?
Yeah, so we have the solution for Bitcoin. It's called BIP360. They post a new thing, post a quant secure hash. I can't remember what Hunter B's called it, but you basically take these NIST algorithms and you make them eligible to do public key signing. I think MLDSA and SHLDSA are the standardized ones that would go in the spec, and that's what would go into Bitcoin. There's also some talk about some of the hash-based signatures of looking at standardizing. But if we needed to flip it on today, we could easily get those written and integrated into the next version of Bitcoin. But writing the PR is the easy part.
Does it automatically change everybody's wallet addresses? No. So it's not it's a big problem, because you got to get, how do you get Satoshi's wallet to not be exposed? Because it's exposed now.
Right.
So you essentially have to transfer all of those funds to a new wallet address.
Right. And that's where the where my phrasing of Moscow's inequality is, the time to implement plus the diffusion across the ecosystem. How many people are going to move their coins to a quantum secure address? And as he pointed out, some of them might never, because it's based on some accounts, Satoshi has lost the keys to those, or if he hasn't lost them, he's letting that rumor spread around quite a bit, assuming Satoshi's still with us.
Because of the Shamir stuff, yeah.
Around.
Yeah.
So
and these keys, go ahead.
That's why I say in the beginning, there is now a countdown to who's going to abscond with Satoshi's money.
Right. Or there could be a governance breakthrough, and another option, one is to see who's going to steal the money and just say code is law. But another option is to set a date, set a red flag date, and after this date, all Bitcoin nodes are going to disrespect ECDSA signatures. Sure. We're never going to see another ECDSA signature on chain, and that will effectively burn Satoshi's coins and burn everyone's coins who hasn't brought them forward. So that's why it's controversial. But if you set this date like 4 or 5 years in advance, it should be enough warning for people to move them if they want to keep them, or if they want to burn it.
Software companies do that when they say, look, we're sunsetting support on Oracle 8.11, so we have to move to 9.I by 2027.
Right.
Right.
Well, that's the only way I see to secure the network. Otherwise, because if the Satoshi wallets get drained, that's going to have a huge detrimental effect on the entire network because of the price impact. Like it just won't, so it has to be, there's no other way around it, is there?
It depends on who gets the coins. So there's the possibility that has not been completely disproven is that Satoshi has his addresses, he has his keys, and he'll just move them. That's like the absolute best case scenario. But there's a lot of people, and there's a lot of credible reason to believe that those keys are gone and never going to be retrieved. And I could see him burning it for the good of the network, thinking that this will never be a problem, and never thinking that quantum computers would actually be relevant in time to crash the system. But when he was doing stuff out to 2198 to say how long the curve was the payouts was gonna come, you surely would have to think that he was thinking longer term with that. I don't think he would burn the keys intentionally. But he could have lost them in a server upgrade.
It's it'll be curious to see how this goes, but because of the worst case scenario prediction, it seems like this is really an imminent problem that we need to get resolved sooner than later.
Yeah, it's something that needs to have a discussion. So as far as the deadline, quantumdoomclock.com, that's run by some people at Quip Network, who's running a wallet that's kind of one of our competitors, kind of not. We're still trying to figure out the field. But quantumdoomclock.com tracks what the earliest credible date would be. But that's just the earliest possibility that it could show up. I personally am in the camp that this is going to happen after 2030. But we need to prepare for the disaster scenario of what happens if it happens earlier. It could happen in 28. You can't discount that. But I do think that we have 5 years to figure this out instead of flag date. Yeah, so that's I think that's the earliest credible time that this could happen. Now, there's also, yeah, and the way it's phrased, yeah, it's cryptographically relevant. So we may have something that could factor the number 15, but the question is, can it factor Ethereum addresses 0? Well, that's behind hash. But could it factor some of these other addresses that were meant to be single-use keys? That's going to be the real question. And can they steal Satoshi's keys? And we need to get the value I see in pushing this is to get us to do the first part, which is to get what is possible before we spend our time on the diffusion step, the hybrid step, where both post-quantum and elliptic curve cryptography is still in use, and we can encourage people to do an orderly and deliberate move over to it. Now, one of the problems with these post-quantum keys is they're large. They're like, the smallest signature is Falcon at 666 bytes, and that comes with an 897 byte public key. So you got like 1,500 bytes that you got to store for a Falcon signature. For MLDSA, I think it's 3,700 bytes on that order. So the arguments and concerns that the Bitcoin crew were having relating to the size of the chain and the stuff that they're putting in these inscriptions and all that is just going to be magnified in this debate because these signatures are going to take up more space. Bitcoin needs more space for these post-quantum signatures, but at the same time, they're having all sorts of concerns about putting junk data on there. But we need more data. This probably isn't going to land in the main chain. This is going to be on the witness that's going to land, but still the witness is getting large, and they want to limit the size of the witness.
Very interesting. So it's a problem. There's a lot of people that know that there's a problem. There is a solution, but who do we need to scare the shit out of to get them to really to make this happen? That's really, I think, the bottom line.
So I think the right people are already scared. You got the NAST that created the standards and started the standards process in 2016. You have the Department of Defense. Their standard communication says by 2030 you have to have post-quantum cryptography available and use those in all your suites. And in 2035 you can't use elliptic cryptography. The EU has a similar mandate, and that by 2030 you need to have a post-quantum solution deployed, and by 2035 you have to stop using your elliptic keys. And there's been indication that U.S. financial regulators are on a similar path. So any of these chains that have had real financial interest from traditional finance are going to start feeling that pressure to move over or risk losing their TradFi customers and the people at retail who want to use it. And chains that are really interested in this, they will respond very well to this kind of pressure. But then you have some chains like Bitcoin and some of the Ethereum purists who say this is cypherpunk. We don't care. We're going to do what's right because of what's doing right, not because of what some regulator says. So it's going to be an interesting thing to watch. But I think some of the right pressure is coming from the right place, and the traditional finance is going to be forced to do this post-quantum migration, have it in place and usable by 2030, and ban elliptic curves by 2035, I think is the typical vibe that a lot of these regulators are going along. So the right people, I think, who have the power to force this, I think are doing it. And it's just the communities where you need to congeal a community action are the ones that we really need to activate and get consolidated around this. And Bitcoin's one example. We need to convince people that having these zombie coins suddenly liquidate in the market and be sold off is bad for the ecosystem, to overcome the people that are saying, well, basically we're setting a date that we're going to steal their coins and burn them. I mean, that's like, this is the good old trolley problem. Do we ruin it for everyone, or do we burn a few people's coins? And that's classic. And the people whose coins could be burned could just as easily move their coins to a safe address, and they don't have to have them burnt. This is the ethical dilemma that's going to rage through, and it's just got potential to be as big as the block size wars. But honestly, I think it's just as existential a threat to Bitcoin as to what they're going to do with these lost coins when it comes time to activate a quantum computer that's cryptographically relevant.
It's a dilemma, but I mean, at the same time, you have to you have to do what you have to do to protect the network, right?
Mhm.
And maybe instead of burning those coins, maybe there's a way to put them into a fund that can help maybe support. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I guess you're getting into
Maybe minor rewards, or I don't know.
yeah, like something that actually helps the network rather than just burning
Yeah.
them. I mean, burning them obviously helps everyone else that's holding, right? Because it
Yeah.
increases the value of your coins. But I don't know that eliminating a huge percentage of the coins in the ecosystem is really that'll have other impacts too that we are maybe not just price impacts, you know.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because I'm sure someone's going to pitch. People are concerned about the schedule, the emission schedule for mining, and I'm sure somebody's going to make a serious pitch about this. Well, let's just after that flag date, we steal all the coins and we put them back in mining, and so we change the curve of the mining so that the number of bitcoins that are out there is still constant. And I don't think they're going to win, but I think there are some people who can be able to make a serious, legitimate argument that you should take those coins and return them to miners through mining and
just
supplement the mining.
Spend the mining. You can actually even just spend the sunset on mining rewards.
Right. You could extend it. You could bump it up. You could send it back 4 years. There's all sorts of things that you could do with it. But that's going to be one of the things I think they're ultimately going to lose with it. I think if I had to make a prediction, either they won't be locked out or they'll just be disrespected and they won't be able to be moved past a certain date. So they'll either be functionally burnt or they will be people transfer them out. That's what I think is going to happen. There's one possibility though that I think is unique, is the possibility of zero knowledge proofs. If you can have something else that you can prove it rather than simply the key, then you can use a zero knowledge proof to recover it. This is Ethereum's current emergency escape plan, is that they would have you submit a zero knowledge proof that you know your HD derivation key and that you can point to your address and you can produce the key from that, and you post a zero knowledge proof that you have the information to do that. So your 12, 18, 24 word seed phrase, that's your secret. And if you can prove your secret that it can produce the public key from that, then you can post a zero knowledge proof and you can move your funds to a new address. So something like that could also be an opportunity for Bitcoin. I mean, they kind of got that with pay to script hash.
So having the secret rather than the actual private key.
Right. But that only works if you generated your private key from like a HD wallet or some derivation seed. And it would only work for the derivation seeds that they have ZK proofs for.
So you're talking about not your average user having the capacity to do this. Oh man, this is a.
But your average user still has their keys, and the solution for them is simple: move your coins.
Right. Well, but even just communicating to people is a challenge sometimes. Dano, I could talk to you about this forever, man. It's really awesome stuff. We actually have a segment that we segue into usually about 10 minutes ago. We have the game master. No, it's not your fault. It's my fault listen, it's my show. We do it whatever I want to do it. And it was a great conversation. And I didn't prepare you for this. So we do a game show segment. You're absolutely welcome to stay. Do not feel obligated to stay. Super respectful of your time. But we are going to transition to a game segment where we have the game master come on. We do a Find2Earn thing where we utilize Google Maps, and we're sponsored by some of the Stacks meme tokens, and people have an opportunity to win. We'd love it if you did hang out to play, but I don't want you to feel obligated. But we'll be back with the Game Master in just a minute. Real quick, I want to everyone follow at Shemnon. Dano Farron knows what's up, and he's working at Tectonic XYZ. That's at Tectonic XYZ. And they also are trying to solve this big problem that we have coming up. So make sure you give them a follow. And Dano, what else? We'll have you on again, man. Sometime.
I have to say, I love your bio. And the McDonald's crew. Let's go, dude. Everybody's on the McDonald's.
Oh, you must know Hero Gamer.
You must know Hero.
It's that.
What's it say?
Hold on, don't put it down yet.
This is my badge from when I used to work at McDonald's.
Solid, dude. Let's go.
It's like faded out right here. This is legit. You got the little circles here that you would put your service awards, because I never stuck around long enough in the store to look at service awards. But.
Very
It's
cool.
solid, dude.
Awesome stuff, man.
Never trust. Always verify.
Yeah, Hero says you guys are buddies. Also, I wanted to just earlier in the chat, I didn't want to interrupt, but Hero said if we check out Hunter Beast's X account, he is the one that authored BIP 360. So there might be some more information there for you guys to grab. And we will have Dano on again for sure. Dano, awesome stuff. We're going to transition, guys. Stay tuned. We're going to go get into Find2Earn rounds momentarily after a quick word from our sponsor. We'll be right back, and the Game Master will be with us soon. All right. So without further ado, though, I want to segue into Tony's segment because I love what Tony is working on. I think it's some amazing stuff. Let me get this off of here.
Oops.
Oh, we did the thing.
Did the thing, man. Did the thing. Happy Friday, peace. We did the thing.
It's been a while since we were co-producing like that.
Yeah.
It's been a little while. Tony, man, what's up? How you doing? You've been
Hey.
a rock star. You've been making the circuit.
Yes.
You've been on I saw you on the what do they call it? Stacks Office Hours now with Eric and Kenny. That was just yesterday. I'm gonna have to pick that up and replay it on the show sometime soon. But great having you with us. I don't have a whole lot of your background. I know you have a tech history, but we met up at the. I thought I didn't know what the hell you were doing there, GP. Looked like you were about to hit a bong or something.
I had a little runaway string there for a second. I just set myself on fire, man. That's how the music made me feel.
All right, so I met Tony at the Stacks Hacker House, and that was a great experience, by the way. And I wasn't a direct participant. I was a satellite participant. I kind of just showed up whenever I felt like it to participate in the amazing meals because you guys had that chef that was just providing awesome food for you guys. But the vibe there was awesome, man. It was like a friends. I loved it. I thought you guys were you guys all seemed to be very friendly. You were all helping each other out, cranking on each other's projects. So what? I'll shut up. You tell us, what was your experience like there? And that's where you came up with the idea to work on 402, right? You weren't coming there to work on that specifically?
Yeah, I mean, so I'm gonna give a little bit of background on how everyone got into the hacker house. So basically, if you wanted to be at the Stacks hacker house, you were not able to apply. You have to create a project before winning a hackathon or maybe one of the challenges they had. So basically, it wasn't like a ton of applications. Maybe you can come in. So basically, the way you get into the hacker house was by winning a hackathon. So I won one of those hackathons. I mean, not the first place, but I got into the hacker house using X402 for Stacks, the Latin America one.
You did submit an X402 project for the submitted for the hackathon. Was it one of the LATAM hackathon? Was it the LATAM?
Exactly. Yeah, for the Latin America hackathon. Yeah, for the Latin America hackathon that Angel and Jonathan were organizing, that one. So I thought I wanted to create something on the Stacks since the last year because some of my friends, like he has a protocol here in Mexico. It's called Metapool. It's kind of the biggest one DeFi protocols in Latin America. It's not on the Stacks. It's more like EVM, Solana. But basically, like he told me that, hey, there's this hackathon. I think you should join. It's pretty great. Last year. And I didn't have enough time to work on that. But I started like following Jonathan and Angel because they were doing a lot of noise here in Latin America. And this year I said like, hey, I want to build something. I don't know why. I don't know what, sorry. I want to build something on Stacks. I want to get hands-on on Stacks. I really like Bitcoin L2, so obviously Stacks is the biggest one. So I wanted to get my hands dirty building something. So I was like trying to understand what was built, what wasn't, and I saw that X402 wasn't built for Stacks. X402 has been getting a lot of traction the last 3 months. It's actually something like from almost a year ago, like 7-8 months ago, but like 2-3 months ago, it started getting like a lot of traction, X402. A lot of movement, especially on the base blockchain and a little bit on Solana. So I said like, hey, I really think this is going to be great. I think this is like core infrastructure that every blockchain needs. So I think I'm going to work this for the hackathon. So I did it. I won the fourth place, and I got into the hacker house. And that's what I had the opportunity to go to Buenos Aires and to keep working on my project.
Nice.
Awesome, man. Awesome stuff. And so for those that don't know, can you give us just a quick explanation as to what 402 is?
Yeah, sure thing. So basically, X402 comes from the 402 status code. On the internet, we always have a status code. So for example, if you go to any website and the website responds correctly, you're going to get a 200. Or the most obvious one is that when you go to, let's say you're using Chrome, you go to a website, and that website cannot be found. It responds with a 404, right? Not found. That's the same principle. So basically, if one of those websites resources on the internet require a payment, the server, the backend server, is going to respond with a 402. That's the way it works, 402. But there's one problem. The current infrastructure we have, or the legacy infrastructure we have, like Stripe, PayPal, all those payment rails, and the legacy ones are like, first, super slow, like you need to wait a lot of time for the payment to be settled. Second thing, it's not made for agents. Like you need a credit card, you need to go sign up, you need to go create an account, then choose a plan, pay for it, get the API keys. So now you can start using that service you were looking for. So that's a flow that the agent is not going to be able to do, at least at this point. And the last thing is super expensive. If you want to send maybe like a cent or like 2 cents through a Stripe or PayPal, it's going to be so much more expensive than the actual money you're sending, right? So that's when X402 came. X402 came. It's the same principle by using the 402 status code from HTTP that we always had, but now you're sending the payment details. Those payment details include your address, your the amount of SBTC or STX or the token you want basically to receive the payment, and the payment due date, right? So with that information, the client who wants to get that resource from the internet can create the signature to pay the amount of STX or SBTC that is required from the backend, take that information, create the signature, and send it back to the backend. The backend receives that signature from the client, settles down the payment, verifies that the payment was done, and with that, it sends back the resource that the client was looking for. So that's basically the way X402 works.
Awesome. That's amazing. So it basically, in a short summary, what you're working on is a way to allow agents to accept payments online, which is actually it can actually just be between agents. It doesn't even actually have to, once we get to the point where you can actually assign your agent to commit signatures for you, it can actually be agent to agent transactions.
Yeah, that's right. That's actually the way it works right now. So for example, let's say this is the basic use case, right? Like for example, all agents, they need the LLM to live, right? Without the AI model, they cannot be alive. So the way they're doing now is that instead of like going to OpenAI or Anthropic and like, I don't know, like buying $500 of credits, and your agent has that like bag of tokens that the agent can use. Instead of doing that, what people is doing is to make it cheaper and to make it a little bit faster, is that the agent has a wallet, let's say like with $10, and the agent is paying for every LLM request that it needs to be alive using crypto, using X402. So in that way, it's like basically paying for your food as a human, right? You have some money, you need to go to pay for the food. The food is basically the LLM model that the agent is using. But now it's paid for through X402 and on demand. So basically, you can create as many agents as you want, and then the only thing you need is to have a wallet with some crypto in it. In this case, it's BTC, for example.
So it helps you access the APIs and whatnot as well.
Exactly. So the we have a lot of APIs right now in the market, and if you want to go and use those APIs, you need to sign up. You need to choose the plan you want to have, and you need to pay for that API, and then you need to create the API key, right? So that's the typical flow that we have right now. And that flow, that's something that the agent, maybe you can try to do it. Maybe I have in the past made some tricks like giving a card to my agent and using some MCP server so you can try to automate the process, but it's pretty hard for that agent to do that. So X402 basically removes all the logic to have API keys because you're basically paying per request. So you want to get let's say you have an API that generates some AI images, right? Or the music, the music one. So basically you have the API that generates the music. The agent, if maybe you have like a funny agent, that funny agent is able to create videos, images, but it's not able to create music. And maybe it's getting a lot of requests, your agent is getting a lot of requests to generate music. So what would be the flow? So maybe it has two options. The first one is to have a wallet using X402, find an API who receives X402 as a payment, and start using that one. That's gonna be like super automatically, like agents having agency to choose which product to use. And the other one is that, okay, my human needs to give me some API keys, give me the documentation, give me everything that I need to create music using AI. So obviously, which one with agency would the agent choose? The first one, right? Like there's an API who receives X402. I have a wallet. I have some stable coins. I have some SBTC, so I can pay for that API myself. So with that and MCP servers, the agents are going to have more capabilities in an automatic way, right? Because they don't need the human to give them the tools. They can basically have some. It's like us, right? Like I want to get some hamburgers. We're not waiting for us as an adults, obviously, right? We're not waiting for maybe our parents to get us that hamburger, right? We have our money. We go to the store, or maybe Uber Eats, DoorDash, whatever. We request the food, right? So that's pretty much the same way. Instead of like waiting for your parents to get you that food, you as an agent, you're gonna have all the tools to go and pay for the resources you need.
Awesome stuff. We actually have Hero Gamer in the live chat, which Hero Gamer can actually come and talk to us live anytime, but I like when he's in the live chat too. He's asking, he wants us to ask you, what do you think about X402 V2? And I wasn't even aware until I saw that question that that's a thing. So explain to us not only what you think about it, but please, before you tell me what you think about it, explain to me what V2 is. What is it changing from?
There's a ton of changes now. So for example, one of the most important things, I need to really understand if this applies for stacks or not, because obviously signatures are a little bit different from EVM and Solana and stacks. But basically, okay, so a little bit of history about X402. It was created by Coinbase, all right? So it was created by Coinbase like 7-8 months ago. And it was a little bit centralized right now, because if you wanted to create your own version of X402, basically you have to create your own module, right? There was not like a setup. You cannot like add your own facilitator. The facilitator is basically the service which takes the signature and settles the payment. That's the facilitator. So you relied a lot on first Coinbase or like creating your own infrastructure to have X402. So that was like the main thing, is that now with V2, you in theoretically, and at least with the EVM and Solana side, you don't have to create any other package, any other X402 module by yourself, and all the facilitator and all the infrastructure if you wanted to do something different. That's the first thing. The Coinbase was not. They didn't want you to have like a customization on the V1, and with this new version, now you have you can customize it a little bit more. First thing. Second thing is that now it's supposed to work with any EVM, at least. Not sure if any other networks, but at least with any EVM. So basically, in the past, the way it worked is that you had to deploy your own facilitator on every EVM network you wanted to support. I think they made some changes, and now it's like a universal facilitator, so it's so much easier to use instead of like waiting for someone to deploy that facilitator into the EVM you wanted to use. That's another thing. And another setup that they created. It's basically so much customization right now, but I think that the other important thing that they added is that now you can choose which token to get paid for. This is something that X402 on Stacks was born with. You can choose if you're going to use STX or SBTC or another token to get paid for. But they just added. So the first approach that Coinbase had is that all payments were going to be through USDC, only USDC. So obviously, it kind of makes sense because APIs are now made through. I mean, like you can have an API, you are receiving dollars as a payment, but you as an agent, you should have the agency, the independence of choose which token to use. That's my theory. For example, I think that once we all the agents that they have this totally agency.
Well, the concern there is there, especially on like Solana, it's not that difficult to make a token that mimics USDC but isn't USDC, so it could be easy to. I can appreciate why for security reasons they might want to limit the tokens at least up front, because really most payments are going to be in USDC or USDT, USDC, and or Bitcoin, right? Or maybe Ethereum, Solana on those chains. So is that a concern? Is that a security concern where people could make spoof tokens and it's hard for the network to tell that that's not what they're after? Or do you or are you programming a list of tokens that you'd be like whitelisting tokens that you would accept?
Exactly. The way it works is that basically you as a developer, maybe as a developer of the agent who wants to get paid for that service you're offering, you're gonna choose which token to receive as a payment. In the past, you could only choose USDC, or basically you were not able to choose anyone. So you were
getting USDC. That's all you could.
Exactly. But now you can choose which token to get paid in. So now, for example, if you're in Solana, maybe you can use a meme coin, but that's on the developer side. It's not like me as the client. I want to send you some meme coins that I never sold, so I want to get rid of those tokens. I'm gonna pay you with those tokens. No, that's not the way it works. So the way it works is that the developer is going to choose which token they want to receive as a payment, and with that, the client should send that token. So that opens a lot of possibilities on my side. So for example, maybe if an agent is growing a lot, maybe that agent can has its own token, so I can launch my own token and have my own economy. With this, because now let's say I'm building the music agent. So the music agent launched the music agent token, and I want to get paid with my token. So obviously with that, if I'm getting a lot of traction, a lot of people is buying my token. So obviously my token is going up, right? So that makes a little bit of economy with the tokens. Obviously it's a little bit more complex because you need to understand tokenomics and other stuff with that. But yeah, I think it's the version B1 and the B2. The difference are that on the B2, you have a lot of more opportunities to customize your setup that we didn't have before.
Well, I would also assume, like, if you want to be a paid in your music token, you built an app, you want people to pay in the music token, but they don't necessarily even have to have the music token. You can build in a swap function in the middle of the process where they can pay with whatever token they have, as long as it's supported by the decentralized exchange aggregator Bitflow, but or something like that, where it just automatically swaps it out. They send whatever amount equal to whatever they're paying. They do a multi-hop swap, find the best rates, get them the token, and then they then send the token on to the agent.
Exactly. That's something that actually some people is working on, because in the past it was easier, right? Like I have any token and I need to convert that token into stablecoins, into USDC. But now I can have any token and convert and swap that token into any other token to pay for the agent, right? So yeah, it opens a lot of possibilities. So basically, this is like the infrastructure, and now you have a ton of possibilities to create more products on top of that, right? Because maybe another things that people want to see on X402, for example, is credit. Like let's say like a credit score for agents. So my agent has a good reputation. So if I need to pay for this service and I don't have enough, let's say, I don't know, USDC, I don't have enough USDC right now, the protocol can give me credit so I can get the resource I was looking for and I pay later for that resource. So yeah, a ton of possibilities with X402 and especially with B2.
I dig it, man. I dig it. I think I love what you're working on and how much of a handle you have on what makes it function. Yeah, I think this is a huge value add to our ecosystem. I can really appreciate why so many people in the ecosystem are actually like, shouting you out and meeting up with you, getting you on spaces and shows. I know Mark, Killer Mark, I call him, from B Pepe, was telling me that you were helping him out with his dataing project to help him out with X402. Awesome stuff, man. Really great stuff. Hero has joined the live stream. What's up, man? How are you? How you doing this morning, sir?
Hero.
Yeah, great. Hey, how's everybody?
GM.
So yeah, I'm just
GM.
just jumping in to see what's up with this V2. Sounds like it's a evolving situation. And what are you doing? Do you need to upgrade your implementation, Tony, or how does it work? Like, do you have to do anything on your side?
Yeah, I think there are a couple of things that I need to update. Basically, some of the to be honest, I'm gonna be super honest on this. So, for example, one of the most important things that was receiving different tokens. I thought that was like the basic scenario. So I created X402 on Stacks with that mindset, right? So you can pretty much choose every token. And that's something that happened at the Hacker House. Like, I was making the demo and I said, hey, you can get paid with STX. And Eric told me that, hey, why don't you accept SBTC? And I said, okay, yeah, we're ready to do it. Yeah, I just need to add some a little setup. It's like super basic. And in like 2 hours, it was ready to accept SBTC. So yeah, I think that's one of the most important things. But yeah, there's a couple of things that I need to update. So obviously next week a new version is coming of the SDK supporting all the B2 features. And in case it's possible, I'm not sure. I need to really get into the SDK, the Coinbase one, and see if instead of like having another SDK as we have it right now for Stacks, if there's a way I can simply use the facilitator I created and get into that Coinbase stack. That would be pretty great, because if I can do that, we have all the distribution from Coinbase on the same SDK for Stacks. So I want to try to do that, but not sure because signatures are different. But I will try.
Yo, we have a Trippin' Monkey has submitted another trip analogy. And I want to know if it's accurate. Think of X402 as the receipt checker at Costco. You load your cart with stuff. When you leave the store, your receipt is checked. Can you prove payment? Yes, resource granted, you may leave. No, payment required, return and make payment. Is that an apt analogy, Tony, as far as you would say? That sounds about accurate to me.
Yeah, it's a really great analogy, especially it's a little bit funny because I think a lot of people hate that Costco experience, right? When they need to check for the ticket. But yeah, the only thing I would change a little bit is that you don't actually have the product, so you cannot run away with the product. So you're at Costco, maybe if you didn't pay for that, you can start like running with your card. It's gonna be a little bit funny and kind of hard, but you can do that. You need in X402, you need to wait for the payment to be checked to receive your stuff. So maybe like the cart is held by the Costco employee.
Yeah, it's in your cart, but you're not pushing the carriage.
Exactly. Yeah, but it's a great analogy. It's a funny one. It's a really good one to to people to understand. Yeah, I
And
like
by
it.
the way, I have not heard them referred to as trip analogies before, but I do like that the coining of that phrase. Trip does a really good job breaking down concepts in an analogy form like that, and I think it actually does help conceptualize. Yeah,
I
for
think
sure.
it's just a little bit hard for people to conceptualize this initially because we don't come across as consumers this API key encounters, right? Yesterday I actually encountered the first time me, a vibe coder trying to be a dev, is that it's asking me to copy and paste the API key, but I think that landing page you needed to create an account, and then you need to add a card payment for like $20 or something.
Yeah.
So as a developer, sometimes, so it seems, you need to create an account just for getting some API, a string of letters and numbers, basically. You need to create an account. You need to set up bank payment to pay that at maybe a minimum of $20. I don't know. But this changes things. That this Expo 2, it's almost like you don't have to pay so much $20. You can pay as little as a few cents, and it's doing it in the background, right? You don't even have to worry about it.
Exactly. This is something really amazing. So for me, there are two important things about Explorer 2 on that part. The first one is to simplify the process and to simplify the amount of money you pay for, right? Because if you're making some experiments, let's say, for example, you want to create a voice agent. If you want to create like a great agent, you need to go get some credits for OpenAI. I think the minimum is 5. Okay, it's not that much, but it's $5. And you need to go to 11 Labs. They have a free version, but let's say it's gonna be, if you wanna like do it right with the best model, you're gonna run out of credits maybe in like 30 minutes, right? So let's pay the $5 to have more space to make those experiments. Okay, so with that, you need at least $10 to make an experiment that you have to pay. Maybe you're not using all your credits because you only wanted to make some experiments. Instead of paying those $10, that's $1 that you're gonna pay for that. And that's great because you have more space to iterate, to really do what you want. Test more models. So for example, I would love to test the model from the music one, right? But maybe I need to pay like, I don't know, like $100. I don't know how much it is, but let's say like $100. That always, obviously, if I just want to make some stuff for fun, that's gonna like be a stopper for me because I don't want to spend like $100 just to make some funny tests, right? So it opens a lot of opportunities, and the most important thing is that once agents are fully autonomous, it's going to be like they're going to have the decision to choose their APIs or their resources just with this. Because right now they need to go and ask their human to get their API keys. But now, me as an agent, if I want to start creating music, I have the opportunity because I have some money on my wallet. I have some SBTC, some SDX on my wallet, and I can go pay for the services. And if I want to be a DJ, my agent was born as an image generator, but I found that in the internet everybody is asking for an AI DJ. Maybe my agent is that intelligent that decides to pivot, and now it's a DJ agent. And since it has some money on the wallet, it's now able to go to the API, generate music, and start like getting a DJ career, right? So that's it's obviously we are a little bit far, maybe a few months far from that, but I think that that's possible in the future with Explorer 2.
So just to put it into practical daily routine kind of way, as a vibe coder, right now I need to go to 11 Labs to open an account, to insert my bank account, fill out all the details, confirm. They will charge me $20. I need to take time to go to another place like Google Gemini API. I need to do the same process, create an account, set up the payment, etc. It's all time and time. With Expo 2, I no longer need to create an account with them. I go to a Expo 2 Explorer or Scan. I deploy my agent to find their equivalent of the APIs there, I don't need to create an account. I pay my agent, and agent is able to pay everybody else. Would that be somewhat correct to say? I no longer need to create individual account for individual API that I'm using. I just pay my agent does the rest.
Exactly. I just give my agent a wallet with some money on that wallet, and the agent basically discovers what can pay for it. So yeah, there's one missing part that I need to work on, and actually I'm starting working on that next week. It's basically the discovery layer, where all the developers who has APIs that accepts X402 on stacks, they can. Exactly. It's not only the scan, the UI, but it's more like a piece of code that agents can ask, okay, so which service do you have? Okay, I have a service, and maybe you can pay for the DoorDash, you can pay for LLMs, you can pay for AI images, AI music, all these services. Those are the ones you can pay with X402 on the stacks. Okay, me as an agent, I can decide which one to use in which situation. So that's something I'm working on. So agents can do it automatically. They don't need to go to an UI or anything, or the human don't need to go to the UI or something.
Awesome.
So actually, my agent is making the decisions, which platform is the best for image. I don't need to worry about that.
Exactly.
Wow.
This is I mean, we're watching everything come together in real time is really what's happening right now. The promise of AI agents that can actually interact on your behalf. A year ago, this was all just hypothetical. We knew we would be able to do this, but we didn't really know how. And we have big brains like Tony putting together the pieces to make this work for us and for our community, and it's really awesome stuff. Tony, we'll have to have you back on often, because I as you develop things, we want to hear more about it. I'd love to be able to get into a little bit more about your experience at Hacker House too at some point.
Oh yeah.
We do have the game master waiting in the wings. He's going to come on. We're going to play some Find2Earn rounds. Tony, I don't know if you've ever seen us play Find2Earn. We only got a couple rounds today, but if you want to hang out, you got a few minutes to hang out?
Yeah, sure thing.
All right. We'll be right back after a word from our sponsor, BitFlow, with the Game Master. We're going to run a couple of Find2Earn rounds. Then we're going to segue into an AI segment with 300. But we'll wrap up with Tony too, and we can talk a little bit more during the Find2Earn rounds as well. So guys, stay tuned, and we'll be right back after a word from our amazing sponsor, BitFlow. It is time for Sip Show Friday with yours truly, Peace Love Music, Hero Gamer, and Brendan Hattie Hadfield, GP in the house as well. We're talking stacks improvement proposal and community innovation. And I do believe we're actually going to have a special guest, Rena Shah from the Stacks Endowment, to let us know what's going on, what's developing, and what we can expect in the short term coming from the Stacks Endowment. Welcome, Hattie. Welcome, Hero. How are you guys doing today?
Yeah, super good. Hero, maybe you want to tell us what show number this is, because is this 152 or 153?
Let me double check. I think it's 155.
Wow.
Let's go.
It's a lot.
And we're just getting started.
Yeah, it's been through different phases. But yeah, I'm glad we can make it this long.
Hattie, I don't know if you heard, Zenitron just announced that he's going to be submitting a SIP for encrypted NFTs, for his encrypted NFTs that he created for Skullcoin. He's going to create a SIP to standardize that. At Eric Choi, is head of DevRel at Hero Systems, had suggested to him that he should propose that as a SIP. So we're going to help. I think he's going to come on and talk more about that next week on next week's show.
Yeah, that's awesome. I always told him that was the secret sauce to everything he's doing is the layered NFTs.
Yeah, now it's going to be a SIP. So Very good stuff. Hero, what's on our agenda for today?
So the agenda today, I'll tell you, is obviously Reina from Stacks Endowment will be joining us. She'll give us a bit of update about just the Stacks Endowment efforts in general, and a bit of update on DeFi working group as well. She heads up, and just general Stacks forum stuff. Like to maybe make Stacks forum more the forefront of where people should go. And check out the working groups, and we got the Stacksies next week, and we can give a bit of update about AI BTC Guild. They've been doing really good work. So I think in the CIPCO, I think it's a good place to talk about the general overview of like the calls or the working groups, the ecosystem level kind of calls and working group stuff, because they are really important to the general efforts from a governance perspective.
Oh, and we got a word from Trip saying that he is so excited that encrypted NFTs are going the SIP route. Lots of use cases for that functionality, and of course, there really is a ton of use cases for that as well. Also, Freed Your SIP should be coming. Do we know when that's is that requires a vote because it's consensus breaking, right? So do we know?
Yeah. So that one I don't quite know yet. It's a little bit like not in limbo per se, but it needs better attention. But I think because we are a little bit late into the year, so I think we'll get more attention on that next year. Basically, we'll get the right people to talk about it and the right entities to push a little bit forward on it. And I think, yeah, so that's with that.
All right, so probably sometime in Q1.
I would think so. I think we need to talk to Stacks Foundation a little bit more, or the core engineers. Yeah.
And the other one that's out there right now, Larry's SIP, with using Bitcoin addresses for Stacks transactions. I know that takes some participation from the wallet providers. However, in part of we had a representative from the Para protocol, which is wallet infrastructure, and they're building out some functionality similar to Privy and Passkey, and like abstracting away, it's basically one-click sign-on with your email address, and they are looking to right now I think it's EVM and Solana and Cosmos, and then they are looking at adding Bitcoin. It's on their roadmap that they'll be able to do that with Bitcoin soon. And I wonder if that actually makes it easier to function if we have a standard for transacting with Bitcoin addresses, if that actually makes it easy to function at that level, at the infrastructure level, and it maybe doesn't necessarily need the wallet provider's direct input as much. I'm not sure, obviously, how that would go, but she seemed very interested at the fact that we were working on a SIP that would allow us to use Bitcoin transactions for Bitcoin wallet addresses for Stacks transactions. So I wonder if there's a broader infrastructure application there. And we do have Rena Shah in the house. Rena, good morning. How are you today?
Good morning. How's it going?
Great to see you. I hope you're doing well.
We are caffeinated. That's all that matters.
Cheers.
Cheers.
We just made a bingo for Stacks Endowment. Peace, love. Do you want to share?
Oh, we made we were doing our AI. All right. Let me.
We're doing our AI bootcamp, and we made a quick little jingle.
Let me hear the jingle.
Stacks. Hold on, I gotta turn off the other music. Let me. It's a short jingle. We were just playing around with the tools here, but came out okay. It's more of a segue than
Stacks endowments, if 31 opening doors for the stacks ecosystem.
I love it.
Yeah, it was manifested into existence in about 13 seconds, about as long as it plays. So it's crazy the tools that are available now and what we can do. So so what can you tell us? I know that there's a lot that happened this week, and there's only so much you can share, but whatever you can share.
Well, soon I can share everything. I'm actually teeing up the post to post on stacks.co for the actual treasury update. It's processing, so I'm waiting for it to upload. I was hoping it would upload before I hopped on here, but you know.
That's all right. Now it's breaking.
Control.
We got it first. That's all right. That's
You're
all right.
getting it first, but I am getting ready to post on behalf of the endowment and the inaugural kind of full quorum treasury meeting that occurred this December about what we reviewed, what we approved, and most importantly, what budget was approved for Stacks as a whole for going into 2026.
Awesome.
In the post, I also have.
I already see it.
Pardon?
The post is up.
It's uploading to stacks.co right now, and I can't make it go faster. But
I can already see it. That's what I mean. It's already live.
It's already live, but there is one rendering issue that I'm seeing on stacks.co that it's not tagging the correct author, which is why I haven't tweeted it out for this reason alone. I just want it to render to the correct author. That's it.
Can we screen share it?
You know what? Yeah, hold on.
I got it.
If you want to screen share the blog post. Yeah, no, it's literally getting published. You're hearing it first as I clean up the rendering of the author, but this is the official Treasury Committee update. It's actually based on the actual meeting minutes taken in the meeting. So it's pretty much almost word for word, but we just added more background context rather than having to read the legal language that our lawyers took while doing the official board meetings. So if you scroll down a little bit, basically in the summary, it's a bit of a lengthy blog post, but in the summary, kind of what's in this post is what was reviewed. We met as a full quorum as full SIP 31. As a reminder, the Treasury Committee is 9 people who are appointed from the Appointments Committee, from the community, various members, kind of who represent kind of the voice and feedback of Stacks and make sure community input is heard. The headline 27 million was approved for using next year. With that, there's also 25 million Stacks approved to be deployed directly into working capital like DeFi and such. So we are definitely prioritizing DeFi deployment, engineering, and security, but growth programs as well. If you want to go down a little bit more, so the budget has evolved. Obviously, I need to exercise financial prudence in the macro environment. A 30-cent treasury is very different than a $1 treasury, and so I exercising more extreme caution because it is my responsibility to safeguard the treasury for the community to live for many years and not use it all at once. And so I have the endowment did propose to the Treasury Committee on a scaled back treasury budget for this upcoming year for 2026. For this reason, we have recommended that if macro conditions change by the first meeting of next year or the second, we improve the budget kind of proposal to increase the different areas of spend because that would be better for our community. And then we also put that the endowment and TC will be hosting monthly public office hours. They'll always be on X Spaces. Hopefully DeOrganized will help us stream it a little bit more, but we want to make sure everyone has venues to reach out, obviously to myself as endowment, but the other TC members who represent everyone to make sure that we're hearing your feedback, your concerns. I'm looking at different proposals to reallocate the funding allotments into where the community needs to see it.
Awesome. So
It's a pretty lengthy, but if you want to scroll all the way down, you can actually see the breakdown of the treasure. Like, this is to the point that we are being as transparent as possible, more so than any chains go down. You'll see a pie chart of where the money is going and how it's being spent. Not too many protocols do this, but we actually put out a full breakdown of where the 27 million is being spent, how it's being spent, a pie chart to see exactly the allocations, and then we also put together on the Stacks forum a wish list of, if market conditions improve, we're at $1, $2, $3, what do you want us to invest in? What partnerships should we be seeking? What KOLs should we be bringing? What other kinds of programs should we be launching? So that's kind of all in there. I'd say coming out of the TC kind of December meeting, there are two things that really were important to me to get through the door and make sure that they were pushed and approved. The first is the reboot of the Stacks grants program. So we are rebooting a grants program. I think it's somewhere, I'm trying to think where I put in the blog post. Go up a little bit. The grants program, go upstairs. Right there, nice. Go up a little bit, well, not the macro environment, that's depressing for everybody. Go up, other way up, yeah, stop. Okay, cool. There is an emphasis on a rebooted grants program that will be launched January 2026. It should be the second week of January. Program will be live. Applications are ready to roll at that point. But we have 3 types of grants that we're funding. So it'll be the necessary grants for liquidity mining, user acquisition, high impact integrations and feature requests, and then resourcing for audit and security. This is actually a new initiative that we started. Part of the impetus for this is that if the endowment is deploying in DeFi, for example, I need to make sure Zest or Bitflow or Hermetica is well audited, and if they ever have a critical bug, that it's paid for. And so we are putting up community funding forward for our own DeFi protocols so that we can actually be the largest deployer in our own ecosystem. So a little bit different than any other ecosystem, but we fundamentally believe in investing our treasury back to where the community can see it. The second set of grants is your getting started grants. So for anyone to launch a proof of concept or pre-product market fit, we want to make sure that we're supporting new builders, old builders, any new concepts coming into Stacks. So these are you need to do a proof of concept, but you don't have to go through X, Y, and Z hurdles to get the funding. Like, I want to be proactive and work with people so that it's not so difficult. And then the last will be the community selected. We are going to do an extension of D grants. I've actually allocated more funding for a D grant style of program, making sure that besides DeFi and kind of engineering rich initiatives, I want to make sure that we're still supporting the social, cultural, and educational fabric of Stacks, whether it's meme coins, BNS, whatever it may be. I just want to make sure there's funding for that.
Awesome. And I think that I speak for the entire community when I say that this is what a lot of people have been looking for. There's definitely been I respect the community feedback. I think it's fair. I appreciate the criticism. It actually is good for me to see it because I want to make sure that essentially the endowment is the steward of the treasury for Stacks, whether it's for Stacks, the LabsCo, any of the foundational programs that we want to run. At the end of the day, my job is to not only grow the treasury but also reinvest the treasury back in the community where the max amount of funding is redistributed. Yeah, and it's, I mean, you know, these number one, these are the heavy lift things that need to happen. You know,
totally. We can't start a flywheel for like Stacks back to a top 10 asset or anything like that without having these table stakes. So even though our treasury is in a difficult macro environment, I still want to make sure I'm investing in areas that are right.
And do you think that since it's kind of part of the conversation, you know, the Fed we are getting away from quantitative tightening. They've actually announced that I think they're starting easing today. They're going to start buying treasuries today. Do you think that might help the macro situation a bit?
I think it might help. I think we still have a long way to go if you look at the Stacks correlation to Bitcoin. So like for any like quant or kind of quant trader, typically in the past, Stacks have been strongly correlated to Bitcoin. So in trading, you look at the R coefficient, and we used to be as high as like a 0.86. Right now, Stacks has fallen to like a 0.4, 0.35, which is somewhat unheard of to be that decoupled from Bitcoin. And so we fundamentally have a lot of work to do to create different mechanisms that help the kind of Stacks asset appreciate and or have the Stacks supply be controlled. And so that's where I think we truly need to focus. And I can understand that some of the initiatives that are being rolled out of using STX to unlock the staking capacity of Bitcoin, kind of how dual staking is modeled, to making sure that Stacks is first and forefront alongside SBTC to make sure that kind of macro tightening of the R coefficient becomes wider and wider to where it should be back to 0.8. So like I do have to give engineering and products some props on like really thinking about token economics and kind of reevaluating that, you know, just staking SBTC is not enough. What we want is to make sure that the STX asset and it kind of lifts the ecosystem as well.
Sure. And I honestly I'm a huge fan of dual stacking. I think it was well designed. I think it's, you know, my experience at DevConnect, at manning some of the Stacks booth and having some of the conversations that explaining both, there's not enough people that understand even just basic proof of transfer and how Stacks ties to Bitcoin. And when you explain that to them, you can see the light bulb go off. You know, they have a light bulb moment, especially at DevConnect where it was a lot of devs. You know, because they're the people that are building. And so everyone, if you can build on Bitcoin, of course you want to, right? Stacks has that opportunity here now. And there's so many other things happening too, on top of dual stacking. SBTC, just SBTC being open, you know, you peg it out, you can do it pretty much permissionlessly. The design for the bridge is super cool with it, you know, requiring that signature. And then all the devs that are building stuff, the Hacker House devs, Rafa with what he's building out, Crypto Dude, Trippin' Monkey, the DevRel guy. Like, there's so much dev activity, all the stuff going on in D grants. We got Wallet Connect, we got wormhole functionality coming.
We have Circle in like a week from now going live. I know the test contracts have been audited, tested. A lot of work has gone in to actually take a USDC asset live.
It's right, native USDC on Stacks. It's just shipping and delivering one after the other. It's only a matter of time before the price action.
I think we're in the if you don't have a Stacks position, this should be the best entry point you might likely get. And
ever.
That's that.
Relative to the price of Bitcoin, it's the best entry point ever.
And it's like when you think about what Stacks can unlock from a staking kind of component and all of that, like the returns continue to compound. And so like that's what we hope that with the initiatives towards dual staking and those types of activities, we're really bringing in more activity. And then if you actually scroll up, I included in the blog post, sorry that you're getting the live, barely posted just like 10 minutes prior post. Go up and put an area of strategic priorities from what the Treasury Committee actually wanted to see. So keep going. Oh, sweet. Perfect. Core areas of focus. So there's a ton of areas that the Treasury Committee has sought feedback of where they want to see Stacks go and kind of improve on. So making sure that we finish out the final legs of SBTC really serving Bitcoiners. So self-custodial minting, payments, and privacy. Alpha alert on that one. I know it's going to be shared at the town hall next week, but privacy-like features are being R&D'd at the moment with Stacks. So something that we've always felt that if you ever wanted to do a Bitcoin transaction, there should be a means to make it private. And SBTC is taking up the mantle on some of this R&D. On the staking side, making sure that you can earn a yield both on Bitcoin on the L1 and Stacks on the L2 and combining it, kind of where dual staking is already going. But I'd say the most important area that the TC wanted me to make sure that we were kind of prioritizing is growth. So deepening liquidity, deepening incentives to bring new users or existing users back into stacks, and curating more products that are easier for people to actually use in stacks. So vaults were a keen interest. I know Hermetica is getting ready for their upcoming launch in the next some time. And so really making sure that we're focusing on those. From a partnerships perspective, we have Wormhole going live, but actually fiat on-ramps is a priority. It is difficult to buy stacks unless you're KYC on exchange, or to buy SBTC unless you're KYC'd. So making sure that we're making it simpler for people to come with, I have dollars, I just want stacks, and make that from a native wallet standpoint. And then for institutions, because we do need to have institutional money coming in, making sure we've prioritized the right set of custodians so they can actually deploy in DeFi. We are lucky that we have a few institutions who use Stacks homegrown products like a Signa and such, but we want to make sure that they're using the Fortify or the Fireblocks or the Utilis standard so that we know that their funds can safely come into Stacks. We did add cross-chain wallets. We love our Stacks wallets, but we need a bigger, broader distribution funnel. So wish lists like Phantom or MetaMask, or like the big wallets, to make sure that they support Stacks is in there. And then we candidly and keenly added TGE support, so SIP10 support for exchanges, so that all of our DeFi protocols who are waiting to TGE, because TGE on exchange is extremely costly and a very difficult endeavor, that the standards are already there. So when they've hit their marks, they're ready to go to an OKX or a Bybit and go, we're ready to TGE, and they have no technical blockers.
Awesome. Now I can start asking Diego again, when TGE. He hates that question.
I'm sure he does.
I'm just kidding. I won't even really ask him, but it's funny to say.
I'll say this piece has a lot of information, and my goal as the endowment is to be as transparent as I possibly can, by all means. So I did see some community feedback on making sure that they're getting the accurate and most up-to-date reports, and that is my goal. The only reason why I delay a few days from writing the blog post from when the meeting ends is I want to make sure I don't put my foot in my mouth and wrote the wrong thing out there.
Yeah, no, and a couple of days is not a big deal. And
we're aiming that the week the meeting ends, the following week the post goes out, and the meeting ended the following week. This week the post goes out.
Yeah, and that's a reasonable expectation. I don't think that it needs to be like instantaneous. The consumer's getting less patient because we're getting just trained to more instant gratification, ever more instant. So
I'd put together something that's thoughtful and comprehensive, and check the boxes so that you can not only see like just the facts, but the rationale behind it, because context is important. And I feel like in an area of like information overload or instant information, you miss context. And so we are really cautious to make sure that context is there. It would be silly for me to put out a budget proposal without acknowledging that market conditions have changed.
Right, and it would be silly for people not to expect that too, right? We know that the price is down significantly from
down in the dumps, yo. I mean, you can just say it.
Well, it is what it is. And honestly, I think that adds to a little bit of the lack of patience in the marketplace. People get frustrated when the price action is. I'm not worried about it because I wasn't selling anyway. It's an accumulated opportunity.
People get frustrated, but they sometimes they maybe lose sight that Stacks has gone through bear markets before, and every time in a bear market, we end up doing new product R&D or launching something that we never thought we would be able to launch. Like in the previous bear market is where the Nakamoto upgrades came, so that we're off of 10-minute block times.
And we're only a year into that, by the way. It's only been a year since we've had fast blocks.
We're now on block times that are rivaling other chains. We're now having SBTC assets so you can put Bitcoin on chain. So like I kind of sometimes like the bear market periods to help like reset, like really what do we want an on-chain economy to look like, and did we build the right products, and are we actually going to hit product market fit or not?
Yeah, honestly, the only thing that we didn't touch on here,
go for it.
All of this is great. The component that we need a little bit more of is because I think that the biggest issue right now is lack of awareness outside of the ecosystem. Like that's the feedback I got, or the takeaway I got from Buenos Aires.
Totally.
There, tell people what we have: fast transactions on Bitcoin, sub 5-second transactions, Bitcoin DeFi, a robust Bitcoin DeFi ecosystem. People are excited. Just we don't have enough people knowing about it. So
in the marketing area of the budget, it's addressed there of there's been funding set aside for global brand campaigns. There's been funding for when a new CMO is hired that they have the playroom that they need to get stacks out there. Actually, there's also a area, I can't remember exactly where it is in the blog post of a CMO advisory group. We actually, as Alex Miller is hiring a CMO for Stacks Labs, he is seeking community members to help onboard the CMO. So like the community will actually get the opportunity to be hand in hand with the CMO. So like this is really important to us, and yes.
And that's 22% of the market, of the budget is your networking, growth, marketing, and BD.
Marketing, BD, and growth.
Yeah, and that's honestly, I think that's aside from making sure that the tech is, there's the bootstrap funding for the liquidity bootstrapping for the DeFi platforms and protocols, and the security, making sure that the devs are supported and we're putting enough effort into security. In my opinion, next is the marketing and growth and business development, which there's a lot going on there for sure. I don't want to undersell. Like I don't want to suggest that it hasn't been going.
Totally understandable. Like I'd say like the budget proposal is put of, this is the first year of running a foundation and labs go together. So there is a little bit more upfront on ops for one time to get it booted. But for next year, I would expect these to taper off, like that budget to be lower so that more is allocated towards growth, marketing, working capital. So it ebbs and flows. This is a living budget. So let's say we're able to optimize even further and reduce budget from the operations side, then that budget will automatically be reallocated to growth. So,
and to that point, yeah, that's great to hear everything. And Rina, to your point, there's a way for people to feedback like what they wish to see, right? And I saw that the form on the blog, and
yes,
yeah.
I put it out. I'm gonna have people redirect always to Stacks Forum because, not gonna lie, Twitter threads are a little bit messy for me to follow, but I want people to put feedback always on Stacks Forum, on our monthly open office hours. Everything will always be done on X Spaces, kind of streamed with DeOrganized. Hopefully that's okay. I'm putting that out there, but the intention is to make sure everything is public and we are working in public.
Awesome.
Yeah, so it's really important, I think, going forward. Like, if you really want to have your opinion or views really properly logged, don't just like, in addition to making a post on X, you should really bring that suggestion to Stacks Forum, I think.
Stacks Forum is the best place because then I can see the upvotes, I can see the community feedback. You're not limited by weird character limits or anything. You can put any analysis, and I'll say I look at the forum every maybe 2-3 days. So like I'm looking out to see who's posting what and being thoughtful because I want to make sure those ideas are warranted, merited, and at the end of the day, actually funded.
Yeah. Peace, do you want to just scroll through that form just to show people where it is?
Go down just a little bit. There should be a link to the forum post. I'm trying to see. Go up a little bit. Not yet. There we go. So I posted last night on the forum of we have a wish list that's running and needs feedback from areas. So kind of you know how much I care about putting context, but if you go up just a little bit. So I've started a wish list. I have KOL expansion, brand distribution, I want to see Phantom and Fireblocks and Tether and Cash App and Hyperliquid in our ecosystem. These are my ideas and other TC members, but
Oh yeah, and when can I buy stacks on Robinhood is really
Oh man, I've been tweeting to Robinhood for like a year.
I'm putting it out there. Like, I want moonshot ideas. I want partnerships that will unlock audiences and liquidity, and I want everyone's input.
awesome. No, we need all of these. We definitely
We need all of these. Alpha alerts. Some of these are already in the works.
Let's go.
Yep.
Nice.
Just because macro conditions are in our favor doesn't mean that we're not willing to put in the work.
No, honestly, I think it seems like it seems like we work harder when the macro conditions are like they are.
Yeah, there's no retiring off to a yacht. That's never going to happen. That's not the Stacks MO.
No. And like I say,
we're here to build.
We often talk about just keep chipping away. And I actually, I'm in real life, I'm a realtor, and I have my broker is an old school guy, and he's in one of his encouraging, you just keep chipping away, you keep putting your work in, and you'll break that rock sooner or later. And then we've iterated that too. And then once you break that rock, there's another rock to break. You're just going to keep breaking rocks for the rest of your life. So you might as well just keep chipping away.
We're putting our best foot forward and doing whatever we can for the community. And I hope that the community works with me and is kind of I treat the community honestly like my board in that way, that I'm taking your feedback, I'm taking your suggestions. I might ask questions to make sure we're getting the best ROI for our treasury, but that's what I have to do for financial prudence. But at the end of the day, I want to see it where the ecosystem can use it.
So we need to get more community involved in these threads. You need more feedback.
Threads, and then I will have the monthly office hours put up on the Stacks ecosystem calendar with the X-Space links. Like, we're super public about everything we do.
Awesome. That's great. Great stuff.
Yeah, I saw in the post there will be a monthly call. Is that right?
There will be monthly office hours. I just need to work with you, Hero Gamer, and Peace Love to make sure I'm hitting the right time, that I can kind of hit the most community members at once. Other TC members would be joining as well. So if you guys forgot who is on the Treasury Committee, Manib, Alex Miller, Mitchell. Then you have Dylan as your DeFi kind of angle. You have Jonathan from Signal 21, covering data analytics and such. You have Lewis from Ryder. We have Andrea from Bitcoin Frontier Fund. And then the last remaining seat has not been filled, and that will be for the CIO hire to come.
And the legend of Stacks Legends, Jack Minswitch.
Yes. I know it. I have to give the best for last. Duh.
So no CIO yet.
No, in the post I've put how we're prioritizing a CIO role. We've been going through interviews left and right. Let's just say that the interview process is deep in. We were trying to make sure that we're prioritizing a CIO who actually understands trading markets. So they need to understand of how to do a looped leverage loan on Zest. That's what I care about. I want to make sure they're one of us.
Yes, for sure. That's a reasonable requirement in my
They need to be able to do looped leverage loans, but they also need to learn how to do they need to be able to do complex derivatives with me. So for example, our treasury, for the short-term treasury, the goal is to fund all of the OPEX, but the long-term goals of the treasury is actually to generate enough income that we don't sell our treasury, or we don't that's the goal, right? So to generate income on Stacks, the best way that we could possibly do this is actually to sell options. So puts and calls on both sides, underwriting call options, so that if we have a price target, that's where the puts would be executed. If there is market bleeding and let's say the price is falling, we're actually buying back tokens, and we're the buyer of last resorts to make sure the token price doesn't fall.
That's right. So when are you going to apply for CIO?
I will not be eligible to be the CIO. I prefer being full staff for the endowment. The CIO is a different type of hire because he must live in the Cayman Islands.
Oh, has to be resident there.
The foundation and our treasury, you must live in the Cayman Islands.
Oh, you didn't like the real estate options down there?
I'm on the split time of the Cayman, so for context, I'm in Cayman half a month already.
Wow, really?
I go to the I work with our Cayman Foundation directors. We execute all of our decisions on island to make sure that we're keeping our treasury tax optimized.
Awesome. Awesome. That's
we're putting in everything to make sure that this treasury lasts.
Oh yeah, we need that for sure. And I would actually venture to say that a CIO in the short term is probably even more important than a CMO, because
I think both roles are important. A good CIO will be able to understand macro conditions in trade and kind of manage supply, where a CMO will broaden the distribution funnel. You need both.
You need both, but right now managing the funds is probably paramount.
Well, we have a good investment policy and management policy that was approved by the Treasury Committee. So we're taking some areas of respectful conservatism and some areas of degen because we can.
I love it. That's actually, and it reflects the ecosystem too. We're very, I would say that there's a lot of very intelligent people in Stacks, and a lot of people that obviously we are very closely aligned with the general Bitcoin ethos, decentralization, permissionless, open source, and all of that. And also definitely a degen flair. So love to hear that that's being reflected.
It's being reflected somewhere in the blog post. There's like a treasury strategy outlined on how we do options, how we do loans. There is most ecosystems I'll say are not as transparent about this, but I wanted to make sure it was put forward for the community. So we have how we do options, how we sell, if we sell, how we have a commitment to not stake. So the endowment does not stake the treasury. Reasoning for that is I don't think it's fair for the community to not get the maximum rewards, and so therefore the endowment does not stake.
Understandable. We were actually we talked around that concept a little during the before when the vote was live, and even beforehand when
the community weighed in, and we made sure, and that's how it went into the vote.
Right. To be honest with you, I didn't have a strong opinion either way. I understand both sides of it, but I'm glad that the community's satisfied with the outcome.
The only area that the endowment stakes on is staking delegations to pay the validators who are validating the essential services for being an SBTC signer, but that's it. So our staking delegations are quite small. They're limited to a slot.
Awesome. We have about, and I don't know how much time you have. We have about 15 minutes in what we designated for the segment, but it's my show. We can go as long as I want. Well, but I don't want to commit you. I don't want to overcommit you.
I'm going to hang out and say, I'm still publishing a blog post and I'm still writing the Twitter thread, but it will be out there.
Awesome stuff. I just wanted to give everyone else a chance because I've been monopolizing the conversation. Rita, do you know GP? Do you know Hattie?
We know everybody. They're all hanging out. They're the buds.
Yeah, I'm trying to hear all the alpha and seeing some of the things that we're going to be doing with SBTC is really exciting. Seeing the privacy and payments for SBTC got me very excited. So
you can expect Manib to give the overview during the town hall. This is his R&D baby. He has been gunning for this as a long-time Bitcoiner to bring it back so that Stacks is the missing layer.
That's awesome. I can't wait to hear more. I know that I saw Munib make a post about privacy and layer 2, kind of alluding to something, right? And to see this new updated blog post kind of doubling down, saying yes, this is a direction that we're going to be focusing on is very, very exciting, because I think that it's an interesting use case for SBTC. So can't wait to hear more about that. I think it's going to be a bullish 2026. I feel like, with quantitative easing starting today, and, maybe the, macro environment looks a little bit better for us, and, things start to turn around a little bit. I don't think that anybody was expecting to have this opportunity down here where we're at right now. But it very much is an opportunity. So let's get bullish, guys. You know, have some of these bullish vibes on the timeline again. And I love how you know, it's very community oriented. This blog post, and you know, explaining, hey, this is what the community wanted and asked for, and this is the way that we're going to approach it is very necessary. So awesome. What very, very well thought out and you know, put together post here that you have.
Thank you very much. And like, this won't be the first, this is not like the last post, this is the first post. So for transparency, the treasury will be reported on a half annual. I'm still trying to figure out if I can get proper dashboards in place to actually have an on-chain view of the treasury. So that is something I'm trying to build out. I have some devs helping me build that out, but the goal is sometime within next year, this is going to be a fairly transparent on-chain treasury that people can see the read receipts.
I would definitely reach out to Trip and Monkey to help build out that platform, because I'm sure he already has one.
I'm using some of the ecosystems tools right now, but right now it's for me to see how I'm going to connect some of the trading APIs and things, because those are subject to other kind of rules and regulations. So I'm trying to navigate it accordingly and make sure that I'm following Cayman law.
Awesome.
We're doing the thing.
Hattie.
Hey,
Quiet.
Aaron, thank you very much for coming on today. I think it's been an amazing start. The transparency will bleed through, and I think people will see that, and it's incredible. I think you've touched on a few opportunity gaps that we have in the ecosystem. So I really love that. And you've given a lot of space for people to think about how we can grow the ecosystem. I have one question, which is maybe off topic or maybe is on topic for this.
Sure.
But maybe for everyone who's listening is, can you give a description of what the difference between the endowment is and the foundation? Because we have two different...
Go up on the blog post. I got you. It's covered in the first section of the blog post, but the endowment is the foundation. So hold up. Go down, just a little bit more. Keep going and pause. Okay, great. So in the blog post, I put exactly how the entities are set up. So like, the way you should think about is the endowment is the foundation. It is a Cayman Island foundation, and that's the mothership where all the money is. That's how you should think about that. The endowment staff is myself. We're hiring a CIO, and we have Cayman directors. Because the endowment needs community support, buy-in, and input, there is the Treasury Committee, who is kind of like our advisory board, and they provide us the quarterly board meetings of what they want to see, how they want to see funds spent, and they essentially approve our budget going into the following year. The Labsco, where Alex Miller is the CEO, is wholly owned by the endowment. So it really is one org. It's just a foundation of Labsco. The Labsco is our subsidiary. So there is no more, which entity does this? It's all streamlined as one.
Perfect. Thank you for putting that. I just wanted to...
welcome. No, it's...
You to put it in your own words as well.
Necessary to point it out for Stacks that we've done things super decentralized, and that's been amazing to do. But obviously there are efficiency challenges, and so we did choose the route of the labs and foundation are all in one entity. Literally the only difference is I'm just staff at endowment, where everybody else is staff at labs. That's it.
Perfect. And then the follow-on from that would be, as we sit here and we talk about tips and we talk about governance in the ecosystem, where does governance fit in?
Stacks Foundation with Mitchell will be continuing to carry out governance, as that's their operating charter. They will make sure the SIP process is followed and governance is carried out. So you can think of it as one kind of main entity that is doing all the production, development, blockchain engineering, marketing, BD, and kind of the treasury all in one. Basically, between myself and Alex, we're doing all of those components. And then Mitchell and Claire and the folks at Foundation are making sure governance is carried out. Because I think it would be remiss to put all of that in one organization. Governance should be a separate body, because that is clear. You wouldn't want to commingle that.
Correct. The same as any organization, you'd have a separation to ensure that you have checks and balances.
Exactly, and that's partially why when the Treasury Committee was appointed by the folks like Joe from Lunar Crush, who got to be a part of it, and Tycho, they were really well balanced on making sure they had one person from the LabSco, which was Alex, one person representing governance, which is Mitchell, the other 5 slots all going to the community, and the last one really going to whoever is funding the Treasury, which should be a CIO. So it's a fairly well-balanced approach of getting as many ecosystem voices and representation there. And remember, the TC is a kind of a board appointment. So like whenever there needs to be changes, that can be made.
Perfect. Thank you for laying that out for us. I just wanted to make sure that everyone got it from yourself. So
Totally, I
Thank
appreciate
you for coming.
Yeah, great question, Hattie, because I know that that's like on the panel here, we probably had a general understanding of that, but a lot of the community probably didn't. So I think it's good to.
Yeah, I definitely owe the community a little bit more like blog posting around these things and such. I'm learning how to post on stacks.co because, hey, I've never got to do it before. This is fun.
No, and we do. I mean, more is better. And there's been a lot of
more is more.
More is more. So there's lots of opportunity to grow still, right? And I think Stacks is doing some tremendous things. I am a huge fan of the endowment. I love how it's been broken down. I was involved in the initial Hattie and Hero and GP. All of us were actually involved in the initial meetings that led to the appointments committee. We were all part of that group. It's open. It's available. If you want to be involved in Stacks, you can be. All you have to do is actually participate.
Exactly.
So it's
yeah, that's how I got you in peace, right?
That's
in
right.
The early days.
Right. If it wasn't for Hero doing the spaces for D Grants Cohort 2, I would never have gotten to know. I would never have onboarded and integrated into the ecosystem to the extent that I am now. Huge.
I think it's just difficult sometimes first timer to know where to go. And I think being a little bit out there and a little bit kind of welcoming, I think it really helps to because they will start asking questions like, where do I go? How do I participate? Or if you give them like a pointer where to participate. Because Stacks is, like I came into Stacks 4 years ago. I jumped on one of the public calls that Willbuddy hosted, and it was open. So little things like that, like people sometimes just need to know, like actually when you dig under the hood, there's a lot of opportunity and openness to Stacks, and it's just making that awareness part that people can participate and where.
Couldn't agree more. I think we're lucky to have such a community that's opening, welcoming, and friendly.
I'm going to bring them on. We got a late comer. Tenderly is in the house. Good morning, brother. How you doing? Or it's evening for you. Are you with us?
I'm very good. Oh, nice. So, Raina, if you don't mind me asking,
he's having some technical difficulties.
So, also, I know you head up the DeFi working group, right? And is there any like cool updates from that group?
Yeah, so I'm going to be handing all of the groups back now to the LabSco so I can do what I do best, is trade and manage our treasury. I think wearing sometimes too many hats comes at a detriment. But from the DeFi working group, what they've been helping advise me on is how they want me to deploy the working capital. So from the budget, there's 25 million stacks that has been set aside to deploy in DeFi. And so what kind of our goal is right now is to make sure we're deploying it where we manage the spreads and reduce slippage across the ecosystem. Because what I don't want to see is someone doing like a 10K SBTC to BTC swap on Bitflow and getting wrecked by slippage. And so that's what I'm like, they're really making sure that I target the right spread and band targets. So like that's been a key priority from the DeFi working group right now, as well as making sure we're all ready to support BitFlow as they move to HODLMM. So the concentrated liquidity will be a big ecosystem boon. Currently, when you're using an AMM in this kind of V2 model, they're not super capital efficient to rebalance the pools. And so that's kind of where the DeFi working group has been provided a lot of initiative to myself and other builders to make sure that we can manage that. And then kind of also from the DeFi working group is they've been testing the Circle integration to make sure that we're ready to move AE USDC into USDCX and things like that. So a lot of things, but I'll say it's more like nuts and bolts of making sure the infrastructure behind DeFi works.
Yeah, that's awesome. It's all coming together, I feel.
It's all coming together, and I'm excited for the new year to come.
Yeah, 100%. There is so, like, we rattle off like more than a handful of items before, and we didn't even touch on HODLMM and concentrated liquidity and zero slippage, or the less slippage, the more efficient distribution of capital. There's so many things coming to this ecosystem, and it's Bitcoin oriented, which is what everyone ultimately wants. We are in the right place. It's just a matter of, we just got to keep chipping away, and it'll all come together for sure.
And Reina, if you know, I'm starting to do like a little bit more graphics around like the upcoming calls of the next week. So if you know in January ahead of when the calls might be for Stacks and Delma, I'll make like graphics.
Perfect. I'll actually coordinate with yourself and I guess Rick or Brandon at Stacks Labs to make sure the time is right before I even put it on the ecosystem calendar. So I'll make sure that it works for everyone. I'll try to do something that's like the normal DeOrganized timing. I think we try to do like 10:30 Eastern or something like that to hit the time zones, but that's what I'm going to be aiming for.
Yeah, we'll come to leverage the SIP call. It's on a Friday.
Yeah, thanks for letting me hijack the SIP call for a little bit. I appreciate all of that.
You have card
It's officially governance call, I think, or sometimes we refer to the SIPs because governance is broader and SIP is more specific. But Stacks on this call essentially sort of facilitated by the Stacks Foundation anyway. So this call has a lot of the governance elements to it, such